Selamat datang ke PUBG Mobile Pro League Malaysia Singapura musim keempat. Saya Miss You, pembantu baharu pertandingan PMPL anda. Setelah 3 bulan penantian, kini tiba masanya untuk musim baharu. Musim keempat ini sedikit berbeza dari musim sebelumnya. Mari kita lihat apa kelainannya kali ini. PUBG Mobile Pro League Malaysia Singapura musim keempat akan bermula pada 24 Ogos hingga 26 September. Bagi pusingan akhir pada 24 hingga 26 September. Musim baharu ini akan menyaksikan perlawanan setiap hari Selasa dan Rabu, manakala bagi Super Weekend pada hari Jumaat hingga Ahad. 20 pasukan bertanding dibahagikan kepada 5 kumpulan secara bergilir untuk perlawanan hari Selasa dan Rabu. 16 pasukan teratas dari perlawanan ini kemudiannya akan beradu pada sesi Super Weekend berikutnya. Selepas 3 minggu pertandingan, 16 pasukan dengan mata terbanyak akan bertemu di pertandingan akhir PMPL Malaysia Singapura musim keempat Country Finals. Juara Liga Country League dan 3 pasukan teratas Country Finals akan mara ke kejohanan PMPLC musim keempat. Baiklah, itu saja peraturan PMPL Malaysia Singapura musim keempat. Semua dah faham? Saya Miss You, host anda. PMPL Malaysia Singapura musim keempat akan bermula tidak lama lagi. Jumpa anda 24 Ogos ini.
Evolve into the future with us. Let us take you higher. Let's go. Divas and will make milestones. All stars in all time zones. The proud and toughest Cybertruck, you know. Winner, chicken dinner go. Review mirrors for forward thinkers. I've been driven, don't need a chauffeur. Strength and passion flow through my fingers. Blood, sweat, and tears fuel up my motor. Fighting to win, but the fight is within. I'm just fighting to win yet again. Evolve to the future, don't stop to the finish. I'm testing my limits and vision. To the art of the chase. More tempting, the higher the stakes. I'ma take them all into space. X amount separating frauds from the greats.
Take it up a notch, time to give it all I got. Turn me up, we're moving fast. Lock and load, have a blast. Time to take it up a notch, time to give it all I got. Turn me up, we're moving fast. Lock and load, have a blast. Time to take it up a notch, time to give it all I got. Turn me up, we're moving fast. Lock and load, have a blast. Time to take it up a notch, notch. Time to give it all I got. I'm doing it now. Giving it all, yeah, giving it all I got. Take it up a notch. Nothing you can tell me that'll get to me. I'm my greatest style, I am worst enemy. Ain't gotta get the best of you, just be a better me. Battle royale, chant the best that you will ever see. nothing you can tell me that'll stop me now. Got up every single time that life had knocked me down. Yo, best watch me now, I'll show you true belief. You ain't ever seen this type of ingenuity.
Once you step in this battleground, best turn it up and don't let me down. Been on the road, but don't mess around. Hard not grad, no cap and gown, but finish that top of my class. Hop in the roaster and dash, riding my life. Front runner, that's no the last. Made my own lane and surpass all the doubts and the gripes. Of course I still love you, but I gotta grow. Act like you already know. Went from a novice to road and accomplish some more. This the real deal, not for show. Life is a QB, I'm catching whatever it throws. Run hard and get to my goals. Act like you already know. Read the instructions and flow. Okay, you got it, let's go.
Come in all sizes. Royale Pass Season 19 brings all new microcosm themed outfits. Zip through the battlefield as agile insectoids. To celebrate the 3rd anniversary of Royale Pass, we brought back outfits from past popular seasons and the RP file system. Furthermore, countless items and rewards are up for grabs. Now let us show you how to get these awesome rewards and showcase your career stats. This season's Royale Pass offers 4 elegant outfits: Guardian Observer, Trendy Kitty, Insect Queen, and General Beetle. After buying Royale Pass, you'll receive the Guardian Observer outfit at level 1, transforming you into an observer that will help you navigate the battlefield. The Trendy Kitty outfit unlocks at level 50. Thereafter, you can choose between the Insect Queen outfit or the General Beetle outfit at level 100. Transforming you into the ruler of the battlefield with leading your followers to victory. At the same time, other outfits and rewards such as the Wonderland Motorcycle or General Beetle Thompson can be redeemed by participating in exploration events. In addition to these eye-catching outfits, the Insect Queen, Mini 14, Wonderland AKM, Gemstone Scare Backpack, and a myriad of other exquisite gear can be obtained by leveling your RP. Popular outfits from past seasons can be obtained from all new faction custom crates. You can choose to join one of 2 major factions, Agent Alliance and Guardian's Might, to receive faction custom crates. Each custom faction crate contains one of 3 past outfits. Beating yourself up for not owning a season-exclusive item? Don't miss this opportunity. You can ban pick 5 items for free and spend UC to ban pick up to 18 items, increasing your chances of getting the desired gear. You can even switch to the other faction once you've collected all the items from your current one to get even more awesome outfits. Next, the RP file will concurrently go live. You'll receive information about your progress and reward from earlier seasons, so that you can showcase them to other players. Royale Pass Season 19 offers 4 all-new outfits and 8 popular outfits from previous seasons. Be sure not to miss out. Royale Pass, you deserve it.
Whoa! How you? Yes! Thank you, bro.
Atau dikenali sebagai Tash Bunny. Selama 3 minggu anda akan bersama saya untuk sesi interview bersama para player PMPL season keempat untuk PMPL Country League weekday minggu yang pertama. Bersama kita pada hari ini adalah GeekFam, EVOS dan juga Homebois.
Hello guys, saya Nuk dan role saya pun sebagai support juga dalam Homebois.
Hi guys, my name is Kiwi.
Hi guys, my name is Snipes.
Hi guys, nama saya Laxi98.
So hi guys, saya Somnus.
Apa proses korang untuk memilih Icha and was it an easy decision to make untuk korang?
Icha ni dia ada something semangat dia. Dia more to kind of macam lelaki punya gameplay style. So dia nak aggressive. Even dia just under team yang sama just for ladies, but kalau still akan try out dia, and kita orang try out tengok dia boleh sesuai dengan kita orang. That's why kita orang turunkan dia untuk first line up pada hari yang pertama.
So saya nak tanya, macam mana korang decide nak bawa masuk Insomnus?
Dulu firepower team kita orang kurang, tapi more kepada strategi. Inso ni saya tengok dia dekat team lain macam dia selalu menyelah, tapi team tu pun orang kata macam dia naik turun. So saya bawa dia ke sini untuk teruskan menyelah.
Insomnus, you rasa you masuk team ni you menyelah ekstra tak?
Rasa ada kot, tapi tak tahu lah sebab bila bonding tu sudah ada dah. So dia macam tak ada bonding sangat. So
jadi memang you all berkawan lah?
Ya, dah berkawan lama dah sebab Laksi dulu dia tak suka saya sangat sebab I Dulu season 1 saya nampak dia, saya confirm tembak dia kereta sampai dia letup. Sebab season 1 memang banyak team takut kita orang. Diorang cakap kita macam suntik lah. Kita punya peluru macam unlimited.
Minggu ni Psycho tak main kan? Apa impact ada Psycho kat tim korang?
Penambahan Psycho dalam team nanti mungkin akan lebih solid lah sebab dia sniper dia power. So kepada tim yang luar sana tu jaga-jagalah, jangan terlalu overpeak. Takut nanti pecah kepala kalau ada Psycho.
Apa perasaan korang untuk dapat qualify untuk the first week of Super Weekend?
Saya puas hatilah sebab dapat qualify untuk Super Weekend.
For me, memang saya gembira sebab kita dapat next step untuk push our team closer to team-team yang lain. So, I rasa ini sesuatu yang kita kena bangga juga.
Obviously happy sebab kita orang nervous gila lepas tengok point kita orang 5 je untuk first day. So second day tu ada pressure sikit. So dah lepas agak happy lah dan lega.
Macam kita orang untuk last 2 game tu macam kita orang dah confirm dah ni ke Super Weekend. So sebab itulah kita orang masukkan Daddyhood pada last game tu. Dia ramai.
Jadi nak tanya sikit, sekarang ni sejak Insomnus dah join team korang rasa line up korang better than ever ke? Still perlukan macam improvement dari segi communication ke apa ke? Korang rasa this is like the perfect team sampai ke pengakhiran season 4 ni?
Dia orang kata kalau kita macam ni dia bukan perfect tau. Dia okay lagi. Sebab Inso baru masuk, dia punya chemistry dia bukan yang 2 tahun, setahun punya chemistry. So berbeza. Macam Inso kalau dah masuk ni, dia impact dia besar juga. Sebab kita orang jadi lagi berani untuk langgar mana-mana orang kata pasukan lah. Sebab kita tahu firepower kita ada. Bukan kita harapkan Inso sebab kita perlukan orang untuk, orang kata setiap fight kena ada opening. Inso ni adalah opening.
Betul. Memang nampak lah Inso bagi korang ruang untuk push depan semua. And Tasha betul-betul suka tengok so far korang playstyle sejak Inso masuk. Adakah korang macam like all out nak cuba dapatkan markas sebanyak yang boleh ke? Korang tengah santai-santai just cuma nak qualify? Macam mana ni?
Kita main macam santai je sebab kita tahu banyak team tengah takut. So kita just treat it as cream lah. So just play what we can play. Dan what we can fix, kita terus fix.
Okay, so nampak macam you all punya performance macam konsisten tapi bukan menyelah lah. Is the reason because of that korang macam tak nak lagi tunjuk korang punya full potential dalam weekday punya qualifiers je?
Maybe kita ada simpan banyak juga. We always keep the best at the last. Kalau korang nak nampak gameplay yang lagi-lagi padu, memang I rasa kita akan tunjuk ke grand final.
So kita move on kepada korang punya performance untuk day 1 and day 2. So seperti korang tahu, day 1 dengan awal day 2 korang akhiri match dengan 5 mata sahaja, jauh ke belakang berbanding tim-tim lain. Korang actually dekat bawah sekali kan. So bila mesti ramai peminat GeekFam yang tengok, mesti diorang rasa agak cemas, frust sebab diorang rasa macam susah untuk korang catch up. Tapi tiba-tiba korang back to back chicken dinner. Macam dahsyat, tak sampai macam like wow, macam tu je daripada 5 ke 51 mata. Korang apa yang bertukar dari performance korang dari hari pertama dengan hari kedua?
Untuk hari pertama saya yang scout, QB kan tak main kan. So saya cuba untuk beranikan diri untuk scout, untuk cuba benda baru. Tapi end up benda tu moment untuk saya buat benda tu, saya tak jumpa moment tu. Disebabkan kita orang kena tangkap time rotation. So dari situ kita orang malam tu juga kita orang buat satu team talk, kita orang bincang, tengok balik game macam mana nak buat, apa nak buat. Di situlah sebab QB turun padang untuk hari kedua.
Jadi sebenarnya apa kekurangan dalam strat baru korang tu sebenarnya?
Tak smooth lah. Every game jalan tak smooth. Tak seperti yang kita rancangkan untuk hari first tu.
Dia ada perbezaan sebenarnya yang kita orang baru found out, yang pasal sebenarnya line up hari pertama dengan line up hari kedua tak boleh bawa dalam satu strategi yang sama. Patutnya hari pertama tu more to aggressive, depends on the second day bila saya main kita orang more to passive, more to cari circle. Sebab that's my play lah.
Actually kita orang actually nak main santai je, nak qualify untuk weekend je. Tak nak keluarkan strat tu kan. Tetapi
faham.
since 5 point tu nampak hina sangat. So kita orang gas je lah. Kita all out je.
Korang ada face macam kesusahan ataupun kelemahan tak dalam team korang so far?
Untuk first day adalah sikit sebab nervous lah, biasalah nervous, tapi alhamdulillah kita orang settle down awal lah. Dalam game ketiga tu kita orang dah cool sikit.
Team mana yang bagi korang paling banyak masalah untuk dalam minggu ni?
Macam tak ada.
Jap. AIG R2K.
Oh, AIG R2K. Selalu berjumpa lah. Kita orang macam jodoh kuat
yes.
sikit.
So
Itulah.
bila korang nampak dia orang, korang memang tak
Macam
sengaja
selalu
lah.
rotation tu jumpa.
Faham. Okay. Dalam tournament ni so far, through tengok scoreboard and performance, team mana kau rasa yang paling kau rasa memberi korang paling tinggi lah saingan?
Saingan paling tinggi.
Bagi aku sekarang team Bosskurr tau. Sebab rapat.
Bosskurr
Sebab
Kenapa Bosskurr?
Sebab dia ada dekat kat atas ni. Lepas tu point kita orang pun macam lebih kurang kan. So bila habis game je kita akan jumpa. Dan kita orang akan rasa macam ketemu kau.
Untuk Super Weekend, apa korang punya target?
Every time that kalau kita orang main on Super Weekend, of course kita orang akan target top 3. It's always because of kita orang nak jauhkan lagi mata untuk campur dengan mata yang kita pernah dapat season lepas untuk dapatkan slot ke PMGC lah. So every week we need to perform well di Super Weekend.
Semua team pun nak fight for the point to PMGC. Sebab kalau kita boleh konsisten 3-3 hari, so kita boleh jauhkan point kita dengan tim-tim yang lain.
Actually kita orang nak dapatkan at least 90 atau 100 point lah satu hari.
Satu hari? Agak strong tu.
Agak banyak.
Agak banyak actually. Bila Tasha interview dengan For Rival kan, diorang cakap awas dekat GeekFam sebab diorang kata diorang cuba pecut korang. So sekarang sebab Tasha dengar cerita, korang agak rapat in terms of performance dengan nak mendapatkan slot tu.
PUBG ni dia 50% on the circle. Miramar 80% circle memang akan ke kanan. First circle memang akan ke kanan. So siapa yang drop dalam tu, so dia akan possibility diorang untuk dapatkan stay sampai alive sampai ujung circle tu lagi tinggi lah berbanding dengan tim-tim yang drop lebih jauh. So basically circle tu memang main peranan yang penting lah, even dekat mana-mana map pun.
Kalau ada tim lain langgar drop stop korang, apa yang korang akan buat?
Kalau saya decide untuk lawan je lah. Sebab dia langgar tempat kita pun ada orang kata strategi untuk defend tempat tu.
Tak kisah siapa-siapa nak datang, we always ready.
Macam mencabar je tu. Jadi sekarang ni sebab Super Weekend adalah weekend yang kita mainkan 3 map bukan 2 ya.
Boleh je mana-mana pun. Walaupun tak seimbang map tu, tapi dah sebab memang dah terbiasa dengan PUBG kan. PUBG pun ada map 3 map tu je kalau untuk tournament. So kita orang dah terbiasa je lah.
Okay, so kira macam korang tak nervous lah kena main map Sunhawk tu, semua macam biasa je lah bagi korang.
Sebab benda
Sebab
dah
semua tim pun akan buat benda yang sama juga.
Jadi sekarang ni korang rasa korang punya kelebihan dalam tim korang yang korang ada berbanding dengan tim lain adalah?
banyak fans yang supportive.
So kita orang jadi lebih
faham.
semangat lah situ.
So korang, before kita orang end interview ni, ada apa-apa tak korang nak cakap kat fans korang sebelum kita orang ciao?
Kepada fan yang begitu supportive semua, terima kasih lah sebab support kita orang, bagi kita orang semangat kan untuk kita orang berjaya masuk Super Weekend lah. Memang terima kasih lah kat orang.
Okay, bye. Thank you.
Bye, thank you.
Terima kasih.
Terima kasih.
Itu sahajalah interview kita pada hari ini. Terima kasih semua yang sudi menonton pada malam ini. Korang jangan lupa PMPL Season 4 masih lagi berlangsung dan akan mara ke minggu kedua pada malam ini. Korang jangan lupa pada hari Selasa dan Rabu adalah 2 hari lagi untuk kita punya weekday dan juga Jumaat, Sabtu dan Ahad untuk kita punya Super Weekend. So jangan lupa korang untuk kita jumpa lagi di PMPL Season yang keempat.
Yeah. You ready? Pick up your guns and run. Me and my squad's gonna have some fun. Choice and place, so then run, then run, then
have fun to win. 365 days, never sleep, that's true, it's following. We never sleep, just to give out what I have for the championship. Pick up the weapon and face it. No one stop you, if not you break it. They're not gonna believe, yes, so prove it. Real wrestling, homie. Let's just do what we're best in. You feel me? Let's go double like the damage when we're fighting as a team. Shut up. Amigo, 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 we're psycho. Stop being tough, you know I'm a hero. Amigo, 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 we're psycho. Starting from the bottom and stop acting like a hero. Punch lagi, tegas dan berani. Jangan sakit hati, pastikan jadi. Orang aku begini, sampai ku menari. It's not easy, get my trophy. Better quit, testing me. Otherwise, rest in peace. Jadi ke tak jadi, depends how much effort you put in. Whose face is on the screen, not you. Tapi saya hate, I'm all in. Mula-mula lemah, tapi aku impian besar. Tak kira berapa jauh you berada, aku pasti akan kejar. We play, that's the team. Doesn't matter in the end who is gonna win. We share the same dream. Dream is big, but think me. Never look down on me. And my word hari ini hancur, tapi promise aku akan kembali. Never try, we never know, yeah. Kerja keras hanya sementara. Nothing come but true, mama. Jangan takut, selalu pasti kita cuba, Hey, respect for what we had. Today we lost a warrior, haha, cause from Senai gang. He's went to better place, but his spirit is with us and it will never end. I know it's so hard for us to face it, but we remember his name for all the century. So let us stop all the tears and face it. Let us show the world what we have, starting with a better day. Pick up the weapon, face it. No one stop it, it won't break it. They're not gonna believe, yes, I prove it. We're rising already. Let's just do it what we best in. You feel me? Let's go double up the damage when we're fighting, yes, it's in. Shout up! Amigo, we're psycho. Stop being tough, but you know I'm a hero. Amigo, we're psycho. Starting from the bottom, stop acting like a hero. Mari cuba lagi, tegas dan berani. Jangan sakit hati, pastikan lari. Orang aku begini, sampai ku menari. It's not easy, get my trophy. Better quit, testing me. Otherwise, rest in peace. Together we fight, fighting all night, but we're facing difficulty, we will never run. We pull our weapon down, we stand strong and unite, taking cash out of side by side. Peace.
Good evening to all PUBG Mobile fans and enthusiasts in Malaysia, Singapore, and all over the world. My name is Contra, and welcome to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Malaysia and Singapore Season 4, hosted by PUBG Mobile and co-organized by VSPN. And without all of our official sponsors, this will not be made possible. And first of all, we got to, of course, thank our official smartphone partners, Redmi Note 10 series, where you can challenge your boundaries. And also, not forgetting our official digital telco partners, Yoodo. Switch to Yoodo and get free in-game items. And you know what? You do it better. So make sure you scan the QR code right down below. We're ready for the Super Weekend, ladies and gentlemen, and alongside with me to cast all of your matches has to be Sir Cloud. So it's going to be a phenomenal weekend, I'm sure of it, and I gotta hear from you, Sir Cloud. You've been casting the weekdays and also watching some of the games as well. So what are you feeling for today, and what are we expecting for all the actions to come here in the PMPL MYSG Season 4?
Well, it's super interesting, right, this Super Weekend, because we did see like 2 new teams getting it into the Super Weekend. So it's YSX Esports is one of them. Yoodo Alliance, the champions of PMNC, is finally in the Super Weekend, but that also means that there are 2 teams being sacrificed. So we have VX and FanX out of the Super Weekend, and we have Wolf Arrow as well. So it's not only about the teams, but it's also about the drop spots. So there might be some minor changes on the drop spots to some teams just because there's some empty holes. So that will also mean some plot holes for us, for the teams to fill for us later on. So this will be something that we'll keep an eye on, especially when it's the first day. The teams may not know what to expect yet.
Exactly. For those of you guys who are just tuning in, we're already in week 2 of the Super Weekend, where all the points will be gathered and it will be officialized by the end of the run. So the ones with the most points by the end of the final Super Weekend will qualify to the Grand Finals. They'll be happening by the end of the month on the 24th until the 26th of September. So after some long hurdle of a weekday, and unfortunately we have to say goodbye to some of the teams to head into the Super Weekend. Now, I'm pretty much concerned for certain teams such as Anti-Circle, because it's 2 weeks in a row that they did not manage to get into the Super Weekend. So I wonder, can they finally book their spot for the upcoming week, as that will be happening in a matter of days?
Yeah, because why? Because time is running out for them, especially if we look at the format. During the weekday, 20 teams will play it off, and only 16 teams from the weekday will move on to the Super Weekend. And this is where it's concerning for Anti-Circle as well as NSP Astra, because there's only 3 weeks, and then we'll find out who's our top 16 into the Grand Finals from the Super Weekend. So that also means that they have only 1 more week to go to qualify themselves into the Super Weekend, which is next week. But of course, that's a story for another time. This is the Super Weekend number 2.
That's right, and we got a whole lot of prize to offer for those who are competing. That's a massive 150,000 whopping US dollars. Like, I got it all wrong because I couldn't believe the numbers. But if you guys are tuning in for the first time, this is the format of how it runs. Chicken Dinner offers 15 points, and you can see the numbers slowly dwindle down from second place with 12 points all the way down towards 12, which 8 to 12 only walk away with 1 point. 13 to 16 get 0 points, and that's where every single elimination points matter, and it offers 1. So these are your teams that have been able to qualify to their Super Weekend.
And of course, we have Axis Redone, YSX Esports. Welcome to the Super Weekend, by the way. SMG, we have GeekFam, AIG R2K, Team Secret, 4 Rivals, Homebois, we have Farang Lejund, Team Wales, Sam9 Gang, TABAH NC, EVOS VIP, RSG, Bosskurr, and also a warm welcome to the Super Weekend, Yoodo Alliance. These 16 teams, they battle out throughout the weekday, and they've earned themselves a spot in the Super Weekend. And of course, we do remember that YSX Esports, what a phenomenal weekday they had, finishing at the 2nd spot, and it's a 360 change from them from week number 1. Yoodo Alliance just barely making it into the Super Weekend at 16th spot, pushing down VXM Fan X into 17th spots and overtaking them.
That's right. So today's matches will be fielding Santa on match number 4, and they will go on the rotation, starting off with Erangel at 6 p.m. and then we'll head over to the Desert Dudes of Miramar. And today we'll be playing 3 runs inside of Erangel. I wonder how would the teams be coping by, as we've been already seeing many of these games playing in Erangel during the weekdays.
Yep, so lots of Erangel, lots of Miramar that we've seen during the weekday, but we haven't seen Sandhawk yet. So it's going to be another Sandhawk today, and Sandhawk will only be played once every day. Same goes for Miramar as well. So it's going to be only 3 Sandhawks throughout the week, the least map in played. So they don't really have time for rehearsals, but yep, it's all down to them to challenge themselves, just like how we challenge our boundaries with Xiaomi, right? So these teams are going to challenge themselves to play Sandhawk, whereby they hardly played them throughout the last couple of weeks. So it's going to be super challenging, but that's going to be fun for us.
That's right, and we saw at the top of the table, Axis Redone. Not only they dominated on the Super Weekend on the week 1, heading into week 2, weekdays, they are still remaining at number 1 spot. But EVOS VIP seems to be both of our picks right here for the prediction for the weekend. Now, I want to hear from you first, Sir Cloud. Why EVOS VIP?
Well, I think that they will refresh themselves after the little bit of a dip during the weekday. And what is important is that I think that EVOS VIP, they do realize where their mistakes are during the weekday because they took some time to actually switch up their lineup at the same time. So I think that they've found their lineup, and I think that for the start of the Super Weekend at least, we will see the best of them.
Well, I really do hope so. Last week, we saw them almost holding on at number 1 position, and then on the very last day of the Super Weekend, that's where they slowly tumbled into 4th placement, if I'm not mistaken. But hey, it's not too shabby of a run. We'll want to see how Axis Redone hold on to this tempo, because we know that none of the teams so far has been able to have this consistency like Axis Redone. The question is, can they hold on to it till the very last day of the upcoming Super Weekend is going to be the question. While we also have the new entries like you mentioned, Yoodo Alliance. This is the first weekend that they'll be playing, so they have to catch up against the rest of the teams here in order to make it to the Malaysian Singaporean Grand Finals here in the PMPL. So there's definitely a lot of big questions to ask. Is this team able to overcome some of the tough hurdles that they had not making it to week 1?
Yeah, this will be the question that only they can answer. And what's interesting also is that the teams that didn't make it into week 2 that made it into week 1, which is Wolf Aerof as well as VXM Panax, they did decently okay during last year. So they're somewhere within the mid-table or thereabouts. So it's even more challenging for YSX as well as Yoodo Alliance, because the teams that are at the bottom, so there's Bosskurr, there's Homebois, and a couple of other teams, they are also playing in this week. So they can also add to their points. That means that they can further widen the gap from our 2 newcomers. So that's where the newcomers really have to buck up this week, just by looking at who is in. Now, of course, those teams that didn't make it into the Super Weekend at all, Anti-Circle as well as NSP Astra, they'll be kicking back at home and just hoping that the teams at the bottom, whoever it will be at the bottom, don't make that many points over the next 3 days, to give them some hope. If they're able to enter to the next Super Weekend, they'll be able to actually catch up.
And on top of that, not only is there the Super Weekend to fight for, there's also the PUBG Mobile Global Championship points that has been accumulated from the past season. And we are currently seeing Team Secret only leading by a slight margin against Axis Redone that was on that red hot form that we earlier talked about. Team Secret now needing to bridge the gap between the other competitors out there. Do you think this is going to be a good chance for the side of Team Secret, since that we've seen an upwards trajectory for the team? You know, week 1 started pretty slow on the weekdays, going to Super Weekends. They look like they are already picking up the slack, and then on the weekdays for this week itself, they've been able to come up pretty much huge. So weekend, it might just be their time to shine. And speaking of time to shine, it's your time here to spot and be rewarded here. Scan that QR code on towards the left side of your screen and win some great gift. And you can also check out this website, bit.ly/PMPL S4 spot.
Yep, so this is actually a very simple puzzle. I mean, we talked about this throughout the whole day or previous days, right? So you gotta be familiar about this, or at least you have tried it out. So it's a very simple puzzle, really. All you need to do firstly is to either scan the QR code on the left side, or if you're using a computer, you can actually punch in bit.ly/PMPL Spot, and you will be taken into a site whereby there's a simple puzzle to solve. There'll be like 4 images and 1 big image, so you need to like find where are the four images within that 1 big image. So the moment you get to answer those, which is really, really simple because I've tried it myself, I know that you will get an exclusive Pro League shirt, in-game shirt, which you can redeem after that through PUBGmobile.com/redeem. Make sure you have your PUBG Mobile ID ready with you, and there you go. They can enjoy.
Yeah, and I absolutely love it if we could one day redeem in-game player avatars, if that's going to be the case, because Farang's been looking pretty cool inside. So I wonder if that's going to be made possible. But hey, step by step will go along the way. So make sure you scan it right now and win yourself some good PMPL goods. Only here at the PMPL Malaysia and Singapore Season 4. So spot and be rewarded once again. So Sir Cloud, I'm pretty sure that we are excited for our very first game. We've already set the table straight, and now all the teams starting back on a clean slate with 0 points. I'm thinking who will be the one to lead the charge first with the very first chicken dinner, now that we are starting off inside of Erangel. Now, I'm pretty sure the chat's going to be running wild and voting for their favorite player. Voki probably has been the talk of the town, where a lot of doubts on this player. Can he lead a brand new team? And he definitely has been able to just silence the audience and also wow the fans that's been supporting by.
Yeah, and I think that is really, really interesting. Right? So here's the plot, right? So Voki used to be from RSG, and then he left RSG, he joined Axis, and look at where he is. So he's looking at RSG from above. So far, well, we're not at the end of it yet, of course, but so far, he seems to be having the last laugh, at least for now. So I think that's a pretty interesting plot twist. Plus, we did see that one of the chicken dinners last weekend, it was Axis versus RSG. Wow, I mean that was kind of epic, right? So Voki, I know he has a message sent to RSG in one of the interviews that we did. So we're gonna see that if he can continue on his streak, so he can walk the talk. So that's something that I want to check it out. But besides that as well, Team Wales is also a team that I'm keeping an eye on as well, because this team, they have OG players, Sinby and Stewart 9K, but they seem to be not hitting the mark yet.
Well, I do believe that there is a little bit of improvements when it comes down to them heading into the final circle multiple times, that they start to finish off on the top 5 ratio and qualifying into this Super Weekend consistently. So all they really have to do is to really polish up on some of all these fights that they are taking, because sometimes it looks sloppy, sometimes it rewards them with a 4-0 pointer going on their favor. So that's one of the teams out there that could still stand the test of time, that they are not here as a fluke or just old-timers for show's sake. But, there's also other things that we also have to talk about here. GeekFam. This is one team that we missed out the past couple of minutes, and I think that GeekFam now has already found the roster that they will be running by consistently. So, and we saw even Icha on the weekdays, she's been having some stellar performance, and on one of the games they managed to also walk away with chicken dinner, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it was a chicken dinner in day number 2 in Miramar, so quite a miraculous chicken dinner, because that was a time where Damroot actually broke the record of a single player in a single round getting 11 elimination points. So that is the highest so far. That is a record. And mind you, just to make the record a little bit more sweet, he isn't a fragger. So I don't know where did those frags come in from, but he's definitely doing it. I mean, this guy, how can we doubt him, right? Ever since season 1, this guy has been super consistent despite of any roster change. He is the star man. It's like GeekFam. He's the heart of GeekFam right now. You can't take away Damru. He's the heart and soul of GeekFam. Like, other players can switch up, but he has to be there.
I agree with you right on the dot there, because he not only provides good enough firepower, and him as a game leader has been able to call the right shots when it comes down to rotations. And rotations are basically the name of the game, where you just got to travel the safest distance to the final few circles out there, and also make the shot, whether to play offensively or even defensively. So just judging from the way that they've been able to not only win out games, but to consistently garner points from game to game, have been pretty impressive to me, even though last weekend we saw a little bit of difficulty for them, almost not making the cut to qualify. And on the very final few days, that's where he managed to, of course, steal the show and start to regain that momentum for the likes of GeekFam. So for the rest of the teams, such as Sem9, I still think that they are giving chase as well. But when it comes down to PMGC points, how much points is it necessary for teams such as Sem9 to really catch up?
Oh man, I think Sem9 is quite far behind, at least for now, because they didn't do well last weekend. So they were the one of the teams that I think they're like mid-table or something by now, but I'll need to fact check that in a bit. But as we go in there, so our first game, of course, we played in Erangel. So I'll take a minute to fact check that, definitely. I think that's an important fact as well, because, of course, this is also not only for the League Championship, but also for the PMGC points. So now, just to answer your question, right now, Sem9 Gang is at 10th place, 425 points. If we compare it with the top squad, which is Team Secret, they have a difference of 174 points. So that's going to be a bit tough to chase. Yeah, 174 points difference. So it's going to be a bit hard to chase, considering that teams above them will gain points as well.
That's pretty much true, but there's nothing too impossible when it comes down to the span of a weekend. If they can get a spectacular run, or if they qualify for the next weekend as well, we'll just have to wait and see what's about to come here in the PUBG Mobile Pro League Malaysia and Singapore for Season 4. So buckle up, ladies and gentlemen, because we are almost ready to take on this flight here to head in towards Erangel. We gotta check out how the flight path is gonna be, and you heard the shots all being fired up. I think every player is already warmed up to take us on a journey here in match number 1, as we slowly take a dive into our classic map as we hear the sound of the alarm ring. And Sir Cloud, I guess we are ready to roll right now, as we will now head into our very first flight of the weekend for this Friday evening. And it's time to get that party started here in the PUBG Mobile Pro League MYSG.
Oh man, I've been all ready since last week, my friend. And of course, here we go. The first game of the Super Weekend number 2. And I can't wait to see the flight path. I think this is going to come from the left side. Yes, it will come from side of Quarry up until Milta Power. So looks like it's going to be pretty okay for most of the season. Now, why I say pretty okay, Sem9 Gang, they are going to change their drop spot. They're not going to drop in Silverni for the first time in a million years. So they're going to drop in Yasnaya. This is part of their plan that I'm aware of. Other changes, I believe there will be a TABAH NC will be taking Wolf Arrow spot in Novo. So Farm will be YSX Esports, and that's pretty much the changes. So the rest of it will remain the same. Maybe R2K will spread out all the way from Huari down to Primos because there's no BXM Van X. So they will take out the entire area there. But what's interesting here is 4 rivals actually dropping around Ferry Pier. That's an interesting
Wow.
change from them.
That's right, and it looks to be a northern-centric circle.
Oh.
And to be specific, it's going to be on the northeast side of things, where you have mentioned that 7-9 wants to take over the Yasnaya Polyana, which is the home base of Anti-Circle, who isn't playing on this weekend. Some really smooth cruise for them, while Team Bosskurr is going to enjoy the leverage of the first phase as well, dropping in towards the prison as well as mansion section. But that also leaves open Rozak for perhaps EVOS VIP to loot from if they really want to. So coast is clear for them. For Rivals, taking a little bit of a change. And with the presence of Yoodo Alliance, I wonder, is this going to hold a little bit of threat for the likes of GeekFam in particular? Because GeekFam is going to drop pretty close by to the containers. Then there's also going to be Homebois that are going pretty close proximity as well. So we got to keep an eye on what happens in the West eventually.
Yeah, it's quite interesting though. So the circle actually goes to where there's the least amount of people. So it's quite interesting to see how will these teams actually move. And because of that as well, because it's like on the top right corner, right? So there's a possibility that these teams may bump into each other while they travel into the zone. Now, we can see that 7-9 gang, they are just on the outskirts of Yasnaya, I believe. Yeah, they're on the outskirts of Yasnaya. So pick up their vehicles, and definitely they would want to walk into Yasnaya because Yasnaya is the center point for now. And yeah, you definitely want to hold that center point. Who doesn't want a center point compound? So it's more of like gathering the vehicles in case the circle moves away from them. They have a backup plan. But talking about backup plans, right? So the players on the left side that we can see, Micah, Damroot, Kid, Six, and Adik Luke, well, these are amazing players. And the fun fact is that out of the 5 players there, only Damroot isn't a fragger.
Well, the stats actually tell us otherwise, though, that he's been able to play on multiple roles, wearing different hats when the moment comes to push and shove. And TABAH NC has been having certain struggles throughout the entirety of the league stage, and it's great to also have them back here over the weekend, where they've been able to still prove to pose a threat. Now, for Rivals, they're going to park a little bit of a trike into the middle of the bridge. I don't think that's going to, stop anybody from crossing over. And the team that needs to cross over right now has to be Axis Redone. So maybe this is a plan being set up against the likes of Axis Esports, where they need to now choose a side, because TABAH NC is going to be on the other side of the bridge as well. So they got to pick their poison. And if they were to pass by the eastern bridge, there's also YSX that's currently looting up from farm. And I'm looking at RSG, who could also force a little bit of a hustle onto either YSX or even anybody from that southern end of the island.
Yeah, so there's an option really for those on the other side, which is like YSX and RSG, for them to, if they want to wait it out, they can actually block TABAH and maybe even Axis. But here's the thing, right? Because TABAH NC as well as YSX, Axis, they are both slow movers. So naturally, if you wait too long, you get caught out of the zone. But we can just see that the zone is just right at the edge. So YSX isn't a fast mover as well. So I think that, here's my prediction. There would be a bridge clash, at least on the upper side of the bridge, between TABAH NC as well as YSX, just because how slow these two teams tend to move. Will Axis actually join on the right side? Maybe, maybe not. They are slow movers as well, but sometimes they do go on the left side. But because of this kind of circle, they might consider on the right. But what is absolutely correct is Z being knocked down, and RSG is going to get their first blood.
A beautiful effort coming from the side of RSG, and now they're chasing down onto Asper, and he's got nowhere to run. He's going to fight on top of the side of RSG. Unfortunately, Team Bosskurr will have to lose 2 of their members from the get-go, as the buggy's tire has already been popped. Nowhere to run for Asper, and nowhere safe for the rest of his teammates to even come in for the rescue. Now, RSG starts off on a high note, and they will be the ones to set the bar here with the 2 points already being stashed up. One towards Rex and another one, I believe, on the hands of Small Boy.
Yeah, it was by the hands of Small Boy. So Small Boy opens up its account here. So Rex and Small Boy, the 2 main fraggers, the 2 top fraggers for RSG, getting their first blood in the Super Weekend. So that would give them a boost to go towards the next phases of the game. So now we move over to Homebois. Didn't do particularly well last week as well in the Super Weekend. In fact, during the weekday as well, they're kind of like towards the end of the table. But, well, what's most important is that they are in the Super Weekend at the end of the day. Whatever points that they got in the weekday doesn't really matter. GeekFam looks like they're moving a little bit faster this time. And Bosskurr from bumping into RSG looks like they bump into Razor from EVOS VIP.
Oh my, caught in the middle of rotation, the Razors down on the ground. Bosskurr, as much as they were losing members, this is going to be Small Boy there with sharp eyes, zooming right into the side of EVOS VIP. It's interesting to see that EVOS VIP chooses to move in towards the southern region. Now RSG, the one to reap in even more rewards as they get some free picks. And this whole entirety of the section here, RSG has been pretty much well-versed ever since the early seasons of Season 1, Season 2. They've been dropping around Pachinki, and they've moved into Shelter. And now, this brand new season, they've already set their base into Milta. So, it's safe to say that playing along the eastern side is always going to favor RSG.
Yeah, they're definitely familiar with that. Even when they used to drop in around Mansion and they moved on to the southern side or Milta, it's still around the eastern side. But check that out on the eastern side as well. So it looks like Axis, they managed to make their way up after the bridge, managed to get their first blood as well. So looks like it's going to give them this power and a good start at least. But TABAH and NSEA, who's still around though, so not too sure if they're going to challenge. And I don't think they will go for the challenge. They aren't the team that likes to take fights early, so they may let them go.
Yeah, after having a little bit of scuffle right there, TABAH and NSEA, not only are they tanking the blue zone right now on phase number 1, losing a member here is going to halt them even more, as you've mentioned that they're not too keen on taking early fights. But Matoy, on the other hand, has paid a little bit of visit into Rozak. And it's also interesting to see that for Rivals, you've mentioned that they have looted up very early inside of Very Pure. They've been able to still drop by their home base and not really having too much of a hassle there. None of the other teams has been taking over the entirety of the section of the compound. So I guess that's absolutely fine for them. And Matoy is having the rest of Team Secret arriving to the scene. They will take checkpoints by checkpoints, and they've known that the likes of EVOS VIP has already left the vicinity. This is going to be coast being cleared up. Now, 10 minutes into the game, and Sem9 still in the middle of Yasnaya Polyana. Center stage of where the phase 1 is at. But do you believe that it's going to zoom all the way past that? Well, we have a fight happening here. Wills might have to give up on saving Snappy here, and they also lose that UAZ. But Mamba is coming in to the rescue.
But can he actually pick up in time? Yes, he did. But wait a second, Sidby coming in with the long range shot. Where did he shot it from? No, wow, that was like off screen. What a good long range there. But I don't think that they can actually push in, so he will likely be picked up. Don't think they will go in for it. Stewart tries to change his position to the other side, but there should be enough cover for him to be picked up.
That final second save coming in from Mamba was sublime. And now it's going to be Palm is there that goes in for the trade. Lex did soak a little bit of a shot much early on, but it's going to be Yoodo Alliance crashing to the scene already. And Wills eventually will have to let go of one, no matter how hard they tried. So pickoffs after pickoffs in midway through rotation, it seems to benefit only a few teams at the moment. Meanwhile, the rest of the teams are playing a little bit more passively, but with that sort of positioning coming from the side of Yoodo Alliance, I think they are on to a really great start. Now, Wales needs to not only retreat, they gave over some optimal position. Now they have to play towards the low ground, and it's going to be tough angles to even commit to Yoodo Alliance from here.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for them. Plus, it doesn't help that they split up 2-2, right? So I guess that they can't really go for the aggression just yet. But and plus, Yoodo Alliance, they're not a team that likes to take early fights as well. It was just that they were forced into the situation because Wales was around, and they managed to get that knockdown onto Stewart 9K. So they just took their chances, and that's probably the maximum that they will go for. They won't go for any more than that. They are not a team that really goes for the greed. I think that that's quite. I think that they didn't maximize their opportunities because I believe that with players like Baby Kim, who's like one of the top fraggers in the PMNC, they do have the ability though. So, I mean, if they, and it's their first time into the Super Weekend, I mean, if they want to get a good placement going in, finishing this Super Weekend, they should actually rank in some kill points as well.
Indeed. And now looking back at the minimap, I believe that EVOS VIP will be beating themselves right now because they have moved to the outskirts, and this circle brings them all the way back to their home region of school as well as Rosal. Now we take a look at some stats here by Pemburu as he's been able to not only become the leader for the likes of for rivals, but Appy is the one that usually calls the shots inside of the game. 6 will be able to find the member off the side of Team Secret, while 6 pushes right in, knowing that Kit might just be the only one left alive, and now down to a 1v1 between the two of them as the rest of Team SMG goes in for a reset. Grenades being lobbed right in, 6 have already been spotted out, and oh my! He managed to halt the push, and now he can't save the rest of Team Secret.
Now, SMG, where are you guys? We need more of you. There's only 6 alone there, and Kid managed to hold off 6. Now, are they going to go for the Russian? They must go in now. This is the opportunity that they must take. The revive will kick in from 6, and now we can see Trick City circling around. He's going to go in for the Russian first, and he's going to pick up his friend, but then again, he needs to be careful. The vehicle is that it could be blown up. Jenny will give the long-range support while Bard is still behind, and at the same time, we can see that Kid managed to pick up iShots. iShots will pick up Matoy, and oh no, it's just falling apart here for SMG.
Oh my, SMG still can play it a little bit safer, while Team Secret still has a few members here to be able to still pummel down the rest of Team SMG. Now, vision being blocked up, Snitty has to give up his life. 1 pointer in for the side of Team Secret at the moment, while SMG, they're not giving away that position. They're still going to be fighting for this one, because if they run elsewhere, it's going to be even worse. So, Team SMG now has got more fish to fry.
I mean, Contra, the moment they know that there's only one more person left, which is Kid, and 6 definitely knows because he was the one who got those knockdowns. They should have a rush. Okay, they were picking up one person, fine, right? But after they finished pickup, they actually had time to actually rush in all together. They should have just went in there and clear out the compound. So when Trix went in alone, and they know that there's one person there, when Trix was busy picking up, reviving, the opportunity would have been taken by 6. If not 6, would have been by anyone else. So I think that is a big mistake by SMG.
Indeed, and it's a showing of overconfidence as well when they were rushing the compound. It could have been a lot cleaner, I must say, as we saw how things have went on a downward spiral for the side of SMG, which could have been a simple flush of that sort of position. Now, looking back into the minimap, Yoodo Alliance playing from the outskirts as well, needing to find a little bit of an entry point. Now, Farang Lejund takes over Rozak, while the rest of 4 rivals have moved in towards the forest right in between Yasnaya as well as School. So I think that they are in the best position to gatekeep, while Zigzag spots a few members of the side of Axis Redone passing right by. But Yasnaya, Pollyanna is a little bit too condensed for them to take any sort of all these fights with a full commitment, with so many balls actually blocking their sights. So 7-9 only chipping a little damage towards side Hey Noob, and that's all that they could possibly do.
Yeah, so now because the circle is not onto the side of 7-9 Gang, they'll need to make that move. RSG is now close by with Axis. There could be a fight here, so Smallboy is going to prep on the Nick, tossing it onto the other side, and will it land onto anyone? Yes, it may. Yes, it may. It's Hey Noob, 10% of health. Taken away from Hey Noob. Volky will cover fire from the other side with a couple of nades. Volky with his favorite nades now. Another nade being tossed out by RSG. Now the rain of nades actually coming in, but it will not connect onto anyone from Axis.
I like how both sides are smart enough to play through the terrains where they have a little bit of dip on the ground to just take a little bit of a cover for the moment, and that will be SMG losing the side on top of some of all these fights that they could have actually committed to if only they had more firepower to begin with. But Voki, he gets picked off by Smallboy immediately. Now Rex is going to go in for the flank. Sam9 also going up against GeekFam.
Oh, here we go. So it's GeekFam against 7-9, and the nade coming in from GeekFam. Can he actually land on anyone? Dep will need to be picked up. Shouldn't be a problem for him. By the same time, we can see that Kim will be knocked down by Kacang Susu from another angle. Micah will get Kim. Smallboy will be knocked down. And oh no, it's just falling apart here for RSG. There's only one player left. That's Rex. Rex will need to make a run for it. Unfortunately, Rex will be in trouble if he continues to stay on.
And it's going to get even tougher from here on. RSG, they lost too many members, and now it's only down to Rex. They're looking to pick on the very final member, but they're still currently outside the circle. They have to fight through against YSX as well. So isn't going to be any of a good situation, no matter the consequences. But here comes Riff, finding the shots onto his Bravo, connecting those dots straight to the head, and that's where these two sides might actually go for a reset. Homebois playing from the outskirts as well. Miracle holding on a grenade! And that's going to rush inside the compound. And he snaps the crosshair straight towards Putra. Now the rest of Sam9 here tries to march right through. Miracle holding the line. How long can he hold? He will fall to Sam9.
Oh, again, it's down to the star man here, Damru, to actually hold on for elimination, for placement points at least. Bosskurr will be eliminated at 15th place. This time, no elimination points for them, so they'll go home round one without picking out any points. Damru still alive now with the shots coming in from Damru. Damru now down to 60% health. The fire's coming in. Damru's not on fire at this moment, but Knock actually getting knocked down to death. Looks like Sam9 getting to be shot down for another angle.
It's a good opportunity for Damroot, but the grenades are lobbed right in as well from the top of those hills, where it's not going to be a great situation no matter what. No! Finds another, and now Bravo's also on the ground. He secures the kill, but he's still looking for Damroot as well. So, this is where the birds of prey, Homebois, can look to celebrate some of all these 3-pointers that they could get, but it's from Buru, from the forest. Gets the tap onto GeekFam as they finish on 14. Well, Sinbi, he's still looking around. He's got to play it absolutely silently, and I don't think that he's going to reveal himself all too soon because he's surrounded by Yoodo Alliance as well as Farang Lejund.
Oh my goodness, just look at how close they are. Mamba getting one knock onto a team member of Farang Legends from afar, but it shouldn't be a problem for them to reset. But the problem is that right now, these teams, they are on the outside of the circle. They are like, what, 3 teams there? And now we move over to Axis. So after the skirmish with RSG, Axis did not lose any team member at all. What an amazing feat. But right in front of them, looks like it is 4 rivals. No, it's YSX. And now with the long ratio coming from Micah. Micah, whoa! What a shot there coming up in the DP. Let's get that one knock. And that is Micah for you, ladies and gentlemen.
And that's a kill being secured for Voki as well. Great cover fire, and EVOS GFP has lost too many members. They get caught out as well, falling to 13. Farang Lejund, they go on an open convoy though, and they are rushing towards the rest of the members of R2K. They're taking the close corner fights, and they may even lose out in this scuffle. And YSX goes down, only with 2 pointers out there. Rebel Boy tries to prepare all these sort of firepower. Helton goes down. Sig will be able to hold the fort alongside with NSP. Weewall, the rest of Team SMG will be raining grenades after grenades. Farang, they secure a few points against R2K, but at what cost? 2 members are down, and they only walk away with a point, with the rest being snatched up by SMG. Now Tabs, over Tabs, finds Nayoki. Well, R2K still has been able to suppress the rest of the teams that are surrounding them. Yoodo Alliance having 4 members here to work with. 9 more teams remain. And Farang is in a tough position.
Oh, Farang is definitely in a tough position because they're still outside the zone. 9 place here for Sam9 Gang with 2 elimination points. 4 rivals is out. Oh, they're not out yet, but 5 elimination points for Pemburu from 4 rivals. Wait a second, Katra. 4 rivals already have 13 elimination points.
Yeah, and we saw that they've been able to farm all these elimination points based on that position that they've been holding inside of that forest that we've talked about. And everybody passes by. That gives them so much of an advantage here to prepare for each one of all these fights. Now, Team Will slowly getting picked off by Din. Yoodo Alliance having such a good start. But remember, Axis Redone, they're not down for the count just about yet. A lot of smokes here to provide a little bit more cover. Well, Adik as well as Rapper Boy, they're just shoving them aside, hoping that they do not march forward. While Axis Redone now infiltrates the building with Kachang Susu as well as Hayden. Grenade being locked in, finds Matoy, and now they're in trouble. iShot needing to go in for a quick res. He'll be able to do so, but Hayden now wanting to push forward. He won't be having too much of a problem doing that, but he wants to take his time. He knows he's surrounded by other teams as well. While we have a look at this sort of situation, they are all outskirts from where they need to be. Phase 6 closing in pretty soon, and everybody needs to be on the move.
Oh, and talking about on the move, Red Bull Boys on the move right now onto Yoodo Alliance. He wants more. They already got 2 elimination points, but it looks like they'll take on the vehicle first. And these are the top 2 teams here eyeing that PMGC spot at this moment. iShot will be knocked down. Left Matoy all alone. It's going to be a 1v1. And Matoy finishes off Access. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Team Secret came up on top.
And he got that firepower with the help of iShot to lower the health bars initially, and that AUG has been able to just spam right through the corners, while Matoy now needing to find ways out. Now, this is going to be a lot more difficult than it should be, with iShot currently playing by the corners of the wall. And I don't know if Team Secret can actually survive out of this, because they are going to be in the open grounds without any vehicles to work with. 4 rivals in prime position, having the only estate inside of this final few circle, and that's where Team Secret bows out. 4th place, alongside with 4 points.
Oh, it's going to be a 4v3v2 scenario with 3 players, 3 teams left at this moment, and the circle pretty much fair for all teams at this point, but we'll need to wait and see. In a couple more seconds, we shall see the next circle. Who will fail? If it goes to 4 rivals, it's an almost certain chicken dinner for them. Just look at the high ground and the compound that they have at this point. And now TABAH and NSEA, they are playing by the ledge. They are playing by the edge of the circle as well, just like how they always play. And the circle will be out in the open, so that means 4 rivals will need to move.
It pulls it right back into the forest where they came from, but they have already checked every nook and cranny much early on. To re-enter the terrains is going to be a difficult task now that the rest of Homebois have already got it all surrounded with a 2-2 split position. So the one that could be the kingmaker of this whole fight has to be TABAH NC, where they could be the third party, but Pemburu has already sniffed them out though. So it might just be a tag team coming in from Homebois to eliminate them alongside with 4 rivals first, and then they commit towards a 4 versus 3 if that is going to be the case. Now, more nades lopped on the outskirts, finding members of the side of Homebois in particular, but it will definitely take a little while before anything will commence. So now going on this a little bit of slight reset, GG has already lost majority of the helmet there. So Sancon reposition. I think Appy knows how to play this one out.
Oh, they definitely know what they're doing. They are a team that has a lot of firepower. We've seen them last season, and this is their lineup with a lot of strength in them. And now Appy, Riff is going to come in from the other side as well. They need to move into the circle. I believe Riff should be somewhere right at the edge, but Appy, woo, with a run shot coming out of the side card, and Appy will need to reset himself. But then again, there's pressure coming in from the other side. Milkfish get a knockdown onto Riff, and we have a couple more team members from the side of 4 rivals. Looks like Homebois have the upper hand now.
As much as they do have the upper hand, that's where there is still TABAH NC that can still stab them from the back, while TABAH can slowly look things out. Oh my word, he takes a peek! Appy goes down, and it's only down to Pamburu here to last the final stand against the other teams that are still on the board. Appy eventually will have to give this his life up, and he's getting shot already. Naoki from the top. Now they only need to deal with 2 members of TABAH NC, and this is a position which they could capitalize on. A little bit of forecast right down below, and it's only a 5% of a difference between the 2 of them. But if they do go on the reset, Homebois will have a better chance with 4 members still lasting out. A little split coming from Rizai as well as Aduka, but they are nowhere near towards the center, which, if they stand to the test of time, I don't think that TABAH NC could actually hold on, but they get the pick towards Ajiji. This might just actually open up chances. Now they're looking for Nuke as well. Nuke tries to go in for a spam right behind the tree. He'll be able to get a little bit more cover. Naoki lasting out. That's going to be a grenade toss right across the back. It misses out, though. TABAH NC, they need to go in with a little bit more of a heavy firepower to tag team their way out of this situation.
Yeah, I mean, TABAH NC, they do have the high ground advantage, but they don't have the manpower, unfortunately, so they cannot afford for anyone of them to get knocked. The moment one of them gets knocked, that's it. There'll be a rush in there from Homebois, that's for sure. So now they're throwing all the utilities. They're throwing the kitchen sink if they can. GG almost been knocked down. Naoki is going to come in for the flank here on the left side, and GG has a little bit of a high ground advantage, but GG is going to move it forward. Aduka will be knocked down. Now there's one more. Rizai will be taken out, and Homebois gets the home run, taking home the first chicken dinner with 7 elimination points.
It's a beautiful game being played out by Homebois. We saw they took it step by step, and they came all the way from South George into the final circle, and that rotation have been able to pay them so much in game number 1. We're going to be catching up on some of the highlights out there, and we just got to highlight how well Naoki's been able to pick off all these key targets from approaching towards the final scenario. And once that circle pops on top of their head, they know this winner chicken dinner belongs to them back in game 1.
Yep, definitely. The boys, the Homebois with 7 elimination points, they need the points on the board. So it's good to see them starting off great. They haven't been great last week, but they start off good. Let's see if they come in next round in a good fashion as well. We'll check out the highlights from the previous round.
What a way to start off the weekend here with Homebois celebrating the first chicken dinner of the weekend. And this is probably the best start that we've seen from them for quite some time. So I believe that this is going to be able to at least secure themselves slowly for the grand finals of PMPL MY season for. Now, not only are they looking for that, I wonder how the standings going to look like by the end of the day, because we look at some poor start for some of the teams and even magnificent way to finish that round, because we saw 4 rivals. They may not have that chicken dinner. They finished top 3 and they still have those frags to book out some of the highest points that we've seen back in game 1.
Yeah, so what a great game here by them, right? Are they going to top it even after calculating the elimination points? Maybe not just yet, but at least they'll be at second place just based on today's or the first game. So I just can't wait to see the rest of the teams, how many elimination points they got, and how does the charts look like after this. But some of the teams that we expect to do well, they didn't do in particular well just now. So there was some early elimination from maybe GeekFam, like what you mentioned earlier. Seems like they found their roster or that, but they were one of the teams who got eliminated early. But then again, of course, it's the first game. I mean, today they have more games to play. Instead of like a weekday, they only have 4 games per day. Today there's 5 games. So let's give the benefit of the doubt that they can come back on the following games.
Well, there's still plenty of games like you mentioned, so to start things off, I definitely think that this is going to propel 4 rivals when it comes down to the PMGC points that we've talked about, because we saw Team Secret, they may have actually garnered some positioning points, but they haven't been able to secure high frag volumes in the past game. Meanwhile, Axis Redone might just be able to also top the charts if they did perform better as compared to 4 rivals. So this is the start of it, where we have to lead this conversation towards this certain direction, because that's one spot to the global championship that every team from Malaysia as well as Singapore has been keeping their eyes set upon.
Yeah, definitely. That's the grand prize, really. And that arguably is the bigger conversation as compared to who's going to be the league championships. But we'll check that out later on. But before that, here is a summary from the previous round. So we all know that 4 rivals, they got the chicken dinner. So they have 13. Oh no, they didn't get the chicken dinner, but they got the biggest number in total. So this is actually by the total number, including the elimination points and also the placement points. So it's going to be 23 points for them as compared to Homebois. They got the chicken dinner, so if we add on with 7 elimination points, that's 22 points. So it's just 1 point behind 4 rivals, interestingly.
Yeah, and when we just look at the sort of frag volumes, it's going to be an average of 2 for the likes of many teams that have been battling out inside of Arangel, and 13 points out there sends 4 rivals to the top of the charts only for this moment. But the damage output is just off the roof, almost reaching 3,000 with a scoreline of 2,922. So I guess that for rivals, they're not stopping anytime soon. And the MVP for the first game that we've just witnessed has to be Naoki, because we saw how he's been able to negate the rest of 4 rivals from advancing forward. And now we compare some of these stats to the average MVP data. Maybe the frag volumes may not be the highest as compared to the rest, but you just see how well he's been able to contribute to his teammates, and that's how Naoki choose to actually take on fights after going for multiple resets and also providing enough coverage for the teams to be able to show the strength of Homebois.
You know, if you were to play the PMPL and you actually did well for your team, you know what it would be called?
What's that?
You just contributed something to the team. Oh, okay. Okay, bad joke.
Right there.
There you go. You don't hear that often, right? So here we have a comparison between Rift and as well as Pemburu. I mean, these guys from previous seasons, they have been amazing. Rift coming into season 2, his debut, he was amazing. Pemburu in season 1 in another team, he was amazing as well. So now with the combination of these 2 players in the same team, I mean, they are great. So 3 elimination points for Rift and 6 elimination points for Pemburu in this round. 4 rivals, they're just known for firepower.
That's right. Now we give a total chart of eliminations as well as damage, and you can see that nobody else compares to Four Rivals, and they are about 2 times higher of what Homebois would have actually offered, although they walk over that chicken dinner. Well, close to double, if I really want to be specific. And the other high averages will be on 5 points of elimination, and that is a word to Axis, SMG, as well as other teams out there. Now, having a little bit of a catch of who has performed well, we do see 3 handsome faces right before our eyes. That's Riv, as well as Hey Noob. And on the most assists, it's Kitter that's been able to salvage the whole team and still keep Team Secret in the top 5 position.
Oh yeah, I mean, SMG will look back at this replay and they'll be like, how did we actually lost that fight? They should have committed it like, okay, when we go in all out and we wipe out the entire team. Because maybe they kind of hesitated in their move, so it cost them. Like Kid took advantage and that was it, as simple as that. They should have just went all in, but of course, what's done is done. Unfortunately for SMG, it could have been better for them, but well, it's just game number 1. There's still 4 other games today and a total of 14 games more throughout the Super Weekend. If they have good games coming forward, then, well, they could just overtake Team Secret. But at this point, roughly, I would kind of guess that Team Secret, I don't know, it's probably between Team Secret and Four Rivals right now for the PMGC spot.
That's right, and this is far from over for the weekend. This is just day number 1, match 1. So we got 4 more matches to go for today, and I can't wait to see if Four Rivals is going to curl some of all these small little taunt towards their competitors out there, as we will have our dear host to interview our winner chicken dinner players out of Homebois for this moment.
Kepada Homebois, saya Sengkon. Okay, sis ada soalan. Okay, kita selalu tanya korang happy ke tak, mestilah happy. Tapi tadi punya gameplay, I feel kan, sis nampak korang macam build up the chicken dinner. So korang memang dah rasa ke korang akan dapat, looking at the numbers tadi?
Tadi tu pemilihan tempat tu agak defensif lah. So kita orang prefer second week ni untuk main lebih berhati-hati, and then betulkan communication. And then alhamdulillah tadi tu luck circle juga, circle antara rumah dengan bukit tu. Kalau rumah mungkin high chance untuk forever, tapi rezeki kita orang circle tu tolak keluar. So ya, chicken tu macam rezeki jugalah untuk first game tu.
Betul-betul, pasal sis pun perasan formation tu dah jadi kat atas bukit. Even though Epi memang tadi dia risk it all tau. Dia keluar, dia memang nak try to bunuh korang dulu. Tapi you guys get to come back. So that's really a good job. Okay, next question. Tadi pun sis perasan ada satu part tu Homebois dapat macam pressure ke push Sam 9 sikit. Daripada situ ke momentum Homebois nak okay, I'm gonna start eliminating, korang akan start bunuh-bunuh ke? Macam mana tu?
Dari situ tadi tu macam agak risky lah kalau nak push Sam 9. Tapi Nook dengan IGG dia just try untuk grenade lah, then dapat 1-2 kill macam tu. Tapi nak push tak boleh sebab position ni Homebois tadi, kalau push kiri, kanan boleh fire. Kalau kita orang nak push kanan, kiri boleh fire kita orang. So kita orang prefer follow zone slow-slow lah. Macam tu lah gameplay kita orang tadi.
Nice. So kira awaknya situation awareness, awak perasan yang ada orang kat kiri kanan tu lah.
Ya betul.
That's very good. Okay, ada satu lagi soalan Cepumas ni. Pasal sis perasan last Super Weekend Homebois punya performance agak macam mental tu macam maybe korang feel a bit down because yes korang kat bawah kan. So this week korang dah reset and you guys going to play macam gini sahaja. Betul?
Ya betul. Untuk gameplay minggu lepas untuk weekday menjadi, tapi kita orang bawa gameplay tu ke weekend. And then kita orang perasan yang bila time weekend ni banyak tim yang dah mula dapat rentak, tak macam weekday. Weekday ada yang masih gugup, ada yang masih tak dapat rentak. Bila bawa gameplay tu ke weekend tak menjadi. So untuk weekdays week tu kita orang buat balik macam reset balik and then guna gameplay lain and then benda tu menjadi pada weekday kedua. So kita orang bawa ke super weekend and alhamdulillah first chicken dinner untuk first game weekend.
Alright, okay lah Sengkon. Last kata akhir yang untuk komen, banyak orang seru tau Homebois. So what do you want to say to your fans?
Untuk fans Homebois, terima kasih support kami walaupun kami minggu lepas tak berapa menjadi. Ramai yang support, yang bagi kita semangat, yang family pun bagi kita semangat semua. So terima kasih. InsyaAllah kami akan teruskan momentum macam ni sehingga ke grand final.
Alright, okay, thank you so much Sengkon.
Okay, bye-bye.
Jumpa lagi hari.
Thank you.
Okay guys,
Jumpa lagi.
kita akan patah balik. Kita patah balik ke panelist segmen dengan Topcast dengan Khairul. Let's
Bye.
go. Hi, hello guys.
Hello.
Hello.
Okay, so ready tak sis nak tanya soalan ni? Saya dah study game kan? Okay.
Yeah.
So honestly, sis nampak the first zone tu macam memanglah zone dia terus naik ke utara, and knowing that today there's a lot of teams orang turun bahagian the south side of the south side of the map instead. So memang sis tertanya-tanya lah, if macam gini kan, macam mana team-team ni semua diorang nak strategize naik? Is it diorang nak kena buat 360 rotation? Is that a need? Diorang nak kena buat macam tu ke?
Sebabkan banyak kali dah scrim berlangsung untuk tim-tim PMPL. Jadi selalunya tim-tim ni pun dah tahu timing untuk mereka bergerak. Sebab tu kita jarang nampak ada pelanggaran yang berlaku first circle. Tapi masuk second circle akan ada mungkin sedikit perselisihan pelanggaran disebabkan circle ni berteka-teki di antara bawah ataupun atas, tapi akhirnya dia pergi juga ke pulau bawah. Jadi sebenarnya rotation tu agak straightforward untuk kebanyakan tim sebenarnya.
Alright, okay. Next question. Okay, Khairul. Alright, tadi kita perasan tau ada satu push tu almost menjadi untuk SMG. Diorang nak push Team Secret. So, apa jadi kat situ actually? Kenapa dia hantar 6 saja kat depan tu?
Tak berapa pasti, tapi biasalah kita bermain dalam sepasukan untuk melanggar dan melawan mana-mana pihak lawan. Mungkin ada masalah dari segi miscommunication antara para pemain SMG, antara C dan juga rakan-rakan beliau. Tak berapa nak pasti sangatlah sebab apa diorang macam a bit lost ketika ingin menentang dengan Team Secret. Tapi Kid tak boleh dinafikan cara beliau bermain dengan IQ yang sangat-sangat tinggi. Dia berjaya untuk dapatkan 2 knockdown terhadap Six dan juga Trix. Kemudian dia berjaya untuk angkat kembali 2 orang rakan beliau. Jadi Kid memang penyelamat untuk game yang pertama bagi Team Secret sebentar tadi.
Betul. Agree with what you said. Okay, soalan ni untuk Top. Okay, for rivals actually, kalau korang perasan, diorang tak gerak tau. And circle tu masuk daerah diorang. And diorang dapat farm kills on top of it. Tak silap sis, last sis nampak diorang dapat 13 mata penyingkiran. So macam why sis ada this very it's a question in my head, kenapa diorang tak push daerah for rival sedangkan everybody was all the way macam kelompok daerah Team Secretnya area tu?
Actually because nak push ke arah for rival is not an easy job sebab dia ada tembok dekat situ. Once dia orang tersalah langgar ke, kata kalaupun ada kereta dan sebagainya, tersalah langgar masuk kat tembok, maka banyak tim lain yang tengah tengok akan tembak dan terpati daripada jauh. Jadi untuk melanggar kawasan for rival tu sangat-sangat sukar. Jadi disebabkan tu juga for rival daripada jauh je dia farm sampai 13. Tak banyak kerja sangatlah perlu untuk dibuat oleh for rival, dan kawasan tu pun sangat-sangat sukar untuk dipush dalam keadaan circle yang sekecil macam ni sebenarnya.
Nice, betul, saya agree. Because saya pun perasan kenapa team tak masuk sedangkan tempat ni quite besar juga yang Forever pegang. It was about like 5th circle, 6th circle pun diorang masih kat situ juga sampailah Epi keluar. Okay, Khairul, looking tengok cara Homebois ni, diorang daripada belakang diorang naik bukit slowly, and they start to open up. Tapi sis ada soalan, kenapa dia taruh Sangkon dengan GG tak salah yang kat bawah ni, kenapa dia turunkan dekat bawah? Is it because diorang memang tahu diorang nak kena clear for rivals dulu ke apa?
It's the best way kalau pada hujung permainan jika kita ada empat orang pemain kita akan luaskan kuasa lah, tu sudah pun pasti. Apa yang dibuatkan oleh Homebois ini yang menjadi punca kemenangan diorang, sebab dua ditugaskan untuk jaga pasukan yang akan datang daripada belah kawasan high ground, dua ditugaskan untuk jaga pasukan yang akan datang daripada kawasan low ground, dan diorang pun tahu ada info 4 rivals memang duduk kat kawasan compound tersebut. Dengan adanya Suncon, RGG boleh membantu untuk menyelamatkan Naoki dan juga Noob dalam masa yang sama kalau ada mana-mana angle ataupun sudut yang boleh menjatuhkan dua pemain pada bahagian belah atas. So dengan formasi yang dilakukan daripada Homebois ni berbaloi, bijak, dan kita boleh kata diorang cukup baik daripada segi formasi di zon-zon yang terakhir.
Yep.
So senang kata in a way benda ni macam a given chicken dinner untuk diorang, because diorang dah dapat tempat belakang dan diorang naik sikit. Betul tak Top?
Yep, betul.
Yeah, given is one way, tapi you have to be very smart to take the chance to get the chicken dinner still, sebab bukan satu kerja yang senang untuk mempertahankan circle dan tahu yang kita tak boleh push. Contoh tadi kita dengar Suncon cakap dia tak boleh push belah SEM9 untuk tim yang kurang experience katakan, ataupun jenis yang tak tahu cara macam mana nak bermain. Dia akan push SEM9 sebab dia tahu SEM9 baru je habis berlawan. Dia tahu dia boleh menang dengan SEM9, tapi disebabkan alertness daripada Sun tadi, dia kata memang kalau kita push, kita akan kena tembak dengan kiri. Kalau kita push kanan, ada juga tim yang tembak kita. Jadi sebab itu kita baling grenade saja. Kebijaksanaan dalam take fight juga memainkan peranan lah untuk Suncon dan tim Homebois mendapatkan chicken dinner bagi saya.
Wow, actually saya suka analisis tu. Very good. Okay guys, so kita akan patah balik ke meja caster dekat BM dengan Ingris. See you later.
Welcome back once again. We are getting ourselves ready for match number 2. Thank you to all of our analysts as well as Sis Jenny that has been able to, conduct the interview alongside with Homebois. So, question is, can Homebois continue on that spree, as we definitely want to witness what's about to come here in match 2. And all of this, of course, is hosted by PUBG Mobile and organized by VSPN. So PUBG Mobile Pro League Malaysia is going to be quite a blast, and all this is also thanks to our official media partners, Esports Fight Club, where you can watch and earn exclusively with Esports Fight Club. And not only that, you can also watch some of the best content of Asia all for free on WeTV, as they are our official media partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro League MY for Season 4. From drama series, variety shows, as well as anime, it's all made available here on WeTV. Download WeTV now on the Google Play or App Store on Apple, and you can definitely get a whole lot more with WeTV.
Yep, and thank you so much to our sponsors as well again. And of course, after this, we will be moving into game number 2. So game number 2 will be in the dusty map of Miramar. So it will be a different challenge for these teams. The map is way bigger, so there's a lot of more space to play. Earlier on, we saw I wouldn't say it's too compact, but not because of the map, right? It's just slightly more compact as usual, because no one actually drops on the side of Severny, right? So even like 7-9 game, where they usually drop into Severny, they move on to Yasnaya, taking over anti-circle's place. So the only play zone pretty much is at the Yasnaya border below, Yasnaya Rosal, that border below. Yes, we have Yoodo Alliance as well as Wales. They went up north, but then again, the starting point, at least, that's where most of the teams are, and that's where we did see that a couple of early first splits actually been taken by teams like RSG, by teams like Bosskurr on the right side. It's just because how many teams there are there, so it's a little bit packed, especially on the eastern side. Now when it comes to the Miramar map, we don't expect big changes, but Axis, we do know that they have an alternative drop spot. If not on the northern side, they will drop somewhere in the southern side.
Well, I like how they've been able to sweep from the edges and slowly march forward into the final few phases out there. Axis Esports so far has been relatively consistent. They've still been able to take quite a significant points back in game number 1. So heading to game 2, I expect nothing less from the team, unless if it's going to be some really difficult hardship for them to even face off from. Now, I've seen that in the past few days, or during the weekday run, where a lot of teams have been struggling inside of Miramar. Is it just because of the terrains, or it's kind of like the changes that they have to face off against the rest of the teams that come prepared for the Super Weekend? And you know what? Prepare your phones, guys, boys and girls, because this is time for you to scan that QR code on the left side of your screen to claim yourself some great gifts. All of this is part of the PMPL Spot and Reward program. Head over to the website, bit.ly/PMPLS4Spot.
Yep, in case you are not a fan of scanning QR codes, which I have no idea why you shouldn't be a fan, but because, well, I think everyone should be familiar with scanning QR codes at this point, you can always use the link that's shown on screen. And what this will lead you to, it will lead you to a puzzle whereby you need to spot 4 things in that one puzzle. So it's going to be really simple to spot, really. And at the moment you spot all 4 of them, you will be gifted a code whereby you can redeem this exclusive Pro League in-game shirt. And all you need to go is go to PUBGmobile.com/redeem, put in that code, put in your PUBG Mobile ID, because, well, they need to know where to send it to, right? And you verify yourself with a simple alphabet verification thingy. You know what it is when you see it, and then immediately you can check your phone, you can check your game. The shirt will be sent to you in the message. So try it out. I've done it, I've tried it, I have one of it, so you have to have one of it as well.
That's right. So without further ado, we'll get ourselves prepared for more to come. So make sure you claim this quickly. Don't say we didn't warn you or tell you already. Well, there's no warning to be given. It's more of a little bit of a prompt. Now, we are slowly getting prepared to what's to come inside of Miramar. So this is still my very favorite map amongst the many, because it will definitely test the best of skills when it comes down to how well the teams play from a long distance all the way to close quarter combat that we've seen from time to time. Now, last few chances out there for you to claim your rewards by dropping over to bit.ly PMPLS4Redeem. So, real quickly, snatch this one up, and you just walk away with so much good. Well, we have to thank PUBG Mobile as well as Tencent Games for giving us all these great opportunities. So, Sir Cloud, when we look into the best performers of Miramar, who do you possibly favor when it comes down to going to this terrain?
Well, this one is really tough, right? I mean, we used to talk about like GeekFam being the kings of Miramar, but we haven't seen it show up in Miramar that much, at least in recent times. So it kind of like swapped in and out. I mean, it kind of like swapped around teams. So I don't think there's a definite team that can actually claim the crown in Miramar just yet, just because how things really depend. And of course, one of the factors is that it depends on the circle as well. So the circle is a big factor regardless of the map, and it has been a big factor in Miramar. When it went to El Pozo, it was YSX. When it went down south, it was other teams. So it really depends on a lot of scenarios and where the circle actually ended up in. But before we talk about the circle, I'm excited to talk about the flight path. Where will this start from? And I think this will be from the eastern side, if I'm not mistaken. That looks like an Impala though. So, okay, yeah, it's somewhere above Impala. For this, Axis will definitely drop at La Coberia, and everyone will have their usual drop spots.
Indeed, they will. Now we're going to be seeing how this is going to affect many of the teams that need to hit into the southern side. And this is going to be barely scraping the surface of Chumacera or La Riela if teams were to drop right by. But for those that are on the central zone as well as on the north, they're pretty much happy about this. And we're looking at EVOS VIP now dropping down into water treatment or even Hacienda del Throne. a lot of area for them to play alongside. TABAH and C this time around. They will move directly in towards Al-Azhar. Very easy drop. They'll be able to stash up very quick loots as compared to the rest of the team. And if it's going to show onto other parts of the map, I guess they have a little bit of a head start. While if we look into Los Leones, a little trouble for the side of Team SMG in particular, as well as Yoodo Alliance, which they love to contest in that major city. So do you think that they will go on a scuffle?
It's interesting though. They may, but anyway, we've seen actually throughout the weekday as well. 3 teams actually drop into Los Leones. Somehow they managed to work it out. So I think that they're going to be fine for now. I'm not a fan of 3 teams into Los Leones, to be honest. But then again, they somehow managed to work it out. And okay, whatever rocks their boat, that's fine. And besides that, okay, so one change that actually I kind of thought about it earlier on, but I wasn't that sure whether that change would have been made. But it looks like TABAH NC, they dropped into Al-Azhar. So Al-Azhar used to be the spot of anti-circle. So obviously they're not playing there. And what a good choice. They immediately get the circle. So it's going to be a good start for them. At least circle is going to be on the right side. We have seen a couple of these circles on the right side as well. So again, no team has dominated Miramar. So let's see how do these teams adapt to the Super Weekend roster.
Yeah, and also for the likes of Homebois, we have seen them not only winning out on the very first game, they are taking over Wolf Arrow's position now with a Winchester in their hands. That's going to be Ziggs now getting tapped upon, and Ziggs may just be able to knock him to the ground. But thank goodness for NSP, he's still looting up, and he should be able to take a little bit of a glimpse to trade alongside with Ziggs. While the rest of SMG, they may not have the best loots to start off with, but they are capitalizing on this position so long as they can.
Yeah, they are definitely going to go for the flank. We can see that they're starting to open up on the left side. But counter fire on the Trick City. And Trick City will be knocked out by Izane. That's a long-range counter fire. Wow, with just a Winchester. And without any more utilities, you try to find cover behind hills, and Bart with the counter fire onto the other side. And now Ziggs is still outside on the open. Okay, he's dancing now. Bart's like, dance, boy, dance, dance. And it's like 50% of health left for Ziggs.
Now they've been able to connect a few of all these bullets, and Ziggs, using the OMP, has been able to do a little bit of significant damage. And I was surprised on how well they landed shot on the M249. If you go on tap, it's pretty accurate, but spraying though, a little tad difficult, but they've been able to knock down the captain of Team SMG. Now, the rest of R2K kind of left out in the open, which they cannot afford to camp too long inside that crater. Echo finds Charity! From what range? It's nearly impossible, and he's doing it again alongside with Izane! My word, SMG, now they're in tatters with taps after taps. Zeke now knocking them on the ground, leaving only one more behind. SMG might just crash out very early to this game.
What? Okay, it's not over yet though. Let's see what's going to happen here. So Echo is going to go in, and Ziggs managed to get a knockdown onto Trick City. So that is a first blood hand for Izane. So now there's only a couple more team members from SMG. Jenny will be knocked out, will be finished out by Echo. There's only one more left. What just happened here? SMG, they had the high ground advantage. What contract? Can you make sense out of this?
Well, I could definitely make sense out of it. I felt that SMG, they weren't fully looted as compared to members of AIG R2K. And that has hindered them a lot because they don't have helmets, they barely just have enough weapons to work with, and they're all scattering all across. And once a member gets knocked through, you don't really have the resources to even go in for a full reset. We saw them trying to revive Trixnity, and that puts them in towards this open terrain, which have been able to give opportunities back towards R2K's favor to punish them. And in one full swing, they've been able to knock their socks off and garner that 4 points to the table. Gonna go in for a little bit of refuel, and I think that RSG is already in the prime area from the get-go. they drop inside Minas Generalis, and what do you have to do? Look through those hills, stop everybody from rotating inwards. And speaking of rotation there, EVOS VIP just dropping by the warehouse for the moment. We're going to take it slow from here as we slowly look to what's about to come. As we saw the very first phase, it was hovering on top of many of this region on towards the eastern side, just like back in game one. But it can still shift either ways. So when it comes down to positioning, it's going to be favorable for the likes of the teams that have been able to drop directly in towards the city that they desired. And SMG, maybe it's also due to the fact that they don't have a direct flight towards Los Leones. And that has remained to be the issue for this game in Miramar.
Yeah, I guess somewhat as well. That's why they bumped into R2K. R2K's drop spot is in Chumacera, so yeah, Chumacera is a little bit far. Los Leones maybe just by the edge of it, and unfortunately they just had to bump into R2K, and man, it's just not good here. I mean, first round SMG, they made a blunder. So we did ask our analyst. Our analyst panel was asked as well. Like Cairo was asked, what do you think about that earlier play by Six? And even he can't explain, when he can't break it down, just because it's maybe just one of those games. That's all we can say, right? And now coming into game number 2, starting off like this, it's just not good for SMG. So, man, they need to work double hard in the following round coming up next when we come back into Erangel.
Well, double may not be enough. I'm thinking triple the effort will be the way that Team SMG needs to approach this. And to sum up why Team SMG did not have favorable trades, once again, is due to the fact that they don't come prepared. And they wanted to hastily take all these fights, which they think that, hey, I got the high ground. That's not necessarily the best of scenarios when you don't have all the materials to secure that fight in particular. Yeah, they caught a few members lying out in the open from R2K, but those far flank angles that came back to haunt them was well covered by the rest of R2K, which goes down to how much of resources they could expend, how well they could just heal back up if they were in danger. And they didn't even manage to eventually secure any sort of kill. That was devastating. Now, they have to move on from that, and we got to move on with the program with the circle shrinking inwards. Now, this time it's going to reveal display area back in towards the northern end. So RSG never really had to make too much of a move. The rest of the team coming from the southern outside fleet needs to come up with a big plan. I'm looking at Bosskurr right now, getting surrounded by, well, the members of R2K. Interesting enough, that fight happened somewhere across La Bandita, right? And somehow, AIG. Okay, well, it's not La Bandita per se, but it's somewhere across the lines. And they went to the outskirts, comes back inwards. So it's a little bit troublesome for them, as they were intending to loot up inside of Chumacera, being their usual drop spot. So now that they are fully looted, the other problem is to really get right back on track. So yes, 4 pointers in, good enough for them, but I don't think it's enough to book out of the Super Weekend with good enough sustainability to last throughout the entirety of the season to book that grand final spot.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's not yet, because there's still week number 3, right? So anything can still happen. So you will want to take as many points as you can, irregardless whether you're going for the PMGC slot or not, because you also would have a little bit of thought behind the back of your mind. It's like, what if I don't make it into the Super Weekend number 3? So you would at least want a comfortable cushion to be like, okay, no matter what happens, we're still at least in the top 16. And that is what happened to Wolf Arrow, right? Like, they did so well. They got 3 chicken dinners in the week 1 Super Weekend. They're kind of comfortable up there, and they miss out on this week's Super Weekend. So regardless whatever happens, it's impossible. It's come on. It's
Yeah.
impossible for them to go out of the top 16.
Mhm. Going back onto this train of thought on R2K, could you agree with me that they look a lot better inside Miramar as compared to Erangel when we look back on the past couple of games that they have played out? Multiple times, they come up on the top 5 finish. It is this map in particular that we are playing, as compared to Erangel, which I don't think they've been able to solve many of all their issues just about yet. Taps after taps coming in from Luxy98, holding on to that M16, but he hasn't been able to find the rest of the members of Team Secret. Maybe just taking down some of their vehicle options out there in order to negate them from rotating. I guess it's just part and parcel of trying to stop certain teams from moving to optimal position. But if we look back into the map, right, Axis Redone, they got a lot of space coming into the northeast area. All they have to worry about is TABAH NC. When I think that shouldn't be too much of an issue when you compare firepower. If they go on the 4 versus 4, I think it's still going to be pretty favorable.
Yeah, it's hard to deny Axis firepower and strategy at this moment. They are fairly balanced as a team. They're not only relying on one player. For example, like, are they over-relying on Voki? Not really. If Voki doesn't perform, you have Micah. If Micah doesn't perform, you have Kacang Susu and you have the rest of the teams. So they are in a good spot. And talking about a good spot, look at this circle. Again, Axis Redone, they will have a free pass into the zone.
Indeed, they do. Currently, the best position possible is where 4 rivals, EVOS VIP, as well as Team Secret is currently at. So they will be the gatekeepers to whoever tries to book their way into the next terrains and GeekFam. If they choose to stop by here by the tank, they might just be in that long haul fight against Team Secret. And I don't think that's going to be a good case for them to rest upon on. So they will continue to march forward. Insomnus now gets spot out by Kid as he holds on to the Car 98K. Interesting option coming in. And that shot! It's going to be hurting Insomnus a whole lot. He's got to recuperate. But there's enough spacing for himself now that he's just going to be hanging on by as he's going downwards to regroup with the team. Doing a lot of scouting duty, but I don't think it's going to be favorable, but here comes Yoodo Alliance.
And yeah, Yoodo Alliance is in the house, but looks like Razor managed to get an elimination onto QB as well as Miracle for GeekFam, but let's get focused on the Helton right now for Farang Lejund. He's going up against Yoodo Alliance, the entire squad. Helton is all alone. Homebois is going to come in to give that long-range support, but his buddies, what can he do? But Homebois with a really crucial knock from afar, managed to get one knock, and Aduka will be finished off, but then again, Helton now will try to take advantage of Helton sees one. Helton gets one knockdown. 2 more from Yoodo Alliance. What are they going to do? Who's going to run away? Yoodo Alliance will abandon ship.
They have to turn tails and run. You just look at that perfect formation coming in from Farang Lejund. That golden triangle setup where they only had Helton, but he held his own. He waited for that perfect opportunity, and Homebois has been able to cover fire from the left side of the flank, and that has deterred the entirety of Yoodo Alliance from moving forward. Now, TABAH NC getting invaded by YSX as well.
Oh no, not gonna look good for Raizai. Raizai is alone there, and well, it's going to be a 4v1 scenario. You're not going to get out of that. That's going to be super, super tough. Plus, you don't have a vehicle. The vehicle's been blown up. YSX is opening their checkbooks in this round with 1 elimination point. Actually, 2 elimination points already for them. And now let's move over to Team Wales. Team Wales, they are in the circle. There is Homebois in front of them, but behind them there's another team though. But nevertheless, just looking at the elimination feed, R2K is in a skirmish with Farang Legends.
And that possibly will take quite a long while for them to finish up the job. Now, Circle slowly shifting towards the favor of EVOS VIP again. They don't really have to be on the move, but they have to be wary of what other teams to be coming into this entirety of the sector. While Team Secret got to play it safely And the ones that will be cutting right by is going to be Team Wales, pardon me, while RSG, they may have actually lost the advantage of circle, but Batman is going to navigate his way out of this one. While Team Bosskurr is getting shots being fired from Team well, I want to say SMG, but SMG was already out, so that's M9. Different Tigers. Not sure if it's going to be the same species, but for rivals, this time, playing a slower tempo game, well, TABAH and Z found that pick. Leo with that opening, though, and now Leo's getting shot.
Not gonna look good here for YSX, but Leo Rush actually managed to get an advantage over Dollar with a beautiful Colby there, taking him out. And now the only team tanking the blue is R2K. They were in a skirmish with Farang Legends earlier, so not too sure. Probably they abandoned that fight and they made a long rotation past the zone, but this is the fourth circle though, so they're gonna tank in quite a bit. But this fight between TABAH and Z as well as YSX, they're not done yet. TABAH and Z, some of them are tanking the blue. Ainauki will be knocked out by Snappy. That should be a long range shot coming in. RSJ is close by with Farang Legends, and they're going to try to lock Farang Legends out of the safe zone.
Berserker getting knocked down by Damroot out there, and GeekFam, they're definitely having all smiles if they can remove that top fragger coming out of EVOS VIP. Helton now on the ground, needing a little bit of resuscitation, while the rest of R2K can abuse this fact that it is an opening for them to get a better rotation inwards, while April is all alone. RSG this time taking the smaller compounds, while Helton now gets picked off. Dammer eventually secures the kill, while Ricky almost getting shot off of that Murado that he's currently diving upwards to, and it's already smoking up. They got to abandon ship. Small boy now looking for Helton. He will be able to secure that kill, and eventually points not being secured, but RSG will be happy to take that one away, while Kim will be able to shut down another member of Yoodo Alliance, leaving only one player behind for Yoodo Alliance.
In fact, Yoodo Alliance have been eliminated, so they're out at 15th place with no elimination points, so they'll take home 0 points from this round. Helton will be knocked down. TABAH and Z, the only team to be tanking out the blue at this moment. Ripple Boy, what happened? Batman managed to blow up his vehicle, and now Farang Legends, they're down to only one active member left. Ricky's the active member. Ricky with a shot at him. No, not at the right time. Not like this. Not like this. Ricky is a Farang Legend out at 13th place. The good news is that they at least got 4 elimination points.
And that's one knock. Kim's going to be down for the count. There's no way that RG could possibly revive him, though. Axis Redone, they found that formula, but now they're pit against that blue zone right behind their back. So to move out of this requires them to have full effort in getting themselves across only with vehicles. Appy now getting shot upon by Rex. That's going to be high recalls on F4 times M4. And speaking of M4, Wiry gets through and may be able to shut down the entirety of Axis Esports. Now they're pushing forward, AWN in hand, and they want to go in for some snipes. Pouring needing a little bit of a helping hand, while Axis Redone with 2 members drop, that they won't be able to survive. But there is another 2 across, which needs to slowly march forward from Hacienda del Patron. While the grenades connect, drops Oscor's Echo. And that's where both RSG as well as R2K will need to commit to his fight. Mika, though, they tried to go in for a save, but instead, Hano goes down, leaving only Mika behind. This looks bad for Axis Redone. One man to hold out the entirety of the squadron, with 6 points in for YSX. Tick now, soaking the grenades, and this might just be it. If he can clutch this one out, Axis might just be able to survive, but no is the answer. This time around, Axis Esports, they only secure that 1 point inside of Miramar.
Oh, but our action is not over yet. We have Team Secret against Team Wales here. The revive kicking in, and while Kid is taking eyes, is keeping eyes on the Snappy. Snappy, the last man standing here for Team Wales. Oh, what is he gonna do here? Okay, so he's gonna smoke out. I'm not too sure how he's gonna move because the vehicle behind is blocking him. But now let's go with the EVOS Happy with the 7-9, and we have Luxy now prepping out the nade. He's gonna toss it into the building. Can he actually get them? Sam is still alive, and now Bravo is the last man standing here for 7-9. It's gonna be a 3v1 scenario. Bravo. Let's get one down. Now Bravo will finish it with M249, but Bravo will be taken down as well. 7-9 will be at 11th place with 1 elimination point, but EVOS VIP will lose another teammate.
Wow, he immediately thirsted him off, knowing that this is the last stand. There's no way that Sam9 could have actually gotten more points out of that. So they took that opportunity. Now, that member of Wills will be taken off as he was already pinned against the wall. Well, Team Bosskurr, they're still surviving. They're all inside the same hut. It might just be their chance right now. They still have to circle on top of their head. And look at this. Homebois from the other side of the hills. They may just actually book another game if they play this one perfectly. They only have a few members still remaining. But no points whatsoever for now. Well, YSX getting the best of situations. They've been able to get 8 frags out of this, dropping that nade. Team Secret still lurking quietly. And speaking of that, they found Nuke.
YSX check is outside, and now YSX will be out. 8 elimination points with a fairly good elimination points, but they'll be out at 8th place as well. And now EVOS VIP, they're on the outside of the zone. Riv putting a lot of pressure onto them with the long range shot coming in, and April will be knocked down for the side of 4 rivals. 4 rivals is still in this. 4 rivals this time. They have 3 elimination points, and Snipes is on the lower ground, putting pressure on the EVOS VIP.
This looks to be pretty bad for EVOS VIP. As much as this is a top 7 scenario, they want to slowly make it to the top 5. But the shots! Oh my word! Matoy going in for long range coverage, and he managed to take out the final member of Homebois. Now RSG left out in the open. Small boy down to the ground as well. Babura with the perfect shots. And see, he managed to also cover ground, looking to secure the kill. Small boy won't be able to survive out of this one. 6 teams remain. Circle pulled back towards the side of Team Secret right now, marching forward through the highways. And EVOS VIP only down to 1, with GeekFam still having majority of member, keeping the rest of them. Snipes needs to step in off this Fredo there that takes them out. Cole.
Oh man, Fredo, we've been missing it for a bit. RSG is out as well at 5th place, and now we're down to the top 14 with 14 more players still alive. Bosskurr together with Team Secret, they still have a full squad. Insomnus, who's been knocked down, will be picked up, and then again, no time for Luxy. Luxy will make a break for it because the zone will close, and Luxy now the last man standing for EVOS VIP. The nade being tossed out by Appy. What can they do here? Can they find a way into the zone? But on the right side, they have Team Secret to deal with. Team Secret now busy with Bosskurr onto the other side. Bosskurr now with 3 team members still active. And Summers will be finished up by Rev. Now it's Luxy left for EVOS VIP.
It's an all-out warfare coming into Miramar from all angles. Shots after shots being fired. Bosskurr is the only team that can't stop 4 rivals on top of those hills. But now, look and behold, Appy refracts, takes out Nga, Z as well. Now, they're on the teardown, and Bosskurr out for the count. 1 member left from the side of EVOS VIP, and 4 rivals alongside with Team Secret will continue this rivalry that they had from that past season. Bring it to Season 4. Luxy spotted out as well.
Oh, and Luxy is still alive after all that. He managed to make the shots, but now look at this. 4 rivals that distracted by Team Secret. Team Secret is going to come in on the other side. April is going to move in, and they have the high ground advantage. Luxy still playing, but they have the zone, and Luxy will be finished off by the nade by Rev. And there you go, 3rd place for EVOS VIP with 7 elimination points. Now it's between 4 rivals and Team Secret. Can 4 rivals actually get 2 chicken dinners back to back?
For rivals, they may not have won that previous round, but they have got the highest amount of kills to book out at 1st spot. Team Secret giving chase. Now they're on the lower side of the ground, but they do hold the circle. Problem is, for rivals, they need to start finding a frag before they can even march forward. And Kid, he's inside the smoke. He's soaking a little damage coming in from Appy as well, so his positioning is already being revealed.
Oh, yeah, it's still going to be a 4v4 regardless, but Kid have been knocked out by Appy with a nice nade there, and now the long range shot coming in by April. At the same time, Appy with the counter fire here coming for eye shots, and Appy will be finished off, so it's going to be a 3v3.5 scenario with the long range shot coming from April. April onto the right shots, eye shots knocked out by April, but April mid counter fire down to 20% of health. He needs to recover himself. Now, the help will come in from River. It's going to come in from the left side. He's going to move it slowly, but surely he's going to take out 1 by 1 from Buru. Will eventually finish off Kid, and now it's going to be a 2v3 scenario. Rev keeping eyes on the Team Secret. They have spread out 3v2. They don't have the circle though. We must remember that Team Secret have majority of the circle. What are they going to do here? Team Secret, can they revive eye shots? But no, they can't.
Matoy Rao is still inside of the smoke. He's trying to hold his own. Fredo on the far flanks as well. That is going to decoy them for a little tad bit. And Matoy now being exposed from the back. Apel just doing whatever he can to suppress him. And there goes Captain of Team Secret already down. It's all up to Fredo. 1 versus 3. Can he do it? On the other edge as well. While 4 rivals giving chase. They can't seem to find him just about yet. But Matoy will be secured first and foremost before 4 rivals chase right in for this chicken dinner. And Fredo just have to pull off a miraculous upset.
Ooh, a 1v3 scenario. Can he actually do this? If he can do this, it will be down in the history books here for PMPS. Here, Farang get 1! Fredo gets 1! And then 2 more! Can Fredo finish him off? Not just yet! He has about 20% of health left, Fredo. Now we'll about the name will toss on to the left side. No flags here coming in from the side of 4 rivals. 4 rivals managed to get into the circle. Now pressure is going to be on to Fredo. Fredo sprayed by the edge of the circle. And now they have the 8 circle to play with. Fredo tossing out the nade, not to anyone, onto no man's land. Fredo still should manage to slip in into the circle, but this nade will it land? Looks like it will not land, and Fredo is still alive. The match reset is going to be a 1v3 scenario again.
They do have the circles advantage, so they don't really have to push out. Now Fredo's going to go for a fake wraparound. Apel's going to be watching that corner as well. I don't think there's much space for him to work with eventually, but they have already spotted him out. Fredo now trying to play a little defensive, fighting off the rip. Oh, he gets that knock again. And he spots out Apel as well. Now back against the wall. What can he do? No helmet, no armory, only all the stocks left remaining. No time for a reset. They do have the smoke now covering a little bit of grounds. And Apel spots him out. This is the chicken dinner that they've designed, and 4 rivals will get it at the end.
Wow, just check this out. It's like 14 elimination points for 4 rivals. 2 chicken dinners in a row. They are on a roll here, ladies and gentlemen. 4 rivals is definitely here to stay. I mean, credit to Fredo for actually holding on that long. But without the circle, it's a 1v3 scenario. He did the best he can, and kudos as well to our top 3 teams. They managed to hold on for just so long. But 4 rivals, wow, what a run they're in here, Contra.
And there is no stopping this streak for them. They may have been denied that chicken dinner in the first round. They will be denied no longer. And this is where 4 rivals is sure to stay and sure to slay. Let's have a look in quickly before we get into towards the highlights. And once again, coming with a total damage of more than 2,000. And well, they have been consistent with the frag volumes this time with 14 elimination points to put them even further on top of that table. As we slowly head over to the highlights, all brought to you by VSPN.
Rivals. They just made more and more rivals after that. After that 2 chicken dinner streak for them, Wow. And it's not like it's a small chicken dinner. It's like a it's a huge turkey that we're talking about. Like the first one was like, 17 elimination points. Just now was 14. In 2 rounds, they managed to rank in 21 elimination points. That's an average of 10.5 per round. Insane.
Definitely insane. And this is where we really have to break it down how well they've been able to perform. Early game, they played slowly. They didn't really need to rake up those kills. All they have to do, prioritize on positioning, and they were on that optimal prime spot on top of the hill. And that's where they started taking more and more of all these necessary fights, clearing one sector after another. And once they spot out EVOS VIP, they could not actually move themselves upwards. And all they have to do is to take out Team Bosskurr, and the rest was history. That long haul fight between them as well as Team Secret was a classic to behold. So I felt that right now, for Rivals, they're probably going unstoppable for the entirety of the day's run. Even if they were to drop out there, you can assume that they will be able to cover at the very least 3 pointers, or up to 5, 6, 7, whatever you want to call it. And all the points being added up in this particular round will reward them with 29 whopping points. Oh, wow. Just look at how the rest of the teams have been able to cope out. YSX as well as Team Secret having the other higher points out there, 10 as well as 8 respectively, while EVOS VIP managed to secure 7 elimination points. RSG finding their way into the top 4 position is definitely very commendable of their effort. As we saw, it was a little bit of a struggle for them to get out of Minas Generalis, but hey, they pulled through.
Right, and I did a rough calculation as well. So I'm pretty sure right now, 4 Rivals, they are on top of the overall charts for the path to PMGC. So, and they have widened that gap with the second chicken dinner, and it's not a small one. It's 14 elimination points. So now it's other teams, they need to do catch up. I believe like Team Secret should still be on second place, and for third place, well, I kind of lost track of all the calculations. But Pemburu is in the house here. 3 elimination points, the MVP for this round, 748 damage. This guy, to me, he has been one of the star performers since season 1, and he's been great. This guy has been great, really. I mean, he can perform in multiple situations. How do you even stop this guy? He can survive, he can shoot, he can do anything he wants.
You just don't stop this guy. All you have to do, well, catch him midway through rotation. That's the only way he goes unarmed. But when he's armed, you better wait for your team to be pulling every single thing that you have against Pemburu in many of these scenarios. 748 damage. If you take out all of those armory, that's about 7 kills by himself if he could actually snatch it out there. But Fredo, we saw a spectacular performance coming in from the star player of Team Secret. This time he popped off. He could have actually pulled off a clutch, one of those final few moments where the frags may have actually missed, but he's been able to put quite a significant damage. Look at it, 880 in total, and also having some great distance coverage out there. He's having the highest overall team contribution for his own side as well. So I gotta commend their effort, because you saw how much damage he took in. It's like Fredo's got 3 lives, almost.
Oh yeah, it's almost 300 damage received, and that's like almost equivalent to like 3 lives. So he's definitely not a cat, because cat has 9 lives. So, but he's Fredo. But we haven't seen the best of Fredo. We've seen way better from Fredo in previous seasons. So to me, it's great to see a Fredo that's starting to step up in this round. Can he continue on this sort of form? We're yet to see. But what we can see here is that 4 Rivals, obviously they top the charts in terms of elimination points. Second place in terms of elimination points goes to Team Secret, followed by YSX. Now it's quite interesting to see that YSX actually getting 8 elimination points as well, considering that they're not a team that actually goes for those elimination points. They are more of a team that likes to play safe, and they weren't in like the top 3. So they may be adapting, or they may be changing their style of play in this Super Weekend. Of course, this is baptism of fire for them, coming in straight up into the Super Weekend, whereby they are teams who have experience playing in it. So now they are starting to step up. So I'm hopeful for YSX being the newcomer in the Super Weekend.
Yeah, and I'm looking at YSX here still having some really significant chances here to qualify to the Super Weekend. Yoodo Alliance having a little bit of a rough start here on the weekends, but hey, they're definitely slow warmers into majority of all these sort of the long haul day of games. So just give them time and they'll be able to prove themselves where they've been caught out somewhere midway rotation, and we saw that fight against Farang Lejund. And speaking of Farang Lejund, the longest distance coverage inside Miramar this time around is by Homebois, and you saw that flank. It was sublime. The way that he handled all those fights was critical. And when we go into thick of things, this is one of the first few times that majority of all these players don't actually buy out to the blue zone. Only maybe about 5 of them. I guess that's fair enough. But the throwables usage have been on a tip-top performance with one of the highest total headshots that we're seeing throughout the week. 13 headshots in a match with 3 airdrops looted. And you saw it was helter-skelter going everywhere on base number 6 as well as 7. But everyone tried to actually take fights from all corners of that.
Yeah, so there were a lot of like different types of fights being taken earlier on, but okay, this is what matters at the end of the day, right? So it's 4 rivals, obviously they're at the top spot with 52 points. Coming in at second place is Team Secret, 34 points. Third place goes to Homebois, 24 points. Got themselves that chicken dinner. Oh, okay, so I apologize. So it's my bad. So 4 rivals, they didn't get that chicken dinner earlier on, but they got a lot of elimination points. That was 17. So it's now Homebois 1 and 4 rivals 1. So I apologize for that. So it's TABAH NSEA at 4th place with 18 elimination points, 18 points. EVOS VIP 5th place, 17 points. RSG 15 points at 6th place. 7th place Axis and YSX at 6th place, at 8th place.
Heading towards the other half of the table, we are seeing 11 points coming in for Farang Lejund, 9 points being shared by Team Bosskurr as well as R2K. While as much as we may have actually give a little bit of critique over the Team SMG's performance, they still walk away with 6 points in total. Meanwhile, GeekFam, Sen9, as well as Yoodo Alliance, all 3 of them share a total of 5 points, and Team Wales coming in with only 2 this time around. I think that Team Wales, majority of the time, they were starting off from the outskirts. It wasn't favorable for them, and we're hoping to rotate in from Montenegro. So I guess Miramar, they still have a few things here to fix. Maybe considering a second optional dropping point could have actually helped them a whole lot when it comes down to unfavorable situations of the flight. So this is all for now for the ranking, when we still got 3 more matches to go, ladies and gentlemen. So as we have already went past 2 games and 4 rivals is still here to prove a statement that they're no flukes. They were not only the villains of the past, now they're here to be the heroes. And I'm pretty sure that they will have to say right now with Sis Jenny, as they will be joining her for this short interview, and we'll be going to our analyst segment right after this.
Hello and
Hello guys, Assalamualaikum.
big Waalaikumsalam. Big victory tau tadi, because sis pun
Alright,
macam
thank you.
teringat nostalgic. Tak apa nanti sis tanya, serang awak soalan tu. First soalan saya akan tanya. Tadi bila dah tinggal 3v1 kan, ada Fredo.
Yep.
Sis nak tanya kenapa For Rivals tak nak push?
Sebab kita orang ada kelebihan, kita orang dapat zone. So lebih baik biar dia datang lah. Lagi
biar
mudah
dia
untuk kita
datang.
dapat kill.
Seram aku. Okay. Next question ni yang panas sikit. Okay, so korang dah realize, dah tahu kan itu Team Secret? Okay, so ada teringat tak macam flashback yang itu adalah team secret, so korang ada apa dalam communication tu macam ni team secret lah, ada ke korang ada nak cakap something ke masa tu?
Kita orang dapat first knock TS and lepas tu kita orang cakap dengan team, ni TS ni kita bantai-bantai pergi je.
Okay, betul. Tapi okay, I perasan something so korang dah dapat knock Mat Toy, lepas tu Kid, and then Fredo dia senyap tau actually. Jadi korang tak tahu kan dia kat mana? Betul.
Sebab kita orang mula ingat dekat batu, sebab last kita orang nampak Fredo dekat batu, and then AP ada bagi tahu yang dia dah ke kanan. So aku just pergi try push dekat batu. Okay, tapi memang betul dia kat belah kanan. So kita orang fall back balik. Biar dia datang kat kita orang. So itulah sis nampak tadi a very smart play daripada Fredo dengan korang. Fredo pula memang tak bilang diri dekat mana. Habis korang macam okay, aku takkan pergi, kau kena tunjukkan diri, and true enough dapatlah last shot tu. Tapi lama tau, dah 8 second and lama gila lah. Okay, last question. Adakah tema minggu ni untuk Super Weekend for Rivals is farm kills? Pasal tadi sis perasan kat Erangel pun korang dapat farm kills yang mantap, and kat Miramar pun sama, and last few circle tu korang naik high ground. So memang itu ke konsep korang minggu ni? Okay, untuk minggu ni memang target kita orang untuk kejar point yang lebih banyak, and then kita orang akan collect point yang kalau boleh lagi jauh lagi bagus.
Okay, ada ke tim-tim yang awak nak kejar buat masa ni?
Buat masa ni TS, Axis, GeekFam, and yang berada di atas lah.
Satu amaran dibagi pada For Rivals kepada korang semua. Okay lah, congratulations again. Okay, last
thank you.
apa awak nak cakap? Nak cakap dekat fans yang support korang sama ni.
Okay, untuk fan teruskan support kita orang, doakan kita orang berjaya, and kita orang minta sekali lagi untuk kita orang wakil C untuk kita orang buktikan kat korang.
Okay, insyaAllah. Amin. Hopefully Alright. So, jumpa lagi kalau menang ayam lagi. Thank you, Apple.
Okay, thank you, Kak. Okay, Assalamualaikum.
Salam. Okay guys, so sis akan bawa balik pergi ke table analyst kita, and we are gonna break down the game for you. Pasal tadi punya game interesting. Kita harus tahu bagaimana game tu bermula dan macam mana team tu. Okay, jom kita pergi balik kat table analyst. Hello. Hello. Hi Khairul.
Hello.
Okay. Game makin panas pasal this week sis rasa firasat macam okay, saya rasa ada team-team akan start kejar tau. So I'm hoping to nampak meta baru. Tapi so far ada ke meta baru?
Meta baru tu tak ada, tu meta yang saya rasa agak tersilap daripada SMG tadilah, yang bila dia overcommit. Bila dia tahu dia tak dapat knock seorang, dia try nak overcommit untuk dapatkan juga, lala benda tu memakan diri sebabkan ada seorang yang telah pun pergi untuk mencari weapon. Saya rasa meta baru mungkin tak ada, tapi banyak meta lama je kot. Macam mana Khairul?
Rasanya macam betul lah tu cakap top tadi, sebab kita pun nampak For Rivals diorang memang akan ambil satu spot yang diorang rasa macam spot ni akan berfungsi untuk next circle, and diorang dapat benda tu and diorang execute. Kita nampak dah 2 pusingan diorang dapat begitu banyak elimination points yang mengagumkan dengan hanya duduk dekat satu kawasan prime position yang di mana orang lain tak dapat pergi kat dia akan nampakkan semua orang. So tu salah satu key points untuk For Rivals dapatkan begitu banyak mata dalam satu pusingan.
Alright, okay, tadi saya ada nak point out sikit lah. Topcast perasan tau yang for Axis tu, diorang actually makan sikit blue. So actually timing yang diorang pilih tu cantik sangat. Bila diorang masuk tu macam terbuka untuk diorang. Betul tak Top?
Yang mana yang Axis lawan dengan YSX tadi lah?
Yang masa diorang nak masuk the second circle kan, diorang macam kat luar sekejap, and timing tu cute lah kira. Diorang macam
cara rotation Axis Red 1 tadi tu sebenarnya memang typical Axis. Dia akan makan blue zone. Kalau dia duduk kat low seagulls, dia akan makan bawah belah kiri. Kalau dia duduk di Lakop, dia akan makan kanan belah atas. Dia nak tengok sama ada circle scam ataupun tidak. Tapi circle 2 kali bergerak kat Axis Red 1 menyebabkan 3 kali circle dia masuk dengan sangat-sangat mudah. Tapi yalah, Masuk ke circle keempat tadi, pergerakan mereka terbantu dengan jatuhnya Voki dan juga Kacang Susu kalau tak silap, oleh satu tembakan, satu spray down yang begitu cantik daripada YSX. Dan akhirnya Axis tak silap saya dijatuhkan cepat ke 13 dengan hanya satu elimination point saja.
Alright, okay, faham. Khairul, okay, tadi kita ada perasan, okay, kita tengok RSG sekarang, dia dekat bawah tu. So, diorang ada dapat satu tempat yang cantik. Dan satu dekat circle nombor 6 ke 5 tak salah sis, dia push kan, rack saja lepas, satu kereta tu stuck. So, saya tak tahu whether diorang, pada pendapat Khairul, rasanya RSG ni tahu tak For Rivals kat situ ke diorang memang langsung tak tahu?
Rasanya info tu ada, cuma mungkin checkpoint yang diorang nak pergi tu tak difahami oleh pemain-pemain yang lain. Sebab kita perasan tadi Rex sampai betul-betul dalam pondok kecil tu, tapi tiba-tiba yang lain, beberapa yang lain lah tersangkut kat kawasan terbuka, kemudian kill-kill percuma masuk untuk For Rivals. So mungkin ada masalah dari communication ataupun orang kata split second decision lah. Bila kereta kita nak tembak, dah kena tembak banyak, lepas tu dia nak berasap, kita tend to untuk keluar tiba-tiba dalam kawasan yang terbuka, dan itu yang menyebabkan sedikit kucak-kacir untuk pasukan RSG sampai ke checkpoint dalam kawasan zon selamat tersebut.
I see. Okay, alright, Top. Okay, now ini yang Sekar tadi Sin cakap. Okay, so actually sis nampak macam actually Team Secret ni boleh dapat ayam. Tetapi tadi saya pun perasan diorang punya movements into the zone, timing dia pun cantik. Cuma yes, Forever dapat high ground. Tapi soalan yang sis nak tanya is macam mana Team Secret ni sebenarnya dia macam tolak banyak team tau. So before this diorang banyak team yang push kat diorang. So and knowing that diorang kat dalam satu compound tu, so macam mana diorang dapat semua gitu? Adakah tim-tim lain tolong ke? How did they do it sis?
For me, Team Secret ni is an experienced team, very experienced team. So benda ni memang expected daripada diorang. Dan actually kill tu dapat sebab diorang ada compound sangat-sangat cantik, ada ground yang sangat-sangat cantik untuk dipertahankan, dan ada satu firepower dan juga support system yang sangat-sangat baik, koordinasi yang sangat-sangat baik. Team Secret memang terkenal dengan benda ni. Kemenangan For Rival ke atas Team Secret bukan disebabkan, saya boleh katakan bukan disebabkan For Rival ni lebih padu daripada Team Secret. Kedua-duanya sama padu, tetapi disebabkan advantage yang terlalu besar untuk For Rival sebenarnya, dengan advantage high ground. Walaupun kalau kita tengok dekat sini memang cantik Team Secret buka, Fredo buka kiri, offset position yang sangat-sangat tak diketahui, boleh menyebabkan For Rival jatuh. Tetapi disebabkan high ground yang For Rival ada, Team Secret dekat sini sebenarnya agak pin down. Walaupun kit, eye shot, mat toy dah buka daripada 3 arah, boleh tembak pelbagai arah, tapi For Rival pun bijak, dia tak duduk satu tempat, dia pun buka. Jadi buka lawan buka, disebabkan high ground yang For Rival ada, maka itu yang menyebabkan Team Secret satu persatu dijatuhkan, dan akhirnya For Rival mendapatkan kemenangan yang sangat-sangat nostalgic ke atas Team Secret.
Okay, betul, saya agree sangat. Okay, Khairul, last question. Okay, tadi saya ada, awak nampak kan Fredo actually diamkan diri. So bila time tu, this is macam player-player yang lain yang kat luar yang nak jadi pro player, diorang kalau time gitu member tu dah down kan, diorang akan keluar pada tempat sembunyi. So Fredo bila dia sembunyi tu, actually is it a good thing or a bad thing?
Sebenarnya dia ada 50-50 decision lah. Ada peratusan yang kita boleh kata ada bagusnya untuk dia keluar pada waktu member tu di knockdown, ada bagusnya untuk dia tidak keluar. Dia bergantung pada situasi. Tapi pada situasi tadi, situasi 1 lawan 3, kalau zone tadi pergi ke kawasan Fredo, untuk dia berdiamkan diri tu ialah tindakan yang betul lah sebenarnya. Sebab kalau kita tahu awal pun Forever tak berapa pasti yang kedudukan sebenar dia, tapi apakan daya tadi untuk pusingan kita yang kedua, zone tu bergerak ke arah Forever. So dia terpaksa untuk keluar jugalah untuk menentang dengan pasukan di hadapan mereka. Tapi apa yang dibuat oleh Fredo tadi ialah benda yang tepat. So itu je lah.
Very well said. Again, a very good analysis done by our analyst. So, okay, itu saja daripada kita. Kita akan patah balik ke meja caster Amy Sultan dengan Contra dengan Sir Club.
Let's go.
Well,
thank you very much, Miss Jenny. I'm happy, you know, she mentioned our names. I was like, wow, my face just lights up. So, Sir Cloud, that was a beautiful chicken dinner, and I'm glad that they broke those team fights down even further, because we had a little bit of comparison out there. You know, these two teams, Team Secret as well as 4 Rivals, have been competing for those PMGC points. And now, not only did 4 Rivals actually march up ahead, they are having some great chicken dinners to actually vote out of that Super Weekend. But I'm pretty sure that Team Secret is happy to respond in the upcoming matches.
Yep, but can they respond? Or will it be other teams responding for that top spot in the PMGC? We will find out after we come back from this break. So ladies and gentlemen, myself, Sir Cloud, as well as Contra, we'll need to take a short break here. So we'll see you right after this.
Makan.
Ketembakan yang lebih baik bercerita dapatkan 2 dan itu bermakna sekarang ini tinggal 2 sahaja lagi yang terselamat untuk pasukan Dingo's MPX.
Nanti Secret sekarang ini mendapatkan momentum yang baik.
Masih lagi hidup dengan keempat pemain.
Ya, peluang sangat-sangat besar untuk mereka telah pun eksklusif didapat Circle ini kan
Saulo di bagian kanan. Saku dapat pemain tersebut akan jatuh tetapi tetap benar-benar
permainan yang begitu baik sekali daripada kedua-dua JA dan TA. Mereka sudahlah mendapat
malah dia tinggal lagi jauh. Sama saya rasa J8 mereka ada peluang yang tertinggi untuk dapatkan winner-winner chicken dinner. 3 lawan 2 tapi adik
3 orang mencari 3 chicken dinner untuk hari ini. Pasukan J daripada bawah muncul naik ke atas. Mungkin nombor kedua, mungkin nombor ketiga, kita kurang pasti. Tapi mereka ada 12 skill pada waktu ini. Yang pastinya mereka top 3 untuk J8.
Hello, saya Bosskurr daripada pasukan JA Esports dan saya kapten dan juga coach untuk pasukan JA Esports.
Hai guys, nama saya Zuli, saya daripada tim JA Esports. Posisi saya in-game leader dan scouter. Perasaan saya time tu memang best lah bagi happy semua. Habis gamer semua happy. Alhamdulillah lah. So perasaan saya betul. Tak boleh nak describe. Tak boleh nak describe. Okay. Support lah. Wow. Mantap. Woo.
Season ni kita ada tukar 2 player baru, iaitu J Mael and J Anik. Macam J Mael ni dia more to support and sniper. Kalau Anik ni more to rusher and fragger. Main lebih agresif lah untuk season ni.
Dan dia akan ditembak, habis mati top 3 pada waktu
yang cantik Lirian terus kau.
Yup. Dan nampaknya mendapat satu lagi mangsa dekat situ. Kita dah tengok sekarang ini. Dan ini adalah waktu untuk mereka farm kill sebenarnya.
Rimaban membaling satu net ke bahagian luar. Tapi itulah dia tekanan diberikan
Yoodo yang ada sedikit ada circle, tapi circle turun ke bawah.
Lucy berjatuh dijatuhkan. Desa belum dicari dan mungkin mereka akan berjaya. Itulah dia winner-winner chicken dinner double sebenarnya untuk satu pasukan yang sangat-sangat tidak disangka-sangka. Dr. Internet Tauge ayam 16 skill berjaya untuk dimiliki oleh pasukan tersebut. Gila lah, satu perkara yang sangat-sangat tidak disangka dan tidak langsung diperkatakan untuk Super Weekend kita.
Nama saya Ziso. Saya tim captain untuk tim Dr. Tauge Ayam Esports dan kita orang akan kompeti dalam PMPL season 3 kali ini. So kita orang ni underdog, kita orang cuba nak jauhkan point daripada orang. Kita orang tahu daripada weekdays dengan weekend mesti banyak circle yang hard shift tau. Banyak yang akan pergi ke tengah. Kita orang just play passive, kita tunggu circle and then circle kat kita orang. Itu antara salah satu luck juga. Kita orang dah dalam circle, kita just farm kill. Lepas farm kill, kita orang tengok-tengok dah chicken. Sebab apa kita orang try play passive dan memang itu kali kita orang lah untuk play slow and steady. Kita orang duduk sama-sama, kita bincang apa yang kurang dekat weekdays and then kita orang bawa ke weekends. Dekat weekends tu kita orang perbaiki apa yang kita orang kurang. Macam basic kita orang kurang, communication, and then kat situ kita orang dah tahu lah kelemahan kita orang kat situ. Yang saya nampak dekat Dingoes MPX, kalau diorang tak ada circle ataupun diorang kurang kill atau apa kan, kalau diorang tak ada circle, diorang akan tepati orang, diorang akan dapatkan first knock and then diorang akan rush. Itu yang saya nampak. Pada pandangan saya, Dingoes MPX tak perform sebab dekat weekdays diorang lelak. Kita tengok dekat weekend diorang tak lelak. So bagi saya itu memang perkara biasa, tapi yang saya rasa diorang akan comeback dekat weekdays dan weekends nanti.
Tapi Dingoes dikeluarkan tempat ke-11. Tapi itulah dia penampilan Dingoes MPX. Baik sekali Dingoes terkeluar paling awal. Dingoes regroup balik tapi terlalu jauh kena kaki. Sekarang ini Dingoes rata terus silang. Tegak oleh pasukan Yoodo Gang tapi DP akan dapat terlebih dahulu. Apple akan mendapatkan dan itu memang sedang dalam perjalanan untuk naik. Dingoes akan diratakan.
Macam weekdays itu kita orang kuat, maybe kebanyakan tim tak dapat baca gameplay kita orang. Mungkin kat Super Weekend orang ada yang kacau rotation kita orang lah. Tapi sekarang ni kita orang try buat benda baru lah. So far untuk minggu ni kita orang untuk weekdays banyak cuba benda baru lah. And then kita orang akan try strat baru untuk ready untuk Super Weekend esok dan lusa.
Masa Super Weekend tu rasanya team rasa down sebab dia orang tak dapat good start, and from there bila kami berbuat satu benda tak jadi in term of strategical, in term of rotation, benda tu jadi lagi teruk di mana game selalu dapat nombor 11-11 susun awal. So in term of motivation, in term of spirit, dia orang pun down sikit. Tapi untuk minggu ni kami cuba ubahkan mindset kami cuba buka buku yang baru. Itu minggu lepas, minggu yang baru kami akan cuba benda yang baru dan harap rezeki dapat kat kami dapat banyak poin.
Malam sekali. Sinbi telah dijatuhkan. Sinbi salah satu pemain yang tinggal. Selesai baju kepada dapat. Rata. Daripada GeekFam tak silap saya sebentar tadi dan itulah ada Will Esports keluarkan terlebih dahulu. Tapi confirm dia akan mati di situ. Itu sayalah penaman untuk pasukan Wills di tempat yang tak boleh. Oh, no you. Tapi kalau kita di bahagian kanan, Wills tersingkir di tempat yang ke-11, 129 kill. Jani akan meletup. Wills dikeluarkan. Tapi Wills Esports telah pun dikeluarkan di tempat yang ke-9.
我们在 Week 1是在 Weekday 的时候，我们是打算就 consistent， 可是在 Weekend 的时候发现我们的打法不是那么理想，然后所以我们 Weekend 的时候分数没有那么好，没有预想中的那么高。我们原本 Week 1是 Week 1的 Weekday， 就是我们要确保进前16，我们就每一场都很平均的分数那样子，然后我们进到前16啊。打那个 Super Weekend 发现我们的打法在 Super Weekend 不是那么有效了。After 我们 Super Weekend 打完过后，我们就开始讨论了大概有1-2个小时，然后我们总结出来一个新的打法，然后我们会在 Week 2的 Weekday 去尝试这个打法。我们 Week 1的话，在 Weekend 的时候是拿到比较多人头，因为我们以前都是打比较 aggressive 的，就上一个 team 的话，然后来到这个 team 过后，就想要继续传承这种打法下去哦。可是前几场奏效吧，到后面开始下滑，大概原因是状态的问题，因为有一把就突顺就是差不多很快就死掉了，然后就会。士气就没有那么好，所以可能这个星期 Week 2会发生一些改变。
Buka MP tidak tapi lepaskan sekarang. Aduh kacau dia ledak Kempa dapatkan. Tapi dia leparkan pakai hadapan. Memburu dah mula untuk gerak kuasa hadapan sekarang ini 1 lawan 1. Namun dia ambil begitu banyak tetapi tetap winner chicken dinner.
Yang mana mereka menunggu timing dengan 4 orang walaupun mereka tak ada circle. It's okay. Kita tak ada circle tapi kita tunggu timing cantik biar orang fight. Kita tahu position, kita tahu info dan sebagainya. Mereka terus bergerak dalam satu synchronization yang sangat-sangat mantap. YSX Esports bukan jumlah kill yang sedikit juga. Mereka akan ambil high ground dan mereka farm. Last circle, make sure stay 4 orang. Chicken dinner confirm. Wales Esports 上来itu?
我觉得比较不一样的是，我们不会像，因为有些队伍他们是真的是很像会全部人挤在一起这样子，就很像可能4个人都待在同一个房区。可是我们是不一样，我们会选择可能1个人待这个房区，另外1个人去一个山坡，就互相可以看得到的点，然后4个人都拉到比较开的那一种。因为我们一开始，我们上个星期就是这样子，4个人就分散的打法，然后发现就在 Super Weekend 其实不是很奏效。然后我们讨论过后，我们决定采取是2-2的分战，就不要分到4个人都不同点的那种。然后我们选择是2-2，2队，然后去分彩，就可以互相帮忙这样子。所以这个星期可能就不会那么 aggressive， 如果在精圈的话。
Mereka agresif betul, tetapi mereka ada sistem. So mereka just fokus kepada dapatkan kill, kemudian kalau tak boleh reset sajalah, itu saja.
Tim Wales sebenarnya mereka berjaya mendapatkan 189, satu anjakan sebenarnya 118 dengan 71. Bermakna Super Weekend yang kedua mereka sangat-sangat perform. Banyak anak tangga mereka naik sampai tempat ke-6.
Untuk week 1 tu kita orang banyak buat mistake kecil je. And then slowly kita orang dah fix benda tu semua. And then kita orang just nak ready untuk Super Weekend nanti lah.
To prepare them mentally kan, selalunya Pasha cakap kalau nak jadi satu tim yang kuat ataupun champion, kita kena rasa macam mana nak jatuhnya macam mana. So tim Dingoes, dia orang main scrim, dia orang perform elok, dia orang konsisten. Masa tournament, weekdays dia orang dapat nombor 1, dia orang bagus. Tapi weekend dia orang memang terus rock bottom lah orang kata. Point pun tak selalunya macam mana dia orang main. Dan Pasha cakap kalau kita nak jadi champion, kita kena rasanya jatuh kat bawah ni. Dan harap Pasha bagi satu motivation di mana cakap minggu baru kita buat benda baru dan kita cuba jadi orang yang baru dan lebih baik daripada yang minggu lepas.
So far chemistry kita orang dah solid lah. Cuma maybe untuk Super Weekend tu mungkin luck tak menyebelahi lah, dia tak ada rezeki lah. Tapi kita orang akan cuba terbaik lah untuk Super Weekend akan datang.
Sebentar tadi. Nampaknya tim Secret satu dah pun dibunuh secara
katakan terjatuh di data the first aid kit, tapi tembakan itu tidak berjaya menang. Dingoes MPX pula sekarang ini masih lagi ke
JPNC akan menjadi mangsa yang pertama untuk
Dingoes MPX. The comeback is real for the Giants sekarang ini. Tapi sekarang ini untuk highest total kill 232 total kills.
Kalau kita lihat hari ini, 1-2 pusingan yang lain semua sebenarnya mereka ada di sasaran yang terakhir. Top 6, top 5, top 4, top 3, even top 2 untuk pasukan Dingoes MPX.
So benda macam ni kalau nak cakap pasal rotation semua team berubah-ubah setiap game. Dia depend on how the circle is lah kan. Tapi yang penting team kita nak buat apa. So team kita nak rotate macam mana dan kita tak perlu takut pun siapa kat depan kita. Kalau ada kita kenalah ambil fight, kalau boleh lari fight kita lari fight. Dan kita just kena buat apa yang kita nak dalam game, jangan fikir pasal team lain. Untuk Super Weekend, benda yang pertama kita kena fikir, kita kena lepas dulu weekdays. So sekarang ni kami tempat ke-11 untuk weekdays. Hari ni hari yang terakhir, ada 4 game. Dan Pasha yakin tim Pasha boleh buat. Pasha dah bagi tahu dah apa yang perlu buat untuk game yang akan datang ni. Dan untuk Super Weekend, kami dengan nombor 1 dengan J8 bezanya 84 poin. Dan Pasha percaya tim Pasha boleh dapat 100 poin satu hari. Dan Pasha masih lagi yakin dengan diorang. Cuma kita kena mental dengan fizikal kita kena sama tinggi ataupun same level, baru kita boleh achieve nak jadi seorang champion. Season ni Pasha tengok kebolehan tim Pasha untuk pergi C, dan masa C tu baru Pasha tahu dia orang akan lepas C apa atau tidak. Tapi kita kena step by step. Benda yang pertama step ni adalah menang PMPL dulu, dapatkan sebanyak poin yang boleh, dan pergi C dan kita baru fikir kat C. Sekarang ni kita fikir yang mana kita tengah main tournament sekarang ni, PMPL Season 3. Untuk tim-tim lain tu yang mana ada kat atas, hati-hatilah, jangan tinggi sangat. Nanti sekali jatuh susah nak naik. Kami tengah merasa sekarang.
Sedikit tapi saya rasa EVOS VIP akan dapatkan chicken dinner untuk round yang
Homebois hilang terus dengan satu letupan kenderaan. Ini yang paling menakutkan. Saya rasa mereka bergerak dengan satu kenderaan saja tadi.
Okay, untuk minggu kedua kita orang mesti of course sedih, kecewa sebab tak dapat lepas ke Super Weekend. And then Dari segi silap saya juga tak sediakan mental diorang sekiranya ada drama yang berlaku, and then saya juga silap saya tak aware, saya tak prepare benda tu untuk persiapkan lagi kuat mental diorang.
Kita kena cerita sekarang ni untuk top 16 je. Hingga sekarang tapi terada J8 akan menjadi kill. Bermakna ada lebih kurang 9 slot lagi untuk kita. Yang kita nampak di bahagian atas Bukit Paradise, tapi itulah dia Haji Zahra dikesan. J8 dapat meratakan pasukan Homebois. Tempat yang kelima untuk Homebois. 8 kill. J8 masih lagi nampak orang player dan kita perlu untuk diri pada waktu. Ya, tetapi Racing cantik sekali. Mereka bukan setakat boleh dapatkan chicken dinner, tapi mereka dapat disayang. Baru je nak ucapkan arigatonya. Jika itu nampak yang cuba untuk melakukan revival. Sayang 1000 kali sayang, tetapi permainan yang begitu menarik sekali untuk kita saksikan 2 round berturut-turut yang begitu indah.
Adalah yang kita orang buat untuk lebih tingkatkan lagi kita orang punya segi mental, kita orang punya teamwork dan banyak lagi lah. Tak boleh nak bagi tahu, tak boleh nak kongsi lagi.
Pasal rival pula, korang hati-hati. Dia is back.
Tukar baju tak kena ni. Tanya so dapat report lah. Aku tak malas report dulu. Ambil lah diorang tahu.
Kita balik lah. Kalau kita duduk atas bukit tu kan, keluar rumah tu tak boleh lawan. Tak boleh. Pasal kau nak buat apa? Siap balik. Kenapa kau tak bagi idea tadi? Sabar. Relax.
Untuk Wales tempat yang ke-19, untuk Yoodo tempat yang ke-20 untuk tim Bosskurr. 4 tim ini tidak akan layak ke Super Weekend kita yang ketiga dan yang terakhir untuk PMPL MY Season 3. Mereka dah lakukan yang terbaik. Anda yang menyokong, teruskan menyokong. Teruskanlah support mereka daripada belakang. Inilah dia keputusan terakhir untuk yang layak ke Super Weekend yang ketiga.
Okey dah. So kita orang tak dapat masuk ke Super Weekend yang ketiga, iaitu minggu ketiga. So kita orang sudah cuba sedaya upaya, kita orang cuba untuk melayakkan diri ke Super Weekend tu tapi tak berjaya. Pada hari yang kedua tu pun kita orang macam agak risau juga sebab mungkin ada apa-apa yang akan berlaku. So sebab tu kita orang mental kita orang dah tak betul lah. So kita orang just cuba sedaya upaya apa yang kita orang boleh buat. Kita orang cuba untuk semangatkan diri kita orang dan memang tak berjaya. Tapi tak apa, ada lagi grand final. Untuk fans-fans Yoodo Gang kat luar sana, mungkin korang sedih sebab kita orang tak dapat champion pada liga hari tu. So kita orang cuba sedaya upaya untuk comeback pada grand final nanti.
Once again,
Tapi itulah dia hari yang paling ditunggu-tunggu sekali. Hari yang akan menentukan siapakah yang akan memenangi Liga. Ini adalah Super Weekend yang terakhir untuk Liga kali ini. Gerak langsung, dapat saja circle. Oh, Bat! Dapat satu! Mencuri kill tapi Bat satu saja yang tinggal kat sini dan kita bertukar kepada Team Secret melawan Dingo sekarang ini.
Itulah dia Team Secret akan melawan dengan Dingo Axis Redone di mana kalau kita balikan bersama-sama Freedom dari satu bom tangan lebar ke hadapan. Mereka akan meluluh ke hadapan dan merusuh saja pemain-pemain Dingo. Dan itulah dia Rata. Oke bersorakan saja masih lagi berbagi untuk pasukan mereka. Homebois sekarang ini pastinya Team Secret dapat winner chicken dinner.
It's been very thrilling, exciting, and you know the boys did what they should do, and yeah, everything explained themselves by the result.
Juga lepaskan SMG pada waktu ini. Mereka masih lagi nampak orang pemain terus saya maju ke belakang dapat dan itulah dia balingan Nef. Kita bayar sekali daripada 6. Terus saya mendapatkan Batman. Mereka dapatkan jumpa si Small Boy dan itulah dia winner chicken dinner untuk tim SMG.
SMG still moving under gunfire. Walau apa-apa pun kita orang pertaruhkan semua.
and we got nothing to lose, we just all out lah.
Dan ini mungkin akan menjajakan peluang basket JPNC untuk masuk ke dalam. Hansi tembak, Hansi habiskan. 1 dan 3. Tidak, JPNC tempat yang ketiga. 4 lawan 1 sekarang ini. Yang semua dapat kedua-duanya. Bayangkan sekarang ini RSG. 2 kali mungkin mereka dapatkan tempat kedua, tetapi 4 lawan 1, 3 lawan 1, 4 lawan 1 sebenarnya. Ritz sekarang ini sedang berada di bagian macam ini. Semua boy dapatkan pemburu. Menjadi IP tetapi tetap dia menjadi terpaksa. Wida. Chicken Dinner akan digoli oleh pasukan Windows MPX.
They know when to wipe right or left of the circle, and they did it perfectly, and I'm proud of them.
Yeah, we did it perfectly. So you want to judge all at once. Up to them.
Perbezaan mata yang sangat-sangat rapat daripada tempat yang pertama sehingga ke tempat yang kelima dan ikutkan ketiga ini.
Ke bawah ini perlu menembak sahaja kalau ada orang lain terjatuh.
GeekFam sekarang ini menduduki tempat yang ketiga yang sebenarnya sama saja markah dengan Dingus. Kalau mereka dapat 1 markah saja atas Dingus, mereka sudah pun tempat kedua. Tapi kalau mereka nak mengalahkan tim Secret, mereka kena ada 10 markah atau 11 sebenarnya.
3 kill, tapi dia 1 orang saja berdiri. Tim Secret revive atau lawan. 2 orang sekarang dia akan cuba untuk push. Iron Pro M betul-betul rendah. First aid kita ada, tapi Dingus, kau nak push siapa? UI, dia ada 2 pilihan. Beast mode tak ada. Tim Secret akan jatuh.
Dingus MPX yang akan menjadi juara dan menjadi winner-winner Chicken Dinner. Dan winner-winner Chicken Dinner yang begitu mantap sekali pada Dingus. Lebih kurang berapa kill?
14 kill sebenarnya. 14 kill memberikan mereka 29 mata.
Okay, so how do we feel this? Of course, we feel so sad because of we almost dapatkan champion title, champion. We never champion before. Sepanjang PMPL from season 1, 2 and now 3, we never champion. I didn't expect that it's going to be like our last game akan jadi macam tu. But what we can do, right? So for me, our performance on the last day is good. We just a few problem with the circle, that's all. We still do a comeback, fight with the top 1, top 2, top 3 with those Secret and Dr. TA as usual. For my teammates, thank you for give all out, bagi yang sehabis baik untuk Liga ni, untuk hari terakhir, untuk hari ni. Thank you so much. Thank you untuk semua benda yang korang dah bagi dekat me and others.
Rasa dia happy juga, and then ada juga sedih. Momen yang kita orang menang tu, last 2 game tu kita orang tak perform sangat lah. Kita orang menggunakan meta baru, bukanlah meta baru dekat Malaysia lah. Pasal yang langgar Yoodo tu, dia sebenarnya panggil strategi untuk sikitkan pesaingan yang teratas lah.
Before this, kita orang tak pernah sampai dekat Liga. Kita orang always nombor 4, nombor 5, nombor 6. We never reach until top 3. And itu adalah satu benda yang baru and I puas hati. It's not the end. For us, we'll come back in grand final.
Kemungkinan kita dah takkan guna meta tu lagi sebab mungkin ada setengah tim yang untuk struggle untuk dapatkan poin grand final nanti, diorang akan berhati-hati lah. Mungkin diorang akan counter balik lah dengan meta ni. Pada netizen tu ataupun penonton, harap bersabar sebab
kemungkinan ni benda ni baru lah, still baru untuk korang. Harap korang boleh terima gameplay yang baru untuk kat Malaysia lah. Kalau boleh kita sama-sama orang Malaysia support tim Malaysia untuk wakil Malaysia nanti.
But kita orang tahu yang kita orang can be the one that can grab the title of the champion and dapatkan peluang untuk pergi see for the second time back to back on the grand final. So see you guys at the grand final. Let's go. GeekFam. Once geek, always a fam.
From daylight till midnight, that's how we wait. Watch from far away, but we knew we were walk to play. It was just a dream, you say. All the hard work we paid. Not to get rankers down, we were always crowned. I'll be at cool down, focus on the path saja now.
Teamwork, yeah, that's the key. Jangan tinggalkan member kemain sendiri. We're not born to win. 365 days, never sleep. That's true, it's for the win. We never sleep, just to keep up what I have for the championship.
Pick up the weapon and face it. No one stop you, if not you break it. They're not gonna believe, yes, so prove it. Real wrestling, homie. Let's just do what we're best in. You feel me? Let's go double up the damage when we're fighting as a team. Amigo, 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 we're psycho. Stop being trouble, you know I'm a hero. Amigo, 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 we're psycho. Starting from the bottom and stop acting like a hero. Bunch berlagi, tegas dan berani. Jangan sakit hati, pastikan jadi. Orang begini sampai ke menari. It's not easy, get my trophy. Better quit, testing me. Otherwise, rest in peace.
Jadi ke tak jadi, depends how much effort you put in. Whose face is on the screen, not you. Tapi saya hate, I'm all in. Bukan mula lemah, tapi aku impian besar. Tak kira berapa jauh you berada, aku pasti akan kejar.
Play, that's the team. Doesn't matter in the end who is gonna win. We share the same dream. Dream is big bang thing. Never look down on me. And my word hari ini hancur, tapi promise aku akan kembali. Never try, we never know. Ya. Kerja keras hanya sementara. Nothing come but true, mama. Jangan takut, selalu pasti kita cuba. Hey, respect for what we had. Today we lost a warrior, cause from Senai gang. He's went a better place, but his spirit is with us and it will never end.
I know it's so hard for us to face it, but we remember his name for the century. So let us stop all the tears and face it. Let us show the world what we have, starting with a better day.
Pick up the weapon and face it. No one stop it, it won't break it. They're not gonna believe, yes I prove it. We're rising no radar. Let's just do it what we best in. You feel me? Let's go down without the damage. We're fighting, yes it is. Shout up! Amigo, we're psycho. Stop being trouble, you know I'm a hero. Amigo, we're psycho. Starting from the bottom, stop acting like a hero. Maju berlagi, tegas dan berani. Jangan sakit hati, pastikan lari. Orang begini sampai ke menari. It's not easy, get my trophy.
Better quit testing me, otherwise rest in peace.
Together we fighting all night, but we're facing difficulty, we will never run. We pull our weapon down, we stand strong and unite. Taking cash out of side by side. Peace.
Welcome back once again to the PUBG Mobile Pro League MYSG Season 4. My name's Contra, alongside with me is, of course, the stunning, the handsome SirCloud. So, all of this is brought to you by PUBG Mobile, and of course, shout out to VSPN as well for hosting all of this all together as well as organizing it. And we've already watched 2 chicken dinners gone by. I hope you guys have already had your dinner all set and prepared, or you guys haven't eaten just about yet. It's a perfect time for us to, of course, set the table straight to serve it alongside with match number 3 coming in shortly. So, SirCloud, what did some of these viewers miss for the past 2 games?
Oh man, there was a lot that was missed for the past 2 games. So we did see that 4 rivals, they got themselves their first chicken dinner, which is in game number 2. But what matters the most is that they are still topping the charts because they managed to get a total number of 31 elimination points over the course of 2 games. So that is insane. That is a lot there. And besides that as well, the first chicken dinner was given to Homebois with a good positioning. But yeah, despite that 4 rivals, they got the 3rd place, but because of their whooping 17 elimination points, they immediately topped that round. So after combining points from both rounds, right now 4 rivals, they are on top. But can they continue their momentum? This will be a question mark. Down on to the other side though, we have a few question marks here and there, especially when it comes to the gameplay of SMG. For game number 1, not too sure how did that fight actually pan out for them, but game number 2, they started off an early fight with R2K, which also didn't work out for them.
Well, maybe they just haven't got themselves their dinner just about yet, but after those 30 minutes of a break that they had, maybe that's good enough time for them to come in even more prepared when they have already watched the past 2 games. So, heading towards game number 3, definitely tempo will be even faster as what we have saw back in the past 2 rounds. So perhaps SMG may be able to bounce back. We saw even Yoodo Alliance, they took certain good fights back in game number 1, game number 2. They have trouble coming in with rotation. Some other teams as well, other than just Team SMG. So I won't say that it's only one team that's taking the short end of the stick. But hey, for those of you guys, good news. There is a lot more at stake here, and that is a quick flash of what's to come here with the PMPL spot and reward program that's running throughout the PMPL. All you have to do is very simple. Go ahead, scan that QR code on your screen right now, or head over to the website that's on below, bit.ly/SpotPMPLS4, and you will be able to play a couple of puzzle games and walk away with some exclusive in-game merchandises. And all of this is thanks to all of our partners responsible alongside with PUBG Mobile that have been ever so generous.
Yeah, and of course, this is of course freebies, ladies and gentlemen. Whichever event that we used to go during back to our offline event days, there's always freebies, right? But there's always a way to give guys freebies, and of course, this is the way to do it. All you need to do is just scan or even put in the link bit.ly/SpotPMPLS4, and you guys just need to complete a very simple puzzle that's something related to what you see on the graphics here, and you guys stand a chance to win this exclusive Pro League shirt for your in-game. So make sure you be prepared with your PUBG Mobile ID as well, because they need to know where to send the shirt to.
Well, you can send it to me if you don't really need it, but hey, I'm not complaining about extra pair of shirt, but all that is first for all of you to redeem. So let's not first waste any of those seconds when it pops out on your TV screen or your mobile phone, laptop, wherever you're watching the PMPL. Remember, it's a month of celebration of PUBG Mobile where you guys not only get to enjoy time with your friends, you all can come in together, redeem your reward at bit.ly/PMPLS for redeem. So there's 2 of all those links for you guys, so you won't miss it.
Yeah, there you go. You can't miss it. We've been talking about this every day throughout the show. So, well, if you're new to the show, just join us. Welcome. But you still have a chance to get this exclusive item. So don't miss your chances. Go for it, ladies and gentlemen, because who knows? Tomorrow we might change something else. You never know. You never know. I'm just saying. You never know. So you don't want to miss out your chance. I should have done that yesterday. If only and all that. No. But it's the same case contra with our players as well and our teams. Some of them may be feeling like, if only we did better in previous rounds, especially when it came to Erangel. Now, this is a chance for them to redeem themselves in our second Erangel match for today.
That's right, and there's not going to be much more chances left on the table if they waste any sort of opportunity. So you guys should, of course, stay glued to your screen because in 1 minute time, we are going to take flight inside of Erangel once more. Homebois, the first to claim one part of the chicken dinner back in game number 1, has been able to not only come in with some huge frags to close up that round. Now, it's definitely going to be a question of can the other teams contest them in order to make it. 4 rivals still on that hot streak. They are currently on that number 1 spot. Team Secret trailing right behind them. So we wonder, is there going to be a little bit of a shift of circumstances when it comes down to our third matcher as we are going into the middle of the entirety of the program. So, Sir Cloud, once again, I think that this is going to be an interesting round, and I want to see what changes are made, what sort of fights are they willing to take and risk. And now that we are moving into our second time coming for Erangel, I'm pretty sure sparks are about to fly. We are about to surf and cruise to Erangel.
Erangel will be our third battleground today, and this will be the second round that Erangel will be played today. So let's see what are the changes being brought onto the table by our players and our teams. Now the flight path, actually it's not too far off what we've seen in round number 1. It's just on the opposite side. So they start off from Noble onto the other end and the other end of Wari. So this will be round number 1. Now let's go. Where are they going to land? So we did see that Severny is vacant because a 7-9 gang, they moved down to Yasnaya. That's not much of a surprise because if we keep an eye on what's happening around, we kind of would know that that's their movement. But for 4 rivals, they dropped around very clear. Looks like they're going to go for the same move, get their vehicles and move back up to Rosal in case the circle goes that way.
Now, it's definitely odd to see that majority of all these flights that we've been having past week all the way up till now has remained quite similar when it always goes pretty much on a southern centric start, and then that's where the first phase comes in, sometimes throwing them off heading all the way north point, or in some good notion it may be somewhere central, and it seems like it's a flashback of the past. Exact same circle that we saw Homebois taking that winner chicken dinner run, but I believe the circumstances this time around may be a little bit different.
Yeah, it should be. Come on. If it ends up at the exact same spot, I don't know, man. Like, even like this kind of start, like, what are the odds in the first place? So it feels exactly like deja vu. It's like Zestaya again, the middle part, and then if you remember earlier, it at first it kind of like moved towards the right side, and then when it starts to close in a little bit more, it moves back towards the left side. So it's not fun to be in that scenario. But nevertheless, we'll see how the teams actually adapt to this. Now, 7-9 gang, where are they though? They didn't drop right near Yasnaya. But here's another one more thing that's interesting. TABAH actually is nearby Pemburu. So how did they end up bumping into each other? Okay, Yoodo Alliance, their drop spot is in Jogopur. So I'm surprised to see TABAH here as well.
Indeed, and I think that there are still chances where we might actually see a side of 7-9 gang here going back to Severny, where they're a lot more comfortable at because they dropped near the corners of ruins, hoping to take those vehicles off. So I guess in the matter of time, we shall see what goes up.
And what goes up must come down. Pemburu, he knows where to aim now. He's just waiting for the right moment. So, I don't know how Therma's going to get out of this. Pemburu is going to try his luck. One shot onto Therma. Therma down to 80% of health. Man, this is not going to look good for Therma. But it looks like Pemburu is not going to be interested to continue this. He looks like he's going to go like, okay, this ain't our comfort zone. Let's continue back to loot and let's move into our comfort zone, which is supposed to be Raza. So yeah, they're probably just not going to waste any more time. So now talking about where Sem9 Gang is, here we are. I believe this could be somewhere in the northern side, nearby Severny, I guess.
Indeed, indeed. So last we checked, like I mentioned early on, they dropped into the corner of ruins, take those vehicles off, and that negates anybody who drops into Gatka to lose a lot more mobility. Now let's check out some of the stats that we have. A lot of troubles being used by Mika, and that's how he managed to also pop off to set the tempo right for the team. And coming on second, it's Rebel Boy there that could have actually thrown maybe 20 more to catch up. So the heavy utility usage definitely leads on to better survivability, better frags without you committing the full team on. Now, Tima somehow managed to survive, but he's still taking a dip inside the water. And I don't know about this because he's not even looted up, no weaponry, absolutely empty-handed, while the rest of Yoodo Alliance is so far away through the hospital ground. I don't think he will be able to meet up so soon if he does get a vehicle. And maybe it should be the other way around, with the guys from the hospital grounds coming to pick him up eventually, while Four Rivals goes in for a very different strat this time around. Now they are climbing to the hills of Pachinki, and maybe they might give chase. Or Shido, you're hunting out YSX, and they are spraying your left-right swerves, and it definitely takes two to tango, but the damage being done. YSX, they may have actually survived through very thin layers of ice.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That was pretty lucky of them, really. Just look at this. Boreng is already down to 10% health. One more shot landed onto them. That's it. It's definitely game over because RG can rush in and they can finish up the job, or they can even just use a vehicle and just flatten it out. But yeah, that's going to be a lucky reset here for YSX. So we're going to maintain all 64 players still intact for this round.
Gonna take quite a while, but TABAH and NSEA now getting chased upon with Oki OP pummeling shots upon him. And also Kacang Susu's on top, so Olio's driving towards very uncharted grounds here, and he's almost flipping that buggy as well. Kacang Susu might just be able to surprise him after all. Olio now positions on the other way around, and he heard some of these shots coming out, so Olio might actually go out to hunt for him.
Let's see who's going to be the hunter and who's going to be the hunted here. Olio has the lower grounder. It's going to pop out the smoke. Looks like Olio is going to make a run for it. He's not going to be interested to engage further. And of course, you don't want to engage with this team who's hot right now. Axis Redone. They are in the house though. And plus, it's going to be a 3v1 scenario. So good move there by Olio, just abandoning the ship and continue back with his teammates.
Indeed. Well, definitely no ships by the top of the radio tower, but we possibly will set sailing with Sam having a little bit of crash landing as well. Now Z going 1 versus 1. Luxy does manage to get him all covered down. So Samzy somehow managed to survive, but the rest of Bosskurr, they're still throwing grenades.
Asfar?
Wow, look at that vehicle.
Look at the vehicle. My goodness. Okay, you don't get to see that all the time, right? And Nate actually flying off the vehicle. But Asfar is not done yet. He's still putting pressure onto EVOS VIP. He is alone, but not really alone. There's someone else with him on the left side. He has Asfar here with Zigzag together with one more player from Boss. We didn't manage to see who's that, but Lux is going to go in for the flank on the right side there. Samty will be picked up, but check this out on the bridge. It looks like Axis is rampaging on to TABAH and NSEA.
TABAH and NSEA now losing only one player. They still have Olio to try to book out of that island. And multiple times, I'm just surprised. Axis Esports did not punish, and speaking of which, Leo now getting caught out. Gachang Susu was the only man left on that island, and he managed to go for a pickup. Now Asper tries to go for a surprise. He will pick up Luxio. Immediately looking for the turns, and Asper goes down. This is looking a little bit more grim for Team Bosskurr, but they still have Nga trying to flank from the back. Zigzag as well as Nga tries to go in for a contest, but Zigzag, he tries to go for a wraparound, and he may just be able to go in for the save. Samzy now needing to find a little bit more an opening angle. Luxy doesn't seem like he has much health left, but he's still gonna push.
Oh, yeah, he's gonna go for the aggressive push. Looks like they're gonna try to take advantage of that one knockdown. And yes, they managed to do it! Zigzag will be knocked out, but Luxy will be taken out as well. Nga, we need to finish up the job. Can he manage to do it? And Haika will be knocked out by Nga. So that's gonna be Sam versus Nga. And Insomnus is nowhere to be found though, but Sam will need to finish up the job. He is 1v1 scenario at this point. Now with the AK in his hand, he's going to go for the revival. Insomnus is going to come in for another angle. Insomnus onto Nga. Nga will be taken out and Bosskurr will be out. EVOS VIP will survive. All 4 of their team members will be alive.
Wow, such a close call between these two teams, but I felt that Team Bosskurr did not need to commit. They were already having the high ground all covered up by the rest of EVOS VIP, and they went one after another. Honestly, it isn't a mistake, but they managed to still go in for a refrag, especially when they took down Luxy. But problem is, they're all scattered apart, and there is no clear angle for them to even secure those kills. Now that's 4 points, really delivered to EVOS VIP, but it could have actually resulted to something better for Team Bosskurr at the very least. Now, first, taking a little bit of backseat, we will look at the shift of the priorities. Now, Circle is looking relatively familiar once again, this time covering majority of the hills of school as well as some areas of Yasna Polyana. Could have gone either way.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that fight was, it didn't favor Bosskurr. I mean, it's quite clear because EVOS VIP, they got the first knockdown and then they managed to take up the hill, they managed to take over the hill, and it wasn't an advantage to Bosskurr. So I'm not too sure why they continue on to push. But yeah, anyways, there's still rounds to play. But now let's move over to Sam9 Gang. Managed to get a long range shot onto Sandcorn. This is from Deb though. So this is the same house that they actually played earlier where they fought with GeekFam. So the exact same checkpoint. But this time around, GeekFam, they're not going to go there. Looks like they're not going to contest for a checkpoint. They are still on the northern side.
Wow. Caps after caps looking for Samzy. He is falling flat on the ground just to prevent himself from getting shot by Putra. Putra already revealing the position of Sam9, so he's going to repark that vehicle, hoping not to get it blasted off. He'll be a shot from the back, so Dep's going to be taking charge of what's happening over in the northern sector. Meanwhile, rest of Sam9 has to also be careful of how Homebois have been playing, because they're booking the same spot, and they should be worried about this. They don't want to be stabbed once more of how they have ended up as Sam9. Back in game 1, they got grenades after grenades raining upon them from a similar sector, especially on the same sort of compound as well. So Sam9 just playing a lot more defensively this time around.
Yeah, if we compare to Sam now, round number 1, they went at other teams, but this time around they're going to be like, okay, we're just going to hold our spot, we just check out our surroundings and we take those long range shots, which I think that they don't intend to get any elimination points from that. It's just more like warning shots, so they just want to take care of their perimeter. But what's going to be important also is that the perimeter that they're taking care of, is it going to be within the zone? Now we will see the next zone close in, and it will be right smack in the middle, so most teams are still in the circle.
Now they definitely know how to play this one better already, as especially when it's basically a repeat of the past. Now, other teams such as Axis Redone is going to go for a direct rotation by the edge of shelter. Now they're kind of stuck in between RSG, YSX Esports, as well as R2K. Not forgetting Team Secret as well, as they haven't been making too much of a mark to reveal themselves or even try to take certain fights. Smart move overall. Now, it's all about that hardship that's going to be coming in for the next phase to determine where exactly the fights will happen from here on. Now, a little bit of a stalemate situation for the likes of many, and Yoodo Alliance now plays a little bit safer by taking over the apartment buildings of school. And Team Wales, we've seen them 2 rounds in a row, not getting much points out of it. It's a similar situation for Yoodo Alliance, which both sides need to start ramping up, but they don't have any sort of the opening at all. And in such a situation, you can't create it. You got to actually wait for it. But Sinbi now pushing in towards the building. It's a 2 versus 1 potentially, but Sinbi, he's already getting spotted out early on.
Yep, his backup is coming in though. They are circling behind there. You can go trying to go for the wraparound on the school apartment. Sinbi now popping up the nade and the smokes at the same time. Now Sinbi switching up to his AK, popping up another nade. Will he toss it out to the other side? Yes, he will. He still have a smoke. He still have a Molotov. Will toss it into the building, but it is too close. And now Sinbi, oh, too close, and he is still alive there with only about 10% of health. Yoodo Alliance, TABAH is still alive after swimming away from 4 rivals earlier on. Baby Kim is going to go for the move. It looks like they're going to go in for the safe approach. Everyone is, I'm not too sure, resetting or something like that. They didn't go for Sinbi. Okay.
I think it's really difficult, especially for Yoodo Alliance to move outwards. They don't have full information of where Team Wales is currently at, and Sinbi makes a smooth run outwards after all that commotion that he has managed to put through. You saw those grenades, you saw those Molotov tossed inside of the building, and what a coverage from Team Wales. I got to really commend them for the effort by just applying just enough of pressure for him to skirt out of the way.
Oh yeah, it's commendable. It's commendable. Okay, so the cover coming in from that high ground. So, and the opponents know that, oh, there's people circling them. Don't go for Sinbi. Sinbi immediately makes that right decision to leave. But will this be a right decision? This is Team Wales up against R2K with a high ground. Now the smoke will be popped up by Snappy. They are still outside the zone though, mind you, Contra. So they can't spend too much time here. 50 more seconds and the zone will close in.
Sinbi now needing to slowly play the healing game now. Grenades being tossed by the side of Snappy as well. He's got the M249. And we talked about this meta right now, where M249 easily available on either side of the loots if you can find it in buildings. Now, Snappy in a prime position. He might just be able to lob a perfect one, but that will be one connecting towards Snappy. While the rest of R2K, they managed to dodge a big nade. Well, those vehicles are going to take a little bit of beating, while April is going to be moving across those fields. Team Secret not trying to reveal themselves. Okay, this is going to be a dangerous one, but it will be just a little bit of smoke. Damage being done. Echo drops down to 40%. Logic Luke will be able to knock down Naoki while Kim gets taken down by QB. More grenades from Team Wales.
Oh, we're not done yet here. So it's R2K versus Team Wales, but in any time now, the zone will be on top of them, so they still need to move. They can't spend too much time. The smoke will be popped up by Snappy. We can see that R2K, they're trying to get away. They have a buggy at the lower ground. QB will be knocked up by Nuck in another location. GeekFam is going up against Homebois, but at the same time, a third party long-range shot coming in from Sam9. And the Farang Legends, they will be out at 15th place with 1 elimination point, whereby we come back here to R2K versus Team Wales. They're still not done yet, Contra.
Well, Farang Lejund, they absolutely get obliterated by EVOS VIP. Now they manage to stash a total of 8 kills. Grenades being lobbed towards the side of Homebois while this fight continues to break loose. R2K, they may not have biggest of advantage with Stewart actually catching him out. Now, Wales, they go into Ram to corner, and Eisen left to fight the dust though. No members of both Team Wales as well as ARG R2K have managed to survive. So consider this both taking it now.
Oh, everyone lost. Everyone lost in that fight. Everyone lost. Okay, so obviously it's Team Wales. They lost. R2K, only one more team member left, and he's still tanking out the zone. But now let's move on to GeekFam versus Sam9. Sam9 now only has Deb versus the 3 members from GeekFam. It's going to be a 1v3 scenario. Deb versus Miracle, but them now. Oh no, where's one more team member for Semna? Putra is way behind. He cannot give cover fire to his teammate. He will need to only survive for positioning points at this moment.
Bravo. Feeding back information, but that information's not gonna help. Grenade being lobbed right in by Snipes. They will be able to take one more member down from Sem9. Putra, only member there to be able to contribute to those matter of points. Samzy now getting picked upon. Putra, last man standing, but he's playing like he has another 3 members behind his back. Now, the other teams that's still on the board here is going to be able to pick on Axis Esports, and those are vehicles being exploded. Axis Esports this time getting pincered, and there's no way for them to go. They only have solo members surviving, and Axis Esports down to 1 man, just like how R2K did.
Yeah, Axis Esports. So it looks like it's one last man here. Hasn't been really that day though. So it's going to be Hainook, the last man standing, going up against the team that's hot on fire right now. 4 rivals right out of Hainook, tossing out the smoke. What else can he do? He does have the zone though. 35 more seconds and the zone will close in. 4 rivals. They are playing by the edge of the zone. So now it's going to be tough here. Hainook, what are you going to do here? Hey, you need to find a way into the zone. But at the same time, we can see that chick from YSX managed to eliminate. Oh, that's R2K out at 13th spot with 2 elimination points.
A decent run for them, but we saw what happened with them clashing alongside Team Wills. So I didn't expect them to be able to survive. We saw many of all these vehicles were already ditched outside the play zone, and he doesn't really have too much meds to begin with. Now, with the circle not favoring the likes of Manny, it's a lot more difficult for Haino to move across, but Ryza gets shot through the smoke while Leo is trying to give them a little bit more of a backup. RSG, they still have all 4, but the problem is they cannot proceed forward without taking a fight, or else 4 rivals will be able to punish. Ryza now looking for another pickoff on the opposing corner. While Chick still has time to loot. Who says you can take this box? As Ryza tries to corner him through those tight little corners, and YSX at least have a few more members behind them, and Miracle finds Hahaput.
And there you go, Sem9 Gang will be out at 12th place, unfortunately for them. It's still a rocky day for them so far now that we played the 3rd game. About 4 rivals, they are still hot here. They are still with 3 team members, and Pemburu now with a long range shot coming on the Sandcon. Explode the vehicle right in front of Sandcon will be taken now though. So now there are 3 teams close by with each other. At the same time, we can see the kill feed running here. Miracle will be taken out by Samzy. Miracle will be exploded by 6. So there's a kill still there coming in from SMG.
Now, Ryzai goes into rush the compound. Aduka will be picked up eventually. 4 rivals will be controlling the tempo of the game, but they're on flat grounds. The problem is, if there is multiple peaks from different teams, they are done for. Well, RSG, they go on the convoy, but now getting scouted out. Luxy with some good angles. Heiko now knocks Rex out of the area with the rest of TABAH NC trying to move into the corner. Snaps to the direction of Aduka as well. Pemburu absolutely menacing in this whole particular game. YSX gets more on the back, while Kid gets a snipe onto Yoodo Alliance.
Oh, and here we go. The next zone will be revealed to us. Rex will be taken over the zone. What's happening to RSG? They're falling apart right now. They're still outside the zone, and the zone will close in. SMJ is within the zone, and the rest of them will need to move in. Rex will be picked up by Chase from YSX. Dola will be taken over Devru with the long range shot coming in with the DP, and Insomnus with the long range shots as well. They will need to move in. EVOS, yeah, he is still on the outside, and now Kim will be taken out by 4 rivals. They are just going at it with each other. Now the Kilpin is just gonna run.
Indeed, and RSG, they're getting cornered up. There's no way that they can get past 4 rivals, so they just have to hold up for dear life in hopes to survive all this onslaught. Wow, YSX, we saw them getting an AWM, so they should be able to actually pull some long-range shot. EVOS VIP, they're starting to move into the circle as well. Everyone needs to deal with SMG, who has the current compound. And this is a long drive, and somehow nobody is punishing the rest of EVOS VIP. Insomnus finds Damrod as well. That's going to be ripped up out of the vehicle. It's going to be a little bit of a run over event. EVOS VIP needing to rely on Insomnus now as he gets picked apart.
Oh, unfortunately, that he ran into 4 rivals, but no, they're not done yet! Haikal moves in! 4 rivals! Looks like they'll be taken out by... Whoa, are they taken out? Not yet! April is still alive, but Haikal, what did he just do? He actually just did something great whereby he just eliminated, he got 1 knockdown against 1 team member for 4 rivals, if I'm not mistaken there, and now he's still alive!
That's a kamikaze play. Did you just see he crash out towards a vehicle and that vehicle exploded, leaving one of his teammates to just go along on the run as well. Unfortunately, casualties have been made, but there's no time to cry upon this. GeekFam now has a tin barricade as they try to pick apart Chick, who's right behind the tree. A little bit of a shred coming out, but there's not much room for YSX to even move right in. Heikel hoping for a miracle here. He's relying on all these smokes that he currently has, and SMG. They are hoping for that circle to come right in, and 4 rivals this time finishes off at 7.
Oh, and we check this out. So Haika, he's taking the kamikaze move. Now he's right smack in the middle of the circle. The 7th circle, we will know whether he still has the luck on the circle. Lex will be knocked out, will be taken down. Yoodo Alliance is out at 6th place with only 1 elimination point. SMG, they still have a full squad. So is this the rise of SMG again? But Team Secret, they also have a full squad. And Snipe will be knocked down, but Bart will finish him off. But no! The zone will kill still him. And GeekFam is out at 5th place. This time 5 elimination points. Top 4 here in game number 3.
Heikel lobbing grenades towards Team Secret, and he connects! He don't even have vision! This guy has got the third eye! Right through his forehead, dropping nades, dropping bombs, causing a terror in the Team Secret line of defense. Now, YSX crawling on top of them, and this might just be a good situation where EVOS VIP could actually hold their place, but they are getting flushed upon. Team SMG has arrived, and now goes the White Tigers. It's the Malayan Tigers of SMG to storm upon them.
We're not done yet. Yeah, YSX, they do have the high ground against SMG, but SMG, they still have 4 team members. They just need to pick up 1. YSX still have a full squad, the Team Secret, with only 1 that's still active. 2 more, they need to pick up. They managed to pick up 1. Jenny now with a long range shot to YSX. YSX, they are outside the zone. Right now, SMG is a full squad inside the zone. They managed to revive everyone. They're going to reset right now. YSX, they do have 4 team members, but they don't have the zone. Team Secret, they're trying to reset. They can reset, but they don't have the zone at the same time. We can see that Dola now trying to go for the high ground advantage, but then again, Kid will be knocked down. And 6 with a grenade elimination there onto Team Secret.
YSX now crawling right in, and look at Team SMG. They got the Cloud Fortress going on. Pouring now goes in for a threat, and they will take down members after members of the side of YSX. Team Secret waiting for that golden opportunity. They're hiding right behind Matoy now, needing to go in for a little bit more pickup. Coming up clutch. Now it's down to Team Secret's very vital member, and it has to be the captain. Now, revealing all these error, and it's going to be a 1 versus 2 if 6 can be revived. City picks him up. Matoy may not have too much of a match. They still have the circle's advantage. He's only down to bandages and 8 to be specific. I don't know how is he gonna out-trade SMG, but they're already lobbing grenades after grenades.
Oh, not only that, SMG, they have 12 elimination points at this moment. So this will be an advantage to SMG. Okay, now the circle at least is favors Matoy. So which one will win? Who will win? Is it numbers or is it the circle will win? Let's wait and see. Now Matoy, let's get it all down to Trick City. Wow, still managed to find him. Now it's going to be a Matoy versus 6. Who is going to win? It's going to be a Fragger versus an IGL. But the revive will kick in. He still has time. 25 more seconds on the clock. There will be enough time to pick up the city, and there will be reset. Here coming in for SMG, it will be a 2v1 again.
He may not have the meds, but he still has the firepower to book out of this match. Another grenade lobbed from the side of Trixnity as he advances forward. This is a risky move, but he's already on second plays no regardless, so he just have to try. Molotov being tossed right in. It reveals his position right now. Pixnity now pushing forward as well. Now, it might not have too much room. Pixnity soaking in the shot. He tries to get the coverage, and he will be able to juggle the pressure. Now, 6 have so little health. Pixnity tries to go in for a reset. He will heal up. Take it slowly and surely. SMG now goes on the bounce, and Malfoy will fall. SMG with a chicken dinner. And it is an epic comeback from the Tigers.
Epic comeback it is. This is what they need. This is what the Tigers need. Still moving under gunfire. Despite being under gunfire for 2 rounds, now they are back in the Super Weekend. Just look at the amount of elimination points. 13 elimination points together with that chicken dinner. This brings us 28 points total for their day today. What a player by SMG. And kudos to Team Secret as well. Matoy trying to hold on as much as possible, putting a lot of fight onto SMG, but you can't take it away from them. SMG brings home the glory for game number 3. Congratulations to SMG.
And now, if we look into the current circumstances out there, Team SMG should be able to not only bounce back up on top, they can still give chase to 4 rivals if they can get another good game going. So, kudos to them for coming back stronger after a long break that we have. 13 elimination points to set them back into the first page of the leaderboard. What a fantastic chicken dinner that was. And you saw Team SMG, it wasn't about them getting the compound on the final circle. They were playing so aggressively out into the open, and they clinched to what they have desired, and they finally took a big bite out of that chicken dinner. And it would have been definitely a huge feast if we could see a 2 versus 2. But Matoy have been able to still put up a show against Team SMG to secure that second spot. So consistency remains for Team Secret, and the big comeback for SMG. Is there any more surprises left for us here, Sir Cloud?
Man. I mean, I don't know what SMG had for dinner during our break, but that it's definitely not a chicken dinner, because the chicken dinner was for dessert. So kudos to SMG. They really needed that sort of win. They really needed that sort of momentum, because we do know, even like from previous seasons, SMG is a momentum-based team. If they fall down all the way. So this could be a comeback for them, and it's much needed now that we're down to the last 2 games. And yeah, it will be all out for today, but I have to give it to them. SMG, well, they did really well.
Indeed, they have been able to really pull through. So other than them being momentum based, I think that they've already gotten in the grasp of how to play the late game scenario. The usual problem that they run into is always early game scuffles, which resulted in them either being taken out early or so. But I think that with this sort of momentum going for them, definitely we'll see better days to come. Now, when we look at the rest of the teams as well, RSG today being extremely consistent, and I think that we might have actually slept on them for the past few games, but they have been able to put certain numbers out there. Don't forget about 4 rivals. They're definitely not out of the picture, but that circumstance of when they were moving from that low ground of that ditch that they were hiding under was honestly one of the toughest places to get out from, and we evidently saw there was TABAH NC, there was also YSX that has been able to shut them off before even getting any sort of an exit point for themselves. So I think that's where we just look at what sort of potential are we looking at for game number 4. Now that we take a glimpse at the match ranking, SMG takes that number 1 spot undoubtedly. So, and today, the majority of the chicken dinners that we see here has been on a high note with double digits score. Of course, we don't want to count out Homebois for getting 7. It's still pretty much some high performance coming in from majority of them to shut off their opponents by the end of the match.
Yeah, and you got to give it to Heikel as well, because he substituted for Razor in this round, and I can say this is probably one of the good substitutions, because the moment he came in, just look at his gameplay. So he did a kamikaze move and he paid off. If he didn't make that kamikaze move, they would have made the top 4. They would have been eliminated earlier because they were outside the zone. So I have to give it to him for being that last man standing for such a long time. And of course, fresh hands, fresh eyes, fresh mind. That's how he made that decision at the right timing and actually hang on to the top spot. But one more team that's super consistent so far is actually Team Secret, if you think about it.
Indeed. So far, I think that they should be able to really give chase to 4 rivals, since 4 rivals have faltered a little bit earlier than expected. Now, MVP title this time goes back to Bard. From seasons back in the past, this is the guy that you look out for, because he's been the backbone alongside with Xnity, and it's not always about high firepower, as you've got 6 to be able to offer that. This is a guy that always backs up 6, no matter the circumstance, and lo and behold, on that very final hour, what we saw was only down to Bart as well as Xnity. It was Bart there really controlling how Matoy was playing right behind the tree. As much as he gets to advance for it, that suppressive shot, if Trix were to do it alone, it won't be happening, because Trix was the one who got knocked first. Now, clear data, look at that. 889 damage. And that just goes to tell you how much he's been able to offer that match.
Yeah, and interestingly, he's been compared to Mata, who was his last standing rival. And the amount of damage coming out from Bard versus the eliminations, he did a lot of work. This guy did so much, like what you said just now. Suppressive fire is what he did. So we can see that with his suppressive fire, his damage output was high. It's sometimes not about eliminating opponents, right? Sometimes it's also about suppressing fire, and it did hit to whoever he's aiming at, and probably his other team members can actually finish up the job. But you have to give it to him that without Bard's intelligent play towards the end of the game, we wouldn't have seen SMG got it, because Xnity was outgunned by Matoy.
That's right. Now we see pretty much 2 Tigers here with some high frags. We start off with the chicken dinner winners here, Team SMG, with the 13-pointer out there with the most massive amount of damage, 2,330 to book out of that match. And we got 1,500 for EVOS VIP with 9 points secured. YSX, they managed to farm a lot of all those numbers, and they suppressed not only RSG, but also other teams that tried to make the cut, with 4 rivals only getting 4 out of that whole scenario. So 7 out of the many. I think YSX definitely have been having a really consistent run as well. So we got to keep an eye on them when it comes down to the leaderboard, while on an average, the rest of the team have been able to get at least about 3 pointers in. So here are the match summary. We got 3 faces, well, 2. I'm seeing doubles here because we got 6 and also Matoy to have the most of everything.
Yeah, so we have 6 with the most elimination points in this round with, well, 6, so happened to be his name. And we have, what considers, right? You don't get that all the time. Now, I'm not too sure if Mat Toy means number 3 in Thailand, but I guess not. So Mat Toy with 3 rescues, of course. It same goes with Haikal as well. So they're actually tied on with first and second, but of course, it's given to Mat Toy because he had a higher finishing. And Sik coming in with the 2 grenade eliminations. So I guess out of the 6 got 2 of them eliminated through grenade. So that's a kudos to him as well. It's not easy to do those Kobe's, but here's where it all matters, the rankings.
That's right, 4 rivals will still hold on to the first position, and it's only 7 points apart where Team Secret can still give chase. SMG now bounced from the bottom, now on 3rd place, tying with EVOS VIP. And lo and behold, YSX, I told you not to sleep on them as well, as they got themselves 29 points. And with Homebois slowly sliding downwards, although they secured a chicken dinner on that initial round, that's where TABAH NC today played a better performance. They got that 22-pointer in. RSG, they were in the first page, and now they're sliding downwards only ever so slightly, but we'll have to take a look at the next game to see if RSG can still make it back to the top 5.
But I'm liking what I see from YSX, so 17 elimination points. This is arguably one of their more aggressive performances as compared to the previous week. But here is the second page where nobody wants to be in. We have GeekFam at 9th place with 16 points. 10th place goes to Axis Redone. What are they doing down here? 15 points. 11th place goes to Farang Lejund, 12 points. 12th place goes to Axis R2K, 11 points. 13th place goes to Yoodo Alliance, 10 points. Bosskurr at 14th place with 9 points. Sem9, what are they doing down here as well? 15th place with 6 points, and Wales not moving from the bottom spot, rooted down there, this time with 5 points.
Now you can see that some of the high performers of the weekday elite didn't seem to pop off just about yet. Sem9, I think that they're taking a little bit too long here, and with all those change of plans, it may not have been favorable for them, and you saw them trying to go back to 70. Well, that rotation might have actually worked out in the initial part, but they could have secured a better area of play that to play from, you know, the outskirts swooping in. So I hope to see better performances coming from the teams that are currently from 16 till 9 in particular, because even for GeekFam, you know, this is definitely not their best performance out there. So Axis Redone, have they gone out of stamina just about yet? Because they were holding number 1 spot. Now it doesn't look like they are on a stable manner to secure that number 1 spot again.
Yeah, I can say that for sure they are no longer number 1, looking at how 4 rivals have been playing. Not to mention the Team Secret as well have been super consistent despite them not getting that chicken dinner. But they've been doing really, really well. But as compared to Axis Redone, is this the fall of the Giants again? But let's hear it out from our analyst. Analyst, Sis Jenny, take it away.
Assalamualaikum, Savior.
Waalaikumsalam, Jenny. Sis Jenny, sorry.
Confusing sikit
Ada nama player nama Jenny juga.
Betul, tapi tak ada unsur-unsur kroni ya. Kita dua-dua datang sama timing.
Betul.
Okay, congratulations for the win.
Thank you.
For the previous map. Okay, so sis ada soalan. Okay, one of the soalan is sis perasan tau, Six dia ada nampak, I don't know whether dia nampak ataupun agak dia tu mantap pasal satu grenade tu jatuh kat depan kit. Betul-betul meletup dan kit pun because of that macam pasal time tu SMG macam comeback gitu.
Ya, dia sebenarnya dia orang dah ada information yang kat mana kedudukan Team Secret. Jadi dia orang main orang kata safely, play smart safely. So dari situ diorang dapat chicken dinner lah.
Okay, next question. Kena-mena dengan ni juga. Okay, dah tahu yang pasal setahu sis itu kill feed tu dah keluar dulu yang kit. So, time tu you all tahulah tu team secret masa tu.
Yes, memang dah tahu tu team secret the last guy Mat.
Okay. Correct. Tapi bila SMG keluar pada compound kan, dia orang actually nak habiskan YSX dulu. Tak, diorang macam yes, diorang buat smoke tapi tempat diorang open. So diorang macam confident team secret tak akan push diorang ke?
Diorang tahu pemilihan tempat diorang tu adalah bagus and that's why diorang buat satu border ataupun menggunakan utilities untuk menutup team secret untuk push diorang ataupun buat something yang boleh buatkan diorang jadi knock. Jadi dalam game tadi macam mana diorang buat barrier kereta and buka smoke banyak-banyak untuk tutup pandangan team secret and kita boleh push YSX dari kiri. So macam itulah terjadi serangan macam itulah.
Pandai, sangat bijak. Okay, soalan yang ketiga, mentality apa yang korang ada sedangkan dua map tadi korang tusun dengan push yang tak menjadi. So what did you guys did in order to come back and betul-betul comeback dapat ayam?
Kita orang berpegang kepada 4 prinsip. Enjoy the game, mental aman, consistency, auto chicken. Kita orang pegang betul-betul kita punya mentality tu. So terjadilah chicken dinner tadi.
Betul. Okay, last question. Ini konsistensi dengan Six Is it true that Six is your key player? Pasal every time bila ada ayam, kena mengena Six ada dapat the MVP tu sikit-sikit. Dia memang super sub ke?
Actually kita orang punya super sub is Ziso, penambahan baru player kita orang. Tapi season ni kita nampak improvement daripada Six berbanding pada season lepas meningkat. So kalau ikutkan season ni Six adalah key player kami lah. Tapi tak dilupakan untuk Ziso sebab Ziso orang penting juga dalam team SMG ni. So yeah.
Alright. Thank you so much Xavier. Okay, kata-kata terakhir buat fan-fans di luar sana.
Saya nak ambil kesempatan ni, terima kasih kerana terus menyokong kami and terus menyokong kami tak kira lah kami tengah jatuh ataupun tengah on top. So korang punya sokongan tu sangatlah bagus and saya nak shout out dengan saya punya kawan-kawan saya dari team Stadium Fighter. Terima kasih kerana support saya daripada dulu sampai sekarang. So terima kasih.
Alright, thank you so much Xavier. Kita jumpa lagi. Alright, so sekarang kita patah balik ke table analyst kita. Jom, let's go.
Bye-bye.
Hello Topcast dan Khairul. Saya rasa korang pun tak sabar kan nak cakap pasal circle ni. Okay, pasal honestly kita tengok circle, alamak circle dia sama. Flight route dia pun flight route pun kurang macam gitu juga. Dia cuma berbalas lah kot. Dia macam daripada sini ke sini gitu. Alright, let's talk about the circle. Tadi masa first circle tu masuk, kita boleh nampak yang tim-tim memang ada yang masalah, diorang kena turun ke sana ke sini and ada yang dia turun, saya perasan lah yang Yoodo ada satu kat bawah, lagi tiga dia letak dekat atas. So kalau sis ada soalan, kalau circle macam ni dengan flight route yang susah macam tu, is it memang normal ke untuk tim-tim tukar diorang punya cara dapat turun tu semua?
Actually bukan sebabkan circle, sebab once flight path ditunjukkan, benda pertama yang diorang fikir adalah cara macam mana nak sampai ke drop spot asal mereka. Jadi disebabkan Yoodo Alliance difikir kalau dia pergi juga dekat tempat-tempat yang dia biasa ambil kereta, kemungkinan untuk berlanggar tu sangat-sangat tinggi. SMB hanya ada 2 penduduk. Kepulauan SMB ada 2 penduduk, Axis Redone dan juga Wolf Aerof. Tapi Wolf Aerof dah diambil alih oleh pasukan yang lain. Maksudnya ada 2 pasukan sahaja yang berada di kawasan SMB. Jadi untuk ambil kereta kat kawasan SMB itu adalah perkara luar kotak yang tim lain jarang buat dan Yoodo Alliance dah fikir benda tu. Itu bagi saya dia just nak ambil kereta, nak pergi ke drop spot dia je sebenarnya.
Alright, betul. Agreed with that. Okay, Khairul, tadi masa circle 1, 2, 3 daerah situ kan, kita perasan yang Axis Redone ni, diorang macam dah tahu orang akan menunggu daerah jembatan. So diorang memang dah menunggu dan diorang kacau tim lain. So benda ni memang senang kata lah untuk tim-tim lain, kalau dapat circle dengan flight route macam tu, memang ini ke cara Axis Redone akan mendapat the first few kills?
Sebenarnya pada awal kalau kita tengok penduduk asal untuk Novo Repnoye ialah Wolf Aerof, diorang jarang sebenarnya berlanggar ataupun berjumpa dengan Axis Redone, tapi disebabkan NC mengambil alih kawasan Novo Repnoye, diorang macam ada sedikit salah faham daripada segi timing untuk pasukan mana yang akan bergerak dahulu melalui jambatan kanan tersebut. Sebab tu kadang-kadang kita nampak banyak kali dah hari ni Axis Redone akan berjumpa dengan pasukan NC, sebab NC asalnya diorang turun dekat kawasan farm. Tapi disebabkan YSX lepas pada Super Weekend kali ni, diorang berniat untuk berhijrah ke Novo Repnoye. Tapi ya, tak ada ancaman pasukan lain, tapi waktu timing mereka untuk melintas kawasan jambatan tu hampir sama dengan Axis, dan itu menyebabkan diorang bertembung antara satu sama lain.
Alright, okay. Okay, Topcast. Sekarang kita beralih kepada SMG. Okay, diorang dapat tempat ni lama juga tau. So, diorang main pasif dahulu dan diorang tunggu. Memang agaknya diorang memang nak buat comeback. Tetapi bila diorang keluar pada tempat compound tersebut untuk push kan, saya cuma tak faham kenapa Team Secret dia tak push bila dah tahu YSX depan dia dah quite long actually. Awak perasan kan?
Perasan juga. Tapi kalau tengok balik tadi, disebabkan ada perlawanan, boleh dikatakan 3 hala di antara SMG, Team Secret dengan YSX. Sewaktu SMG push ke depan, masa tu Team Secret sebenarnya masih ada yang tengah reset untuk bangunkan kembali player dia. Dan akhirnya tiba-tiba masa SMG dah sampai, Team Secret dah settle reset, datang pula bom, grenade daripada Team SMG untuk knock lagi 2 orang daripada Team Secret, menyebabkan akhirnya Team Secret tinggal berseorangan, yang mana Mak Toy hampir-hampir kelas tadi yang kita dapat lihat. Tapi itu hanya disebabkan Team Secret terpaksa untuk reset. Kalau Team Secret masih dalam full capacity, saya dapat jangkakan SMG punya hayat memang tak lama, sebabkan akan ada serangan daripada dua arah yang berbeza.
Okay, so it's a reset thing. Alright, so Khairul, sekarang kita tengok dekat Four Rivals. Diorang actually tadi memang buat benda yang sama macam the previous Super Weekend. Diorang suka masuk tengah terus. And diorang macam, barbar mode lah. Cuma kelakarnya tadi, bila diorang dah dapat barbar, betul-betul dengan cepatnya kena KS dengan secepat mungkin. And after that, diorang punya comeback, diorang nak bring down RSG. So, bila diorang nak naik ke atas tu, diorang dikacau. Apa decision yang diorang buat tu yang masuk tengah, adakah should they still do it or janganlah?
Depends on situation juga, sebab kita nampak tadi keliling masih lagi ramai orang. Kawasan tengah tu kawasan yang low ground, diorang boleh buat satu bunker, cuma mungkin koordinasi tersebut kurang baik untuk diorang pada waktu itu. Dan waktu tu juga kita nampak EVOS VIP pun satu laluan dan satu checkpoint yang sama berkongsi dengan Four Rivals. Jadi bagi pandangan saya, benda yang diorang buat tu tak salah, cuma mungkin boleh lebih kemas lagi.
Alright. Okay, noted. Okay, dengar korang semua. Kena kemas sikit for Rivals. Pasal memang daripada last week kita nampak dia macam terus push masuk tengah. Tapi yang tak masuk akal, diorang survive. Agaknya macam Top selalu cakap, diorang memang mantap. Betul ke Top?
Ya, satu lagi mungkinlah disebabkan kehilangan AP, iaitu scouter mereka, merangkap juga boleh dikatakan key maker untuk pasukan Four Rival melakukan apa-apa pun. Macam tadi kita tengok Erangel yang sebelumnya, yang Erangel 1.0, circle yang lebih kurang sama, AP yang ke depan cuba untuk melakukan sesuatu yang sukar, dan perkara tersebut selalunya dilakukan oleh CAP, bukannya si pemburu ataupun siapa. Tapi mungkin disebabkan kehilangan scouter tu terlalu awal, menyebabkan Four Rival sedikit terumbang-ambing. Dia nampak ada kestabilan, tetapi AP tu sangat-sangat penting sebenarnya untuk tim Four Rival. Dah lah dia mati pun bukan mati, orang kata apa, mati sia-sia lah, mati meletup. Dia dah tahu bagi dia berasap, berapi, dia pergi langgar batu. Itu saya pun tak faham.
Happy. Hai, apalah happy. Tak apalah happy. InsyaAllah kita akan jumpa the next round kalau ada lagi. Buat masa ni kita akan patah balik ke Major Caster kepada Amy Sultan pada PM dan Contrast dengan Sir Cloud pada bahasa Inggeris.
Here we are back at it again, and this time around we are going in for match number 4. And of course, thank you to those of you guys who have been tuning in from the start, and also for those of you guys who have just tuned in. This is the PUBG Mobile Pro League MYSG Season 4. All of this is first brought to you by PUBG Mobile and also organized by VSPN. And with that, we'd also like to thank everyone on board for making this happen. And to start things off here, we got to thank our official smartphone partners. With Redmi Note 10 series, you can challenge every single one of your boundaries. So make sure you check them out in the nearest Xiaomi store or just check it out online. And also, big shout out to our official digital telco partners out there, Yoodo. And if you switch to Yoodo today, you get free in-game rewards. All you have to do, scan that QR code right down below, and that's how you want to make your first step to get all these great freebies, because end of the day, you do it better. So, Sir Cloud, I think that there is a lot of fair points to be brought right in from Sis Jenny and the rest of the analysts that were on board as well. So, when we look at how Team SMG managed to break down fights and also to take matters to their own hand, it's a step-by-step process which we have heard from their coach themselves. So, do you think that there's even more to come from SMG this time forward?
I guess so. Because SMG, if they get the momentum, they normally go all the way. And we've seen this in previous seasons. So, with this chicken dinner, and it's not a small chicken dinner, and it's a big chicken dinner, and it's up against Team Secret for them to get that chicken dinner. So I think this will give them a lot of morale boost moving into the next round. Now, but the best part is this. So next round we're going to play in Sandhawk. So the thing about SMG in Sandhawk is that they always be the nomad. And this time around, as far as my intelligence goes, they are going to drop in docks, which is somewhere we don't see them dropping in at least in recent seasons, because they always drop on the northern side. So it's going to be the first time since way back whereby they're going to play on the southern side. But before that, of course, we're going to reward all of you if you manage to spot, and we give you this reward.
That's right. So make sure you scan this QR code real quick. Just keep your phones up available most of the time, because we are always giving you all freebies. So scan now, win the gift. Head on over to bit.ly/PMPL S4 spot. So that's all that I'm gonna say for the moment. And right after this, you guys can also visit another website to get even more freebies. I'm telling you ahead of time. Is there anything else that you guys need to do? Just keep your phone up and type in to your browser screen, and that's so simple. Make sure you key in your PUBG Mobile ID if necessary as well. Just get that in the ready, and you're good to go. Same goes to our players here. 16 teams, they're going to be preparing to take each other on here in the PUBG Mobile Pro League MYSG, as you guys can slowly participate in the spot and reward program. Once again, may I remind you, scan that QR code right now before it disappears from your screen.
Yep. And it's not necessarily only by phone that you can access this feature. You can also use your PC or your laptop. It works as well, ladies and gentlemen. So that's why they give you the bit.ly link in case you prefer to use a laptop or a PC. Feel free, help yourself. And yep, why let go of free stuff? We all love free stuff. But we talked about this like every round, right? So you gotta do it. Here's your final reminder again. Once you do it, redeem your reward at bit.ly/PMPL S4 redeem, and make sure you have your PUBG Mobile ID ready, because if not, I'm gonna give you mine and you're gonna send it to me.
That's right. Freebies, and freebies. Malaysia, Singapore, wherever you are tuning in, just scan that QR code. You won't regret it. Now, only Santa match of the day, and you have mentioned that SMG, they may have looked like nomads, but last round, they look like kings. Now, can they dominate Sandhawk? Will the rest of teams like 4 Rifles still find their way back on track? And we definitely know, Sis Jenny, you're a big fan. We know. And hopefully one day we can arrange a little bit of a meetup between both of them. Her as well as the team. Now, if we look at other teams as well, Team Secret, extremely consistent. Today, Axis Redone falling down the radar, EVOS VIP, as well as SMG now tying on third spot, while the rest of the other teams here still playing a little bit of more catch-up. But I definitely think that this is neutral grounds. We're going back to square one. Third Cloud, I can't wait to see what Sandhawk offers.
Yeah, I can't wait to see as well because there are some changes of drop spots. So 7-9 Gang is going to drop into boot camp with the absence of Wolf Arof, and SMG they could drop into the L house, but they choose not to. So they choose around the areas of Docks and Cave. So they're going to be neighbors with EVOS VIP, and other places. Mong Night will be Yoodo Alliance. They've been absent last week, so they're going to play their first round in the Super Weekend. The first ever Sandhawk in the PMPL, and for YSX Esports, they will drop into Paradise Resort. So those are some of the changes. Oh, not to mention as well that for Rivals, they will be at Camp Alpha, but they plan to open up to the L house. So this will be really interesting though, because they're taking a little bit of a risk. Hartin has NC, and they could go just below them and actually kidnap team members of Four Rivals. So they gotta be really careful about their moves.
That's right. Flight started off from Docks, so we are seeing SMG taking over Kampong because there is an anti-circle to be around, while Farang Lejund slowly moves towards the side of Camp Bravo. And I think that this may actually lock EVOS VIP in a really peculiar situation for them to find a little bit of the exit plan, and this plan is telling them to go up north. Now, you mentioned about the L house. So L house, I'm assuming that to be in between Bootcamp, Alpha Island, as well as Ruins. Is that right?
Yeah.
Or is that...
Yes. Used to be the drop spot of 7-9 Gang.
I see. So it's interesting to know that how we came up with this name, because from the minimap, it kind of looked like 7. So I can call it the House of 7. I guess the BM caster like to call it the L houses, which if you were to play in the game and you're coming from Alpha Island, I won't blame you. So that's pretty much fine. Now, putting that out of the way, SMG have just got themselves that big fat chicken dinner. Now we want to see what do they do with it, especially now going from the edges of Kampong. Good news about playing in Kampong is this. When there's nobody in Docks, you have that free area down south. All you have to worry is anybody in front of you. That's about it. No backstabs whatsoever. SMG now having the highest points in Super Weekend.
Oh, hang on a second. But talking about the team that had highest points last week, the Volky with the first blood here. And where did that come from? Interestingly, they dropped way away from their own teammates. Bosskurr, they were the first team to be eliminated from the previous round in the Ragos. So now starting off with only one team member down, it's not looking good for Bosskurr right now. And coming back to what you said earlier about SMG's position, I totally agree with that. They just need to look ahead, and plus the circle is on the northern side, so right in front of them is EVOS VIP. After EVOS VIP is Farang Lejund, so it's going to be quite packed though on the right side. Considering that SMG is a team that likes to rotate quick, it's possible they could bump into teams just right in front of them.
Wow, just look at the knockout rankings. 51, 50, 50, 50. Damroot still leading with only very slight margins. But Kid, Volky, everybody here has a little bit of a shot. While for Rivals, they got a lot of room of spacing to play out from. But to get to the mainland out there and book a really good spot, it's going to be a little bit tricky. I'm looking at around Paradise Resort to be the optimal area. But if it shifts down to the south, Team Wales looking in prime position, because they always start from Quarry.
Yep, absolutely. That's their regular draw spot, so they're comfortable there. And if they get the circle, of course, it's always good. I mean, like Sandhawk to me, it's always a circle-dependent map. Like if you drop and you get the favor of the circle at that area, your chances of getting that chicken dinner is fairly high. So in this case, I would say I'm looking at you, teams. Great. I'm looking YSX. I'm looking at you. newcomers into the Super Weekend. But oh, hang on a second, what's happening here?
Oh, RSG now taking on a fight, and that's going to be Lex. There goes on with the opening pick as he finds Small Boy. Immediately secures the kill. He knows that it's going to be hard to get out from. It's a 1-for-1. Yoodo Alliance will be settling for that trade.
Alliance, oof. The trade onto RSG, my goodness. It's not good for both of these teams, though. So, I mean, well, RSG, they still need to put on the performance. Same goes for Yoodo Alliance being the newcomers in the Super Weekend.
Indeed, and now we're going to go in for a little bit of a switch of scenarios once again. We're going back to EVOS VIP, and you just mentioned about them not too long ago. So they're still within that top 4 as we accumulate all the Super Weekend points. Can they give chase to anyone currently on top of them? And we're looking at SMG, Team Secret, as well as Axis Redone.
Yeah, they need to be careful there. Okay, but okay, let's talk about Axis Redone. So we're moving over to them right now, and there's some changes here in their lineup. So Faris is coming in for Hey Noob. So that's quite interesting here. So Hey Noob is the original team member from Axis Redone last time when they were called Tauge Ayam, and Faris was from VXM Fan X, or was it? Okay, yes, he was from VXM Fan. Oh, hang on a second. Was he from VXM Fan or NSP? It's either one. But either one it is. So Axis is now doing better than those teams. So he's definitely looking back at them and say, I'm in a better place right now. But yeah, we can't count them out yet.
I think that it's not only you got to look in such a scenario that, hey, my teammates are doing great. You also have to factor in that you have to put in the contribution points as well. So there's a little bit of pressure, especially when you have substitutes lying in the wait if you're not going to be performing well. So it's not to say that it's a who's better in what circumstances. It's more of like who's performing gets to get even more of the points for your team to get up ahead, and they should feel happy about it regardless. So hopefully it's a little bit of a healthy competition going on for many of the likes of this team. Same goes to the other players out there that's been having a little bit of a shift of rotation. We see Team Secret sometimes fielding jumpers, sometimes fielding Kid, and they still have Fredo to sometimes make a little bit of a switcheroo going on. So it definitely depends on certain dynamics how they really want to play, and this time around it's Jumper that will be taking over the spot of Matoy as well, as they're playing inside of Paradise Resort. It's interesting to note because Matoy, before he joined Team Secret 2 seasons ago, he was playing in Limited Murder, and this seems to be their hometown. Oh boy! Kid now getting picked off. Wiry with some beautiful angle up top of that hill. And now Jumper spots him out as well. Grenades are locked right in. It may be able to chip some health off of Kid. So it's prompting Team Secret to quickly go in for the rescue.
But then again, it's pressure on the Team Secret right now. But it's just too late. And now Wiry confirms that elimination onto Kid. Now Team Secret, they just lost their main fragger. It's going to be a 4v3 scenario. Is YSX going to go for it? Now YSX, ever since their PMNC run, we see them play the type of passive gameplay. But before that, I do know that I've seen them a lot in scrims. They are an aggressive team, so they do have the firepower. But since PMNC, they seem to go for a different approach. But well, I do hope that we can see a more aggressive approach because they do have the firepower. Just look at this. 2 nades to match a finish of Kid, and now they have an advantage over Team Secret. They could take over Team Secret if they continue to push on, but then the counter nade coming from Fredo on the Forex. It's back 3 versus 3.
Great angles. Now popping another, it's an eye for an eye that they're looking for. Jake needing to hold the line, not allowing Jumper to eventually rush forward. YSX, they should have pushed their advantage. Now Wiry, his position, of course, was revealed much early on. Good reset. Jake should be able to actually go in for the pickup. But this allows more room for Jumper. And I'm considering Dola to take this advantage, move right into the progress, because it's a 4 versus 3 after all. So when you have that advantage, you can press on. But since Team Secret wants to play more towards the outskirts, it's a little bit harder for them to actually get the angles right. So pouring just pours his heart and soul. And finally, iShot coming with some white flank. Fun chick in the progress. And now it may just be a little bit of a big turn of event. Leaning back towards tree versus tree. Team Secret, as much as they're playing in the outskirts, you can tell that YSX are unwilling to go in for that full commitment, giving enough respect to Team Secret.
You know what I like about this fight from Team Secret is that they are the more active one. Now, what the YSX did is that they held their position too long. So Team Secret exactly knows if you're not moving, I can counter move you and go for the flag, just exactly what iShots did. And he takes one by one out of their opponent. And YSX now we need to fall back. So Team Secret is playing the more active role when they were the first ones to actually lose a team member. So you can just look at the quality coming here for Team Secret. Now, the second zone we see here move towards the main island. No more playing on the smaller island. It will be centered around the area of just on the outside of Paradise Resort. So that will mean that two teams that we can see on the Camp Alpha Island, they are still there. They'll need to move quickly. This is the first zone, though. Yes, you can tank it out, but you don't want to expend unnecessary utilities early on.
Indeed. Now, we saw Team SMG slowly moving by Lakawi as well, picking whatever is that's left over by EVOS VIP. They may actually look to clash eventually. Samzi as well as Heiko. They're already taking on those hills, so they got to tread really carefully. The rest of SMG, they're doing scouting duty, and they got to have a look at their six. Not their player, but right behind them, it's Homebois, who are playing a little bit of slow approach. Same goes to Axis Redone.
But Contra, just look at this. Look at the positioning of GeekFam up north. So there are two team members at the Camp Alpha area and two above Mona at Mona at Cow. I'm not too sure what their strategy is splitting up that far though. So this is quite interesting coming in from GeekFam, considering they dropped into ruins.
That's right, and I really think that maybe it's a little bit of an issue that has resulted in Miracle still playing by the outskirts, but don't worry, I believe that they have enough time to get that all sorted up. So, Axis, Team Secret, YSX, RG, Yoodo Alliance so far only walk away with that one extra point. Nothing too much has happened. This is one thing that I kind of dislike about Sandhawk is that none of the teams want to play aggressively because it is very easily punishable. But Trixnity so far has been doing a phenomenal job. The team captain here coming with 9 hit shots, 30 over elimination points that have been secured. And you can see that when it comes down to contribution efforts coming in from the team captain has been outstanding so far. So on top of that, you have Six as well as Bart, who's also on a hot performance. So SMG, they're taking a really good lead for very good reasons from week number 1, heading back to week 2 here, getting a chicken dinner to, of course, set the tempo right to get back on track.
Trixie, he's definitely leading by example based on those stats. I can tell you that for sure. But now we look into Paradise Resort. Looks like 79 Gang has joined into the party. Chick will be taken out by Fredo, and Jumper will be taken out by Aduka from NC. So they managed to cross over. Now they're going to third party, and Jumper will be knocked, but Fredo, his longtime buddy, will come and pick him up. Shouldn't be a problem, though. We can see that NC has a good distance with Team Secret, so that should be fine. NC, it's not a team that likes to take early skirmishes, so they're going to chill for now. While on the eastern side of the map, you can see movement here coming in from Axis Redone. Now coming in from the other left side island, they are making the slow approach like how they always do. This is a high ground that they currently have. Homebois right in front of them. They have a vehicle, and this is a regular move that they always do. If the circle is on the main island towards the somewhat on the right side, they always get a vehicle. They will push towards the end and they'll go up.
But look at the position of Homebois. They can actually punish Axis Redone for rotating so late. I think this is what Homebois have been up to. They understand this rotation may come by from the side of Axis Redone. So now they're learning around the corners. Voki has already get himself a little bit of fresh breathing room at the very least. Nuke slowly trailing behind him. This is going to be a little tad difficult for Nuke alone to handle the entirety of Axis Redone.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a tough one for him in case they come by at him. So he just needs to stay put and pray that they don't notice him. But the bad news is that they are outside the zone. The zone continues to move further up north. And right now, Farang Lejund is right smack into the middle of the zone. EVOS VIP managed to make their way into the zone. And we may see SMG as well following through. But at the side of Paradise Resort, looks like they need to let go of Paradise right now. But talking about letting go, let's see, will Ziggs be let go by his teammates?
That's right. Nobody's going to be frozen inside of Sada, but fight will continue. Stewart 9K dropping some good nades. Stewart need to find a little room. Oh, he survives. Goodness gracious. Only with a take of health while the rest of Team Will's getting pressurized. Zig should be able to heal himself up. Ricky now finds Asfar. Team Bosskurr kept on colliding in the early scuffles. Now, it may not be as early as we want it to be. 15 minutes have passed. It's still phase 3, and Sanok is difficult because of these very few reasons. And hitting the phase 4 gets a little more difficult. Ziggs now pushing him forward, looking for Stewart 9K. Can Team Wills come in to support their fallen brethren?
Isaiah now is going up against Team Wills. Team Wills can actually defend this compound. Stewart 9K will be finished off, unfortunately, but Mamba will be knocked down as well. And Sydney with a long range shot. Sydney, he's been waiting here for the right moment, and yes, that's a good angle to get that one knockdown.
Kills being secure. Mamba goes down. Heikel finds Mika from Axis Redone. Now Rebel Boy will be able to find his Somnus, immediately turns him down while Snappy gets flustered upon. It's only gonna be Sinby left. Nothing much that he could do, but he tries to suppress the rest of members of R2K from moving forward. They know the zone belongs to them. They have to find a way to cut across. And by doing so, they need to move right into the open. Sinby now getting pressurized as well. Jenny will be able to find one more member from EVOS VIP. That's going to be the captain. Luxy now on the ground.
Yeah, that's by Jenny, the SMG. They have been following, tracing EVOS VIP from behind. But now let's put focus on the Sinby. Sinby now, the good news is that he's closer to the zone. The bad news is that RSG is just right behind him. Kim will be knocked down as well by Bravo. And Batman will be knocked down by Bravo as well. So that's a double knockdown there by Bravo. Actually, a triple knockdown maybe. But Rex will take revenge on the Bravo. Sinby still holding up his line. It's going to be a 1v4 scenario. Can actually Sinby, can he do the clutch here with a nade? Who will it land on? The zone will arrive here on the Sinby. He only has one first aid.
Oh my, he's doing whatever he can. He takes another knock. NSP will not be able to survive. Now, R2K, they are in a predicament and they need to quickly finish him off. They still can go in for a little bit of bandages. Goes in for the pickup grenade, now being tossed outside. Echo on the other side of the flank as well. So I don't know, Sinby may not be able to last for all too long if he stays inside his hut.
Yeah, I don't know how long it lasts, but at least he got NSP. But Sinby at last will be out. That means that Team Wills will be out at 15th place. And now we move over to 4 rivals. Pemburu now pushing in onto their opponents from YSX. And now the nade is coming in. Pemburu will be knocked down by Zayn. And at the same time, we can see that Dola will now try to pick himself up. Wyrie now with 50% of health. Foray with the side shot there, taking out one by one from 4 rivals. At the same time, we can see that the kill feed is running crazy. Riv, is he the last man standing? No, he still has one more Riv together with April. The duo now will need to face up against 3 team members from YSX.
Circle goes towards Camp Bravo sector. This is going to be a tad difficult for anybody who's still around the west side, the southern side as well. While Pommies finds a little bit more of Crew's crosshair, that will take down Jumper inside of Sanok. Now, Wyrie gets picked off. He went out in the open on a really untimely manner. Now that grenade gets charged in. April still behind that rock. Pouring, holding on to the back of the villages.
Dola
trying to get out of here. Wari gets naded, bombarded. Impel cleans up shop, needing one more member to do the trick, but he managed to get one more. Pouring now goes for the Thompson. He might just be able to secure the kill. Blue zone already chipping right in. He needs to clear the sector. This is going to be a push. Oh, he gets it though. For Rivals. They crash out early. And what a clutch coming in from Pouring.
Oh my goodness, Pouring 1v2 versus a team that gets the most elimination points so far. What a great play there by Pouring. But now we can see the kill feed is moving and Miracle will be knocked down by ice shots. Looks like there's skirmishes happening all around this map at this moment, including this place. SMG is going up against Homebois. Homebois knocked now, tossing out the Molotov. Aspa will be taken down by Adik. Look, and at the same time, we can see here the movement here from Homebois. They are having the confident move here against Jenny as well as Bond. Axis is looking on top of the hill. They could third party in. Homebois need to be careful with this. Homebois still with a full squad versus SMG.
This is a classic run when you get into Sanok. You've got to practice your routes out of any military base or even the boot camps. Here comes the push. GG finds one inside, but he does not really manage to get anything out of it. Now, one by one, Homebois waiting for the reload. He will be able to clean it up. Daddy goes down. And that is secured by Hai Naoki. So, Homebois now going for a reset. The rest of them playing on the outskirts though. Snipes falling pretty low. Rush doesn't really have mats left. And there's no time. Ryze's gonna bleed out as well. Now Snipes just gonna be waiting outside. He's gonna be able to secure the kill. First pointer in for the side of GeekFam. Today hasn't been the best of days for the team that has been able to make it for back-to-back C championship. Now, going back towards the side of the Alliance, it seems like they're taking a slow time, and Putra is just going to be all old up on top of that hill.
Oh, look at this. So, he doesn't know that Putra is up there. He doesn't know Putra could backstab him. But then again, let's wait there for another time. Now we move on to Axis. Axis now having a skirmish together with R2K. R2K with the lower ground, but then again, at the same time, the zone is closing in onto the Maxis. We'll need to move this move with the flip circle. So it will be painful. Painful it is. As painful as Echo with a side shot there. Managed to get the knockdown onto Axis. And now R2K, they need to move as well. Kacang Susu now applying the bandages. He has 24 bandages. They are ready to play the healing game, Contra.
Not too sure if bandages is going to be sufficient right there, but we'll just have to wait and see. Tema now going for the pummels, but it seems like Yoodo Alliance secures the kill. Same goes to Farang Esports. They managed to take down that member of GeekFam, and that is where GeekFam finishes at 13. Rough start of the day, and I guess Tema, he doesn't really have all too much time. He will falter. There goes Yoodo Alliance on that 12 spot, having 1 ranking point alongside with 3 elimination points, added up to 4. Next one to falter is going to be 7-9 there with 4 elimination points, and even Al-Ikhlas R2K, who has took on Team Wills. So many teams dropping in the blink of an eye, and that's phase 6 to you, ladies and gentlemen. Grenades lobbed in. High goal. Now, looking for Farang Lejund.
Oh yeah, blink and you miss those eliminations, ladies and gentlemen. Now Farang Lejund, they do have the high ground versus EVOS VIP. At the lower ground, they have 3 team members. They have Sam, Luxy, as well as Haikal now. There's one person waiting on the right side, which is Jimmy. They don't know Jimmy is here. Jimmy is actually on the flag, and now Jimmy can actually spot them out. Repo Boy now on the other angle. EVOS VIP, they still have the compound, but they don't have the time anymore because the zone is closing in. Jimmy can actually shoot from the side. They need to be careful here. They need to pop out the smoke at least. And now Sam will be forced to move together with Luxy. So Haikal is right in the profile, but they know the position of Haikal. Repo Boy tossing out the name one by one. Haikal is trying to reset himself, 50% of health left, and the name being tossed out by Repo Boy will land on the Haikal. Sam will now need to move. Haikal is still alive after that name toss, and now Sam will create the smoke bridge for him to try to move into the circle.
7 more teams remain. We are already seeing a little bit of a glimpse of a very critical moment for teams that are outside of the play zone. EVOS now needing to take a little hit as well. They have Luxy outskirts to play the healing game, but to face off against Farang Lejund, they may not have that firepower, and somebody starts to make a move, and that somebody has got to be Homebois here. That's going to be able to cause trouble for Farang Lejund. Now the next team to go, TABAH NC, 6th place finish. And look at how far away Sneedy is currently at.
Yeah, he is playing the healing. 8 more first aid for him to play. Luxy will be taken off in his own. And now we can see Kacang Suicide on 8 first aids as well. So we got 2 players that are playing the healing game at this point. Homebois in another location. Luxy will be finishing up in his own. And now we can see that Farang Lejund is they're still trying to hold up EVOS VIP. Surprisingly, EVOS VIP is still alive up to this point. We have 2 players playing the healing game. The random shot coming from Homebois will not land onto anyone. But now we also give attention to the Homebois. Homebois can come in from behind actually, and yes, they're doing it right now. Contra Homebois is doing it. They are actually being the thorn onto Farang Lejund. EVOS VIP major thank Homebois.
2 first aid kits left for Trixnity. They managed to secure only a top 5 finish. And I don't know if this is going to be good enough for them, but damage being done. Samzy now cornered up. They need to rely on whatever that's left available. Homebois has run out of grenades. Now that's a frag on top of Heikel. Now, with only Samzy left, what can he actually do this time around? He reveals himself. Now, EVOS VIP in shambles. And that's a 4th place finish for EVOS.
Oh, there you go. 4th place finish with 1 elimination point. Looks like Axis is still alive here, so they will get their 3rd place finish. So it's either Farang Lejund or Homebois here taking that chicken dinner here in Sandhawk. Let's see who gets it. We can see that Homebois, they got 1 knockdown on their side. Ricky now is on super low. 30% of health. First aid kit will be used by Ricky. The only first aid kit that he has. They have the high guard advantage. But then again, Homebois, they can still reset here. Axis is still going at it. At the same time, we can see that Onyx Luke gets 5 elimination points, 1 onto Homebois and Axis. They are still holding on.
Now Sankon managed to find GBOP. Homebois needing to go for a little bit like reset. And here comes the damage from Bosskurr. Ricky massive wiped them off. Axis Esports. They managed to clinch 2nd spot. But the question is, where's Gachosusu? Final remaining one. And he will take the dance. He considers this as a victory. But it's still Farang Lejund's here to secure the 4th winner chicken dinner of the day.
Oh my god, 12 elimination points for Farang Lejund, but what a plot twist here. Axis managed to hold on to 2nd place just by playing the healing game. Only 2 elimination points, but with that 2nd place finish, that still gives them a lot of points. More points than Homebois in fact, so what a plot twist here. Homebois wouldn't have thought, they thought that he would have at least get maybe like 2nd place or so, but then again, they just had to play the healing game, and the healing game just worked out, just at the right moment, just that last first aid to use before Homebois goes out to Farang Lejund. So Farang Lejund, still nothing can stop him in this round, taking home this chicken dinner with 12 elimination points. Farang Lejund is back in the house.
What a dramatic round inside of Sanhok, and we saw Farang Legends not needing to deal with Axis Redone, but they're happy to settle for second after killing since forever. And we saw even the ones inside of the circle with Homebois pushing forward, or even EVOS VIP being stuck in the corner settling for fourth. It seems like nobody could have actually stopped Axis Redone, so this is definitely a tactical play when you go into Sanhok where you still play that healing game to the very end if you gather enough of those first aid. So it seems like it's a commodity where if you get any sort of first aid, that can be traded for Bitcoin if you want.
Well, yeah, it is super valuable in Sanhok, no doubt. I mean, like, we've seen the meta, right, since last week's Super Weekend. There are many teams who actually played the healing game and it worked out for them. So Farang Legends was the one previously. Okay, so here's a fun fact, right? So in last week's Sanhok, Farang Legends, they played the healing game, they got second place, and Axis got the chicken dinner. This time, it's Axis playing the healing game, they get second place, and Farang Legends get the chicken dinner. So they kind of swapped it with each other in this round. So it's a fun fact there. But then again, the healing game meta in Sanhok is just a thing right now. Like, maybe everyone should just consider playing healing to the end.
It's gonna be pretty anticlimactic. I hope that does not really happen all too much. But hey, a tactic is a tactic that can be used to stand the test of time against the rest of the teams that either struggle to get in the circle or struggle to fight into the circle. So there's definitely an alternative option for those of them who want to play a little bit more of a time spent outside of the play zone. But regardless, we gotta have a look at the standings eventually to see how well do Farang Legends fare against the rest of them who have been able to really stash up those points. So fairly consistent run this time around for Homebois as well as EVOS VIP for today. But I wonder if those are enough points because we don't really see high frag volumes inside of Sanhok this time around for a majority of the teams. And I guess this is where when it comes down to the terrains of Sanhok, there's so many hills where you can hide from or even prone inside of those grasses. It gets very difficult for anybody to secure much. So we go to the match ranking here. Farang Legend, they take that chicken dinner and they walk away with a total of 27 points. I think this is just about enough for them to make it to the top 5 if this is going to be the case. While Axis Esports, only 2 elimination points, but once they add into second spot finish, that's what? 14 points, just 1 away from chicken dinner. Homebois come matching 3 elimination points, while EVOS VIP secures that 1 quarter in for first place. The one with the most frag, surprisingly, was R2K. They took on Wales, they took out some of the players that were struggling to get right in. And I think that this is a pretty fair run out there with the MVP being Ricky from Farang Legends.
Oh yeah, Ricky, he was the one who actually flanked onto Homebois during the final fight there, and he was one that backstabbed them through that flank. So I must say that that's a really bold move coming in from Ricky, and you gotta give it to him. Because of that flank, he managed to get like what, 1 or 2 knockdowns, and from then on, it's gonna be easy peasy job for Farang Legends to do the cleanup job. And yeah, I mean, we haven't really talked much about Ricky. I mean, we talk about like Adelo a lot, alright, and we talk about Repo being the IGL a lot. So now it just shows that Farang Legends, they don't only depend on 1 or 2 players, but they can also spread out to say that, hey, you know, don't forget about Ricky, don't forget about Jimmy as well, don't forget about Helton. These players are able to play as well on their own. So by them holding on well, MVP, for example here, Ricky, very well deserved. 5 elimination points, 843 damage, 35.1% team contribution, longest elimination distance, 120, not that much, but of course this is Sanhok, and of course no doubt he survived to the end.
That's right. Now, look at the point distribution, and it was Farang Legends here, the only team to secure that double-digit points. And you saw they didn't really have to rotate all too far. They started from Camp Bravo. All they need to do, make less than a kilometer of a pursuit to get to where they needed to be, and they just started to take advantage through those high hills, and nobody came close to them. And I felt that when you don't really have mobility in terms of vehicle usage, it's going to be so much tougher for you to navigate some of all these areas in a nick of time. And where we saw so many of all these teams just securing at the max 1 to 2 pointers each. But kudos to 7-9 as well as YSX, and not forgetting Al-Ikhlas R2K for bagging the higher amount of points overall.
Yeah, I gotta give credit to all these teams as well who actually fought through standout. That's a very, very difficult map to play. But two players from Farang Lejund as you showing up here. So Ricky, of course, the coming in with the most damage, 843, as well as Ade Luke. Despite him not being the MVP, he still doesn't miss out on coming in the top one in the match. Somebody, of course, 2 assists together with Zayn as well as Rift tying it up. And Volky with 8,703 meters, top traveler. Of course, the rotation of Axis, they like to travel a little bit fast, so it's not too surprising that they actually come up as one of the top travelers.
That's right, and some of the members didn't manage to even get anywhere near phase 6 or so. So when players drop, they usually left over some of all these first 8. I think that's good enough for them to first settle for that second spot. Now we saw only 49 elimination. Rest of it just being the MVP, and that's going to be the Blues, if you were to count the number of takedowns. So Trouble's usage is only 143. Everyone's just swarming their way to get inside. Now, Super Wicked ranking is already here. 4 rivals. They're now top of the table. Question is, how did this happen? 4 rivals. They got some good frags going. This time around, EVOS VIP is only 2 points up. Team Secret has been remaining unchanged on that second spot with 54 points. 41 for SMG, 39 for both. Homebois as well as Farang Lejund. That chicken dinner pumped them all the way to 6. Impressive.
Oh yeah, I mean, we just played like 4 games, so it's impressive definitely that they jump up many standings up to the 6th spot. So that's kudos to them. Whoever gets the chicken dinner at this point will automatically go on to the first page. And now we see the second page whereby TABAH NC 27 points at 9th place, 10th place goes to GeekFam 19 points, same goes RSG 19 points as well, 11th place. AIG R2K 12th place, 18 points, a lot of unchanged at the bottom. So Yoodo Alliance 14 points at 13th place, Bosskurr at 14th place with 12 points, 7-9 Gang at 15th place with 11 points, and Wales still the only team with a single digit point picked up at 16th spot with only 6 points. I mean, they probably owe like 2 points to Sinbi, who did a miraculous job of trying to hold onto R2K earlier.
That's right, and I feel that for number 1 all the way down to 12th spot, we'll have a little bit of musical chair switcheroo going on for the final game here, because the points are honestly not too far from each other. So that's what I do assume what's going to happen in the final game, which we will be setting the tempo right for what's about to come in Arago. So now that the chicken dinner has already been clinched by the Farang Lejund, I believe that we should spend some time with Sis Jenny to, of course, ask the boys what are they up to and how did they manage to get this chicken dinner, because this may not be the simplest of ways to win it. Yes, they may have a little bit of easy rotation, but to secure high frag volume, definitely not easy. So, Sir Cloud, I guess we take a little bit of breathing room and we'll let Sis Jenny do the rest.
Assalamualaikum. Hai.
Waalaikumsalam.
Hello Ricky. Tahniah buat kemenangan tadi. Tapi memang si satu je lah. Jarang lah Farang dapat circle kat Sandhawk. So tadi benda tu memang luar biasa. Tapi tetap walaupun tak dapat circle, korang dapat ayam dekat Sandhawk. So, my question is, ada kan Farang tu dah dapat circle daripada circle nombor 1. Korang jaga circle tu sampai habis. Siapa punya arahan tu?
Sebenarnya tu kita orang arahan dari repo.
Wow.
So kita orang sebenarnya split dua-dua, Rumah seberang dengan atas bukit seorang. So kita orang nampak macam circle tu lebih ke arah bukit, kita orang pergi mau tu bukit, jaga bukit kat situ.
Baik,
So,
arahan yang terbaik. Okay, so bila antara circle yang interval tu kan lama, so Farang bila korang jaga circle tu, korang ada nampak tak tim-tim lain yang lalu lalang, habis korang macam repo kata tak mau tembak? Ada nampak?
Tak ada. Just macam kalau kita orang nampak tim, kita orang tembak je.
Wow, so memang tempat tu safe gila lah masa circle
tempat tu
1
safe.
sampai habis.
Tempat tu safe.
Wah, dahsyat. Memang ayah pin ada dekat korang. Tapi taklah tu memang alhamdulillah nasib yang baik. Okey, satu soalan lagi. Lagi dua lah soalan. Farang memang selalu ada standby first aid yang banyak. So tadi nyerang ada standby first aid ke?
Tadi ada.
Oh, dah standby juga.
Jimmy dah standby. Jimmy dah standby. Dia dekat rumah.
Berapa banyak first aid tu? Sis nak tahu.
15 something macam tu.
Wah, biasalah Farang memang disiplin in that sense. Macam kat Sehawk memang kena ada bagus-bagus. Okay, last soalan yang terakhir. Susah tak nak jaga konsistensi minggu ke minggu, Super Weekend yang lalu dengan sekarang? Farang tim yang baru, tapi korangnya konsistensi tu macam seolah-olah tak payahlah cakap korang ni tim baru. Apa rahsianya korang punya konsistensi ni?
Kita orang sometimes ada hesitate lah, macam kurang yakin. Kadang ada naik turunan. So kita orang Sultan selalu ingatkan kita orang, korang kena yakin dengan diri, and then buat yang terbaik all out. So jangan takut dengan semua tim, sebab semua tim sama je. Tak ada yang kuat, tak ada yang lemah, semua sama.
Wow, mantap. Bagus mindset ni Saya rasa untuk semua yang nak jadi pro player, memang mindset ni paling baik Okay, so kata-kata terakhir buat fans Farang dengan supporters, apa korang nak cakap?
Kepada fans kita orang and kepada supporters, semoga korang terus support kita orang dari bawah sampai habis, dari awal sampai habis, dari bawah sampai atas, and doakan kita orang dapat pergi ke C.
InsyaAllah, amin. Alright, thank you Ricky. Assalamualaikum. Alright guys, jom kita masuk ke analyst table. Kita try to break down pasal sis ada spot something tu. Let's go. Hi Ricky.
Hi.
Hai. Okay, Taukas dan Khairul. Tempat panas. Okay, ni memang panas ni. Kenapa? Sebab I think nanti Taukas boleh jawab soalan ni. Alright, so circle, macam Sol tadi ada cakap tau, circle ni actually normal. Pernah nampak juga. Tapi yang peliknya is that ada satu part tu, bila circle dah nak tutup dalam letaklah 3-4, circle ketiga, circle keempat, bahagian kanan sangat berat So maybe sis tanya Khairul dulu, kenapa circle kat belah kanan tu berat?
Mungkin atas sebab diorang nak menghilangkan lah, ataupun tak nak bagi mana-mana pasukan untuk serang mereka daripada bahagian belakang. Macam kita nampak tadi, EVOS akan lalu daripada bahagian belah kanan, tim SMG juga dengan pasukan Homebois, juga dengan pasukan Axis. Keempat pasukan ni diorang ikut jalan yang sama. Diorang ikut daripada kampung, kemudian ke Lakawi, sampailah ke belakang Camp Bravo. Memang tak nak langsung ada orang yang jaga belakang diorang. Diorang tak nak ditembak daripada belakang, dan mungkin ada bau-bau untuk main healing sikit, tak tahu macam mana. Tapi ban memang sangat-sangat kosong. So mungkin diorang berfikiran bahawa mungkin ramai dekat kawasan tengah, so kita akan ikut belah tepi saja untuk isolate kita punya backdoor untuk elakkan mana-mana peperangan. Tapi end up semua ikut belah kanan juga.
Ya, betul juga. Agaknya pasal nama Paradise tu macam sangat hangat Okay, soalan ni kepada Topcast, sebab Topcast perasan yang ada bau-bau meta baru, Axis Redone dia berpecah dua. Jadi sebenarnya agaknya lepas ni kalau kita nampak dalam map tu, Axis Voke ada bahagian Moknai dengan tak salah Faris dengan kacang susu bahagian ban kat bawah situ. So apa tu Top?
Ya, betul. Sebab tadi kita dapat nampak kat circle ni sebenarnya maybe team lain tak ditunjukkan, tapi sebenarnya Voki ada dekat bahagian atas, Kacang dan juga Faris dekat bahagian bawah. Itu sebenarnya adalah satu benda yang Tak pernah saya tengok dibuat oleh mana-mana pasukan berpecah dalam dua ekstrim yang berbeza. Terlalu utara dan juga terlalu selatan dalam satu safe zone. Kemungkinan Voki, inilah dia sekanya. Terima kasihlah producer. Memang betul-betul ni Voki, kalau kita tengok memang betul-betul kat kawasan tersebut mungkin sedang memaksimalkan looting dari sudut first aid. Manakala Faris dan juga Kacang akan cuba stay dekat bahagian selatan, juga melakukan perkara yang sama. Sebab circle memainkan peranan sangat penting dalam circle ni. Kalau circle shift pergi Voki, maka Voki dah bersedia. Kalau circle kebetulan masa ni dia shift pergi dekat Faris dengan Kacang, maka Faris ditugaskan untuk menjaga Kacang susu yang dah memang pegang berpuluh-puluh first aid daripada awal game lagi. Disebabkan itu Faris tak ikut Voki. Saya rasa Voki fikir benda tu yang buatkan dia buat meta yang macam ni, yang mana kalau kita tengok mana ada pasukan lain buat macam ni, tak pernah nampak lagi sebenarnya. Ataupun dalam pengetahuan saya lah, at least tak pernah lagi saya tengok perpecahan ataupun buka dua yang se-ekstrim macam ni daripada mana-mana tim sebenarnya.
Betul-betul. Kita agaknya ni meta baru ke? Bau-bau ke? Okay, now kita patah balik ke Khairul. Okay, Khairul, Farang yang menang ayam. Okay, ada satu part tu diorang actually buka besar bila dah circle lagi kecil daripada ni. Diorang pegang majority yang bahagian utara tu. So benda ni memang normal and risky juga. Tadi pun Sultan ada kata benda tu risky bila free kick keluar spray. Jadi sebagai tim baru, adakah ini something yang diorang baru try atau okay, kita dah biasa buat dan kita akan buat lagi?
Bagi saya, kita nampak untuk Farang Lejund, diorang sangat-sangat cepat untuk adapt dalam PMPL kita season yang keempat ni. Dan sebelum ni saya ada tonton juga cara mereka bermain ketika scrim. Sebelum mereka dah lama lah, cerita dia saya dah lama sangat tengok Farang. Diorang punya playstyle macam ni, memang macam ni. Sebab diorang memang suka untuk control circle. Diorang akan pilih kawasan tepi-tepi untuk mereka pegang terlebih dahulu. Diorang tak terlampau terburu-buru ke tengah. Jadi pembukaan ni dia berbaloi untuk dapatkan info. Tapi kalau satu pemain daripada mereka jatuh, untuk dibangunkan cara diorang reposition, itu memang perlu ketepatan yang sangat-sangat lah. Sebab kalau ada mistake sikit, diorang akan boleh hilang satu demi satu dalam sekelip mata.
Wow, okay, baik. Alright, so patah balik kepada Topcast. Tadi ini nak berbual pasal circle yang baru-baru masuk. So kita nampak ada YSX jumpa Team Secret. Diorang push, bukan nak cakap push, diorang terjumpa. Habis Kid pun masuk ke lobby. Tapi sis perasan lagi, the stand off tu lama juga. Again, ini Team Secret dengan YSX sama juga yang dah berlaku di Erangel. Adakah memang diorang tak tahu tu, maybe diorang dah tahu pasal Kid ada. Kenapa ada macam ragu-ragu ke ataupun it's just the game itself?
Saya rasa disebabkan kejadian Team Secret dengan YSX tu perlawanan terlalu awal dan YSX tak boleh nak push walaupun ada early knock disebabkan dia orang tak dapat information Team Secret ada dekat mana. Jadi hanya disebabkan simple coordination punya game yang menyebabkan YSX tak akan push selagi mana mereka tak dapat full information keempat-empat daripada Team Secret tu ada dekat mana. Walaupun yes, dia dah dapatkan satu knockdown, tapi knockdown tu pun dia finish dengan grenade yang menandakan memang mereka memang sangat-sangat berhati-hati supaya tidak di-trade in kembali player-player yang cuba untuk push tersebut.
Nice, okay. So kita dah nampak itu tadi circle yang kita cakap pasal Farang dah buka besar dan pasal tu diorang dapat cemerlang dengan chicken dinner di Sandhawk. Okay, thank you pada Topcast dengan Khairul. Sekarang kita akan pergi balik ke Major Caster, BM dan juga BI.
Let's go.
Welcome back once again, and it's great to be able to cast alongside with you, Sir Cloud, because this will be the finale for day number 1 of the PUBG Mobile Pro League MYSG Season 4 only for Friday, since tomorrow and the day after you'll still be able to catch all the greatness happening here, and all this is of course brought to you, hosted by PUBG Mobile and organized by VSPN. So of course, VSPN powers esports, and they've been able to also power you guys with great entertainment here in the PUBG Mobile Pro League. So other than that, we also do have our official smartphone partners to thank for, and also our dear media partners, Esport Fight Club, watch and earn exclusively with Esports Fight Club. So head over to their website to find out even more. And not only that, you guys can also watch all of this with the greatest of Asia's best content, all for free on WeTV. Always more, from drama, series, variety shows, anime, you name it, they've got it. It's all available on WeTV. So make sure you download the app on the Google Play Store or the Apple App Store. So now we got that all out of the way. It's now time for the final showdown on this Friday run. I know maybe my hair is annoying you for a little bit, and let me just swipe that aside as we will continue to see who will take that top spot by the end of our Super Weekend, Week 2, Day number 1.
Yeah, this will be super interesting because the points are fairly close, I'd say. I mean, even, now 4 rivals, they are on top. They have a little bit of a gap, but imagine if they go out early in the next round. Teams could easily take over them, so they are not safe or not comfortable yet. But nevertheless, it is, whatever happens, it is day number 1. There's still 2 more days before anyone is crowned the kings of the Super Weekend number 2. So there's still a lot more games to play, and like what you mentioned, especially on page number 2, there will definitely be a shuffle as long as anyone gets something, especially if a chicken dinner comes in. But talking about getting something, here is something for all of you.
That's right, it's the PMPL Spot and Reward, where you can just scan that QR code on the left side of your screen or visit them at bit.ly/PMPL_spot. All you gotta do is simple, just complete that easy puzzle and you'll be able to be rewarded. And I just love that we got so many of all these comic team running around. I think this year definitely fits the character scheme as well, so hopefully they can come up with not only virtual comic book, but also real comic in particular. Now, Miss Yu is telling you to quickly scan now and win a little bit of that exclusive prize here in the PMPL. So make sure you scan that real quick and visit bit.ly spot PMPL as for, let me just spell it out for you if that's not enough, bit.ly/SPOT PMPL S4. So I guess this is going to be the final time that we're going to remind you for tonight. Tomorrow there's going to be 4. So this is your opening. Quickly grab it while it's hot.
Yep. We will still be reminding you, but for how long, we don't know as well. So you better grab your chances there to grab those freebies because you don't know when it's going to go away. But talking about going away, now we're going to go away into the Miramar map after this. Is it Miramar or is it Erangel? It's going to be Erangel. Was it? Yeah, it's going to be Erangel, mind me. So it's going to be Erangel after this. But of course, just to remind everyone as well, if you want to redeem your reward, it's bit.ly/PMPLS4 redeem to redeem your gift. Make sure you stand by your PUBG Mobile ID as well. So we're going to jump into the final map after this. So, yep. Still, Chicken Dinner, I would say it's pretty much up for grabs for everyone. No one is really dominating the day.
That's right, and I think that is pretty much fair for the likes of many. So you do see those who are consistent back in Super Weekend number 1. They have a fairly good performance for today, and I think the biggest winner so far definitely has to be 4 rivals, and trailing behind them, Team Secret as well as SMG. We haven't seen a chicken dinner for Team Secret or even EVOS VIP, which has happened last weekend. Maybe today might just not be their day, but a little bit of a reset for day 2 would still be great. Or hey, they still have this round here to hopefully book out with a big win. So we'll have to just wait and see what will come inside of Erangel. Now, look at all the particular points as well. When we go down the list, we see RSG. They start off strong. Now they slide down to its 11th spot. Not too shabby because one game could still alter their course of action there to pop back to potentially a top 6 finish. So even for those teams that may not be having the best sort of performance for day number 1, if they can gather just about enough points and then check out with even more on day 2 as well as day 3, they still have a fair chance to chase on for that #1 spot against 4 rivals, although it may take some time.
Yeah, I mean, even for Team Wales, right, if they manage to get one chicken dinner with a good number of elimination points, they could still move up to one of the top spots as well, maybe a top 5 or maybe a top 7, something like that. So it depends on how other teams perform. And here we are. So this will be a wrangle again. This will be a third wrangle that we'll be seeing today. So if we remind ourselves our 2 wrangles earlier, it's an almost similar flight path. It's just that the direction is a bit different. So the first one was from Quarry to Milta, somewhere about there, and the second one was Milta to Quarry. But well, regardless whether it's left to right or right to left, it's pretty much the same location on the map. So it's going to be same strategy. But let's see what's going to happen this time. Is it going? I hope it's a different flight path, so it doesn't feel like a deja vu.
That's right. I think that it may just be a repeat if that's going to be the likelihood of that happening. But it may not fall onto the same platform once again. We saw, even though there was a similarity when it comes down to how the circle first appeared, it did shift down southwards towards the highway zone, where it's kind of a little bit on towards the western side of where Shelter was at, as compared to the first circle, the first match itself that went into the forest over on Eastern Rozak. Now, 30 seconds, we're about to take the final flight for our Friday run, and I think this will definitely set a better story for us to tell for tomorrow. So far, I think the PMPL's quality has been on the top of the roof already, and it can only get better from here onward. So, Sir Cloud, I'm ready. I hope you are as well, because this time we're gonna call it for tonight on this final game to see who will be the one to walk away with that chicken dinner inside of sunny Aragao.
All right. So we're gonna make a quick guess here. So do you think the circle is gonna go the similar area, at least towards the east side, or is it gonna be somewhere else?
Okay, I feel this is gonna go elsewhere. Flight path absolutely different. I'm looking at either Gatka region or even Subnautica. That could definitely throw them off for a little tad bit. Now that we're taking flight from the top corner of shooting range to head down towards Milta Power, majority of teams will still get to their favorite town. But when it comes down to cutting into military base, Primos, Fairpure, it's a little bit of a stretch. For the likes of Benny, it's no problem. They get to drop very safely so into each respective hometown. I don't expect any sort of clash to happen. But look at this though. Team Wales, they're moving into Yasnaya, and they might just lock horns with Sam 9.
Oh, I was about to make a challenge to you. So if you guess wrongly, what's it gonna be like? Are we gonna go contra ball for the next week?
Not worth losing hair for. Wait. Are we going back for round 3?
Yeah, is this like round 3 again? Okay. This is just like that. But oh man, you bought time, so you kind of saved yourself from that challenge. But it's okay. I'll get you next time. So what do we see here? So Yoodo Alliance actually with a long range shot. But okay, what's more interesting is that Sam9, they are going back to their roots, to Saberni. But Wales this time dropping into Yasnaya. So that is quite a change here. SMG Ziso alone in Lipovka. So that's a little bit different as well. And we do see Axis taking those vehicles away from Novo. So that's going to be NC's vehicles that they just stolen. So these are a couple of interesting changes. Despite the circle still on the east side. I mean, I've lost count how many times we see the circle on the east side, but another east circle. But now with the draw spot changes, this is going to change the dynamics of the game.
Definitely a little bit of a change out there. Now, Voki still preying on TABAH NC. How many times will they need to fly every single day inside America? Like, They could just call it peace. They don't have to cross the same bridge. The island's big enough for the two teams. So Olio is picking up a fight that he cannot win. I'm not looking down on TABAH and C in particular. It's just how the results have went throughout the entirety of the day. And it just speaks volume. I don't really need to elaborate why I even mentioned that anyways. So when we go down the list of what's going on, look at the points. Axis Redone. They may not be number one right now on your leaderboard for the weekend, but hey, when you accumulate that, that's 211 points in total. SMG now, second spot. While EVOS VIP on fourth place, I believe Team Secret's on third. For Rivals, a little bit slightly behind. So I wonder how long will it take eventually for 4 Rivals to catch up?
That'll be interesting though. I would say that this is the round where again we might see big changes, right? So far every round we have seen a different team getting a chicken dinner. So this may also change things up in this round. No, now another team that's on a little bit of a spotlight is R2K. They did really well, I'd say. They did fairly well in the weekday. So I was hoping that they bring the momentum into the weekend, but doesn't seem to be so yet. With Bosskurr haven't been playing, he's been allowing his players to have a go at it, and so far they've been ranking in more elimination points as what we've used to see them in previous seasons. So a little bit of a different strategy here by R2K this time.
Indeed. Now, RSG, they're somewhere in the middle of the pack. I believe that there's a big gap between them as well as 4 Rivals, which means that they need about, 3 chicken dinners to be able to actually chase up as well. So far, Rex have been a great addition to the team. But this season, as compared to the rest, I'm seeing less of Kim when it comes down to what he has offered in firepower. I don't know, he's been bragging about, back then, I'm one of the few Android players with some crazy quick reactions with 8 fingers, 6 fingers, you name it. Now, I think that things might have actually changed when it comes down to playstyle for this season.
Yeah, definitely. I guess it's also how they arrange themselves. Like, we don't see Kim much at the forefront. Yes, he's always been a support player, so naturally he'll play behind. But despite him playing behind, we know he can frag. But now that they have a Rex together with Homebois especially, this duo is just insane. I mean, they're 5-finger players and they're really, really fast. So I would say that maybe now that it's just their strategy to say, okay, since these two guys may be more of a forefront player rather than a behind player, let's just let them play, and Kim, you can stay behind and you go in front when you need to. But so far, maybe strategically it hasn't been the case. So yeah, we've seen less of Rex, but we've seen less of Kim, but we can't forget about him as well.
That's right. Supports are always the backbone of the team, and we just saw Razor usually being the sniper of the team for EVOS VIP. Now he's got the most rescue, so maybe he subliminally thinks that, hey, guys, I'm the support here. I'll save you guys if you guys are in trouble. Sometimes when situation push comes to shove, it's like you got to do what's necessary to keep your teammates alive. So now I'm looking at Team Wales. Doesn't seem like they've solved the issues from the first week on those weekends. And I guess it takes them 2-3 days to pop off.
Yeah, it took them some time, right? So I mean, it's been tough as well. So like what we see, hang on, I see something. My eye spot something. Sinbi doing what Sinbi has been doing in previous rounds. He's going for like long range flanks. He's going like behind teams and try to get pickoffs from behind. So he's looking at doing that onto Bosskurr. Now that's not good news for Bosskurr here. Bosskurr for the past few rounds, they haven't turned up. So if they were to go down again, this will definitely disrupt their motivation coming in for tomorrow.
That's right. And now when we look into the circle, a little bit of the edge is touching on the island. My question to you, can it still shift downwards? I believe that today's trajectory from the forest into the middle of that Medusa intersection, it may lead up to farm.
okay, yeah. If it's farm, I guess most of the teams will be like, okay, I'll take farm. But if it goes down all the way to Novo, like what happened in day number one, game number one, nobody's gonna take that. They're like, nah, not anymore, not anymore. We all remember that game where the circle really was tough. So yeah, I'm sure the players don't want any of that. But then again, there's still a big possibility that it will go to the main island. I mean, what are the odds, right? They will go down. It's only like what, 10 to 15% of the southern island. Come on, PUBG Mobile. You gotta give us what we deserve. A regular circle.
That's right. I guess this is as regular as it can get. If it's gonna be the most frequent circle that you're gonna be seeing, yeah, that's normal. I guess it's like this is the norm that we're looking at. Other teams, they don't really have struggle getting into the first phase. It's always the fourth phase onwards where, you know, when there's areas divided, a lot of all these commodity as well as all these compounds getting secured, then possibly they start losing on that tempo of control where they have to play on the outskirts. So, Team Wales opting to loiter around that region. Now, a little bit split in between the mainland as well as the island. Shots being fired at the side of Putra. GeekFam now moving on one vehicle. Very risky move coming in from the team. And today was not the brightest of days that we've ever seen from GeekFam.
And I remember the nickname you were given last season as the Prophet, right? So Mr. Prophet looks like it's still coming true that Farm is now in the middle of the current circle. So that's quite interesting though. But yeah, so far so good for most of the teams. Most of them are in the circle. It's just that is it still going to go further down south? Now that is still a possibility.
Indeed it is. Now we're seeing a lot of mass migration coming in from all the teams here to secure whatever they desire, especially whoever controls the hill gets to farm out a little bit more on elimination points, as we are currently seeing Farang Lejund being the one to do exactly just that. So, Yoodo Alliance now opens up fire. I don't think this is an appropriate time for them to fight. They spot out Adik Luke.
Okay.
Chip of the damage, but Lex will continue to rotate. I guess that will hold back Farang Lejund for a tad longer. Now, EVOS VIP choose to move the other way around as well. This is going to be a little bit of a bloodbath if they were to cut across. And I don't know if this is going to be any good at all. Where this is where the casters on the Malay segment has been calling the Potato Hill, which I like to call it the Hills of Pachinki. But it seems like Insomnia's 5 Jimmy takes out the vehicle, and EVOS VIP starts off with advantage.
Yeah, they are pressing in through, and we can see that Insomnia is going to come in from the left side together with Luxy. Sam is going to be behind together with Haikal, and Luxy is putting in pressure with the nades coming in left and right together with Insomnia. They're putting in pressure onto Farang Legends. Jimmy now has been picked up, but on the right side we can see Sam going on the right side. Who can he actually catch from there? Are they look is Sam, but Haikal is also coming in the middle. So they have 4 seconds covered, and Jamie have been knocked down again, second time, this time by Insomnus.
What a range of nade that's coming from Insomnus. Luxy just trying to flush them off once again. He didn't come in for a quick rescue, and I don't know how long can Farang Lejund hold on. Adik also falling back as well. They don't have the HP bars to book, but EVOS VIP, they're prowling on top. They're looking for Rebel Boy. Sluxy just missed him by a slight margin. And just Manic turns both. Adik Luke, they managed to find him though. Rebel Boy now pushes forward. Insomnus goes down. And EVOS VIP, they suddenly lose everybody. Samzy, last member remaining. And it might just be a plan that just gone wrong for the White Tigers.
Oh no, it's going to be a 1v3 scenario. It's not going to get away from this, and unfortunately, EVOS VIP will be the first one to bow out. Man, this is somewhat a revenge here coming in from Farang Legends, because they were eliminated by EVOS VIP in round number 3, if I remember correctly. So it's revenge from Farang Legends. Clearly, EVOS VIP, unfortunately, no points for them this round. It's very likely they will move down the pecking order.
That's right. And that also allows other teams to be able to propel themselves forward, especially Farang Legends now close up the gap. That's about 5 points of a difference especially with those kills being secured. Now, 4 rivals, Farang Lejund, they should be moving upwards. I don't expect RSG within one game to overtake either side, so still be a 5th place finish. Okay, last week, somebody has mentioned me this, that they want to see a bridge fight to end it all. Are we getting it? Today is going to be the question of how this one's going to go. Now, look at everybody cornered up, and I'm thinking Axis, they are probably scratching their head. Okay, how do we approach this? There's still some area inside of the island, but if it goes back to mainland, they'll be damned.
I know, right? It's like, eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Do you go up or do you go down? But here, who's going to go down? Looks like it's going to go down. First team member from Homebois was the one to go down. And now Bard with the long range shot coming in onto YSX. They are in the circle. This area is still within the circle. So SMG up against YSX in the compound.
YSX can still take control of this whole sector there. I now keep getting shot from Hanan. Remember this, Bosskurr used to establish their home base right here inside of Milta. And Homebois, although these are kind of like sibling rivalries going on, it doesn't seem like they're willing to actually give up the spot. Hanan isn't going to have too much of a problem resuscitating himself by the end of it all. RG having taps after taps being shot from April. But I don't think RG can actually pick him off from this sort of angle. So he's going to be safe because RG got bigger fish to fry. As well surrounding them, there's YSX, Homebois, eventually so. And I wonder, what other teams are there coming in from northwards? Because there's still some players inside of farm that they need to also deal with. While SMG, they possibly can get a little bit more of all the sector there. If Wari, he could easily tap out those vehicles and force RG not to move too much. But he's not going to do that for now. GeekFam, just by the shore. Interesting choices coming from teams.
Yeah, I mean, probably there's no more choice because just look at the circle. It's like what, 40% of water, and I just look at this. It's still like what, half of it is water, maybe 50%. There's no land to play. Even one member, Snipes, is in the sea at this moment. He's even playing. I'm not too sure how is he going to hang on to that, but we will know where the circle will go. He may go for a bottom bridge just to hang off for positioning points.
35% of landfill terrain. Meanwhile, the rest of it is absolutely liquid. I tell you that. Now, Mika somehow finds TABAH NC. This fight has not ended for a long time, but rush from the back though he finds Voki. That alerts Kachang Susu. Grenades now trying to be lobbed right in. Faris coming into the rescue as well, making a tag team duo. Perhaps TABAH NC has a little bit more of a room of advantage, though Rizai still crawling his way out. There is a member from Axis Redone that's going to be lurking around by the corner of the bridge. So if TABAH NC is not wary, this might just be the end for them as well. Meanwhile, Banks in the middle of the bridge. This is one of the most epic proportion of battle that we are going to see, or an anticlimactic one. It's either or. There's no way to go about it. But look at Team Secret. They're playing gatekeepers right now. It's R2K to eventually crash right in. We might see some big fights happening across tables.
Oh, not only that, now GeekFam has two team members in the water, but Pami will be not a what a nade there coming in from the side of RSJ, but Lex will come and go for the pickup, but then again, they need to be careful with the nade. The next nade, Kim! Oh, okay, there's a building there, so it's still okay, but if the nade goes inside that, it's disaster for them, but then again, we can see that now will be knocked down. Z goes out to the second floor, managed to get the finish off onto Homebois, so now it's Bosskurr invading onto the side of the Homebois.
More grenades lobbed right in. Sandcorn wasn't happy to lose one member off the bat. Now getting a little help from Asphar. Jumper finds Zane. Zane needing the rest of R2K to follow up. Oh, Z! Managing to just strafe by in the very nick of time. More grenades coming from Nuke. And Asper's got to look out. Grenade will find the rest of Homebois, and they walk away with nothing.
My goodness, Homebois, unfortunately, again, not putting up a performance. But now we move over to NC. We can see Axis as well as NC. They are going ahead at each other. They are the two teams still on the military base island. How are they going to get across? I'm not too sure. Now the zone will close in. This is the fourth circle, but at the same time we can see that Hanan will be knocked down. Fredo will be knocked down, and Hanan will be figured out by Snappy from Wales. The zone will close it. I think the MVP may be the zone again.
There's still a lot of areas to be played out, or, well, I'm kind of contradicting myself right here, because wherever you run, you're bound to bump into an enemy, so it's very important for them to clear out the entirety of build-up before even moving outwards. GeekFam, they can play outskirts so long as they want. Farah's now getting picked up by Banks. Wait, which angle is this coming from? It's from the bridge! What a shot! Mika inside of the water. The rest of Axis Redone is relying on him. Mappa, the next one to be getting those kills. Snappy takes out Bosskurr. Now he's running for his life. Now he's only by the outskirts. The rest of the team that were loitering inside of Milton got to make a way out of this. Yoodo Alliance just by the edge, needing to deal with RSG. 6 now finding Kid. And the rest of Team Secret don't even have errors to play with. My word, what a game this is to end the finale of the match of day number 1 of the Super Weekend, week 2.
I know, right? Just look at this. Oh, yeah, they're still hanging on. My goodness. But then again, I'm concerned for those in the water. How are they going to get out of this? Even if they manage to get onto shore, we can see that there's one team, which is GeekFam. They are actually gatekeeping those who are swimming. So it's not going to be good news for those who are still in the water. They need to find another alternative. But what is it? I don't know yet. But now here comes the long range shot coming in from Wiry. YSX is still holding on strongly into this fortress.
Indeed they are. I think RSG still have a lot of great room of leverage. All they have to do is to just finish off the rest of Yoodo Alliance, and they can easily make a move. But things are not looking to be all too clear-cut, especially now with a lot of vision being denied. Tema getting shot upon. That's going to be a lot of damage coming from Kim as well, not being able to actually knock them down on the ground. Kim instead goes down on the ground. This is where Small Boy shines the brightest. He might just be able to find those things if he has any. Oh my word, Ironson, AKM, to bring down Tema. Now, they're on the push. There's going to be a little bit of a kill still going on if there's going to be teams coming from the outskirts as well. Grenades lobbed towards the outskirts where Yoodo Alliance goes in for a reset. Now, rushing right into a control station. It's NSP and the rest of Al-Ikhlas R2K. NSP trying to hang on. He goes backwards. Now, Grenade finds April. Pushing him forward. It's Eyes in there. Finding the rest of 4 rivals. And it seems like 4 rivals, they did not even manage to sustain. Everybody who crashed out here on the 13 to 16 spot walks away with nothing. Bosskurr the only one with those kills. Now Damroot goes in with the DP spray down. I think Luke might just be onto something.
Oh yeah, he's onto something right now. They have the long range sight onto Yoodo Alliance. Managed to get that one knockdown, and I think look, managed to get the second one. Wow, this guy, how can he even see through the smoke? This guy really has some bird vision here. But then again, the counterfire coming in for Lex. Managed to get one knockdown onto Ade Look, and now he will move in. Farmis unfortunately will succumb himself to the zone, and Yoodo Alliance, and yet they will be eliminated. Unfortunately, not getting any points from that gunfire.
Wait a minute! There's a lot of teams coming here to the shore. Look at how it has hard shifted on towards this corner of the beach. Now, R2K getting bullets flying at him. Farang goes into the water. Now looking for Zink as well. Zink has the upper hand. He's outside of play zone. And R2K, they still have all 4 members. But Zink needing to clutch this one. And he'll be able to save the rest of R2K. 10 frags in total.
Oh my goodness, already 10 frags here for R2K, and they can still reset to maintain all 4 their team members. And just look at this. Look at the people actually swimming there. This was the thing that I pointed out earlier. Now that they're swimming, it's not going to be easy for them to get to shore. And that's probably like, 2 teams in the water at this moment. And there's still like, 50-40% of water right here. And we're at the 6th circle here, Contra.
RSG want to overtake the same compound that YSX is currently at. a lot of smokes to deny the vision out there so they can't be able to track the footsteps coming out of RSG. That's the prime position that you need. The only few compounds that is still remaining. GeekFam though, all 4 members still alive. Farang Lejund now moving out of the compound, looking for Rebel Boy. It's gonna be Wari. But Wari, how long can he hold? The rest of YSX, they're getting cornered from multiple angles, and they also need to deal with RSG. Ricky now going outskirts. Grenades being lobbed right in. Molotov down on the ground while they are playing perfect defense, though on the other sector as well. So, this is high time we need to see who's going to be able to get their favorable position out there. R2K drops a nade. Isaac finds Miracle as well as Snipes.
Oh yes, and now they have 11 elimination points, but now we move over to the other side. Oh my goodness, just look at that, 3 teams in 1 compound, but we're not done yet here. We have Damroot here, the Starman, just right in front of Wales. Snappy now with the long range shot coming on the side of Snipes, trying to get that elimination point, but then again, he can't secure it onto Snipes. Snipes is still holding on, but Snipes will be finished out by Izane, and that is it, 12 elimination points already for R2K.
This is a crazy turn of events, and there's only 8 more teams left. Damroot, he walks out of smoke in towards the pits of fire. R2K adds it to 13 if they can. He moves into water, and that's only going to give more of the leverage for R2K to spot even more. Snappy now by the corner, still at 9K, still inside the smoke, while NSP finding that sort of crosshair once again, trying to negate them from coming right by. Now, Circle is still yet to reveal the next phase. Ricky tries to push upwards, but there is still YSX here that will try to flush them all across.
Jake.
1 member left. Ricky
One
only
more.
has so little health,
One
and
more.
he's already outside. He will storm the
Outside.
building. Jake will be able to crunch them though, and that's it. Farang Lejund goes out. 8th spot.
Oh, what a nice rush there coming in from YSS Jake. But now the top leaderboard is still R2K with 13 elimination points. Yes, Farah, they got 9, which is really commendable in this round as well. QB is still taking a dip, and the Circle is now 100% on land. QB is actually sharing the waters with another 2 teams on his right side. We have Micah together with Rush just right beside him, and QB, he cannot get on the land. Whoever gets on the land will either be shot by R2K or Wales.
And I guess whatever situation it may be won't be favorable for the likes of many. So R2K, whether if they drop out or not, look at that, 13 frags. That's enough to end the round and feel happy about, especially how difficult this have gotten for the likes of many. So YSX now recuperating while Ziggs still pushing on fire. RSG, though, having 1 member down on the ground, but they need to eventually make a mark into the middle. So if they still have any smokes, they should toss it right between. But once the smoke subsides, they're going to be in trouble. So this is where they try to crash the shore, where T-Wills is currently at.
Oh, who are they going to crash into? Oh, Small Boy! Looks like he failed, and Kim fails as well. And there you have it, looks like Wales. They don't like water, they like land, and that's where they get their elimination points in. And now Snappy is still alive with his teammates, and now YSX will need to figure out how to get to the other side. Steelbook will be taken out. At the same time, we can see that Wiry is knocked down by Echo, and we have still 3 teams in the water at this moment. And that's me, what you're going to do, you try to hang on to positioning points because they still have a good position here, but Wales just right in front of them. Who is going to move? The Circle is just too small and everyone's just too compact. I can't really see where the Circle is, but I guess R2K, they are in it.
NSP trying to pummel back the bullets, and it will be able to find Mamba. Great supporting fire coming in from Ziggs as well. Now, bottom corner of the waters, QB might be able to make it to land. Eisen now going a little bit more on a fishing parade. And this game has to be AIG R2K to take. What a crazy battle this is gonna get now. QB gets spotted out, so Zane should be able to eventually punch in the ticket. And what else is there to do? They're just sinking and swimming, and well, I guess they're having fun, just nitpicking them slowly and steadily. So now YSX will be having the last laugh because they're still on Lando. So perhaps Jake may just have Lady Luck smiling on their side.
Oh yeah, looks like it. Unfortunately, QB will definitely be the next one. I think he wants to eliminate himself. Yes, he just wants to drown and not give that point to R2K. I mean, yeah, there's no way he's going to survive there anyway. Yeah, it doesn't make a difference, but as long as he doesn't give that point over to R2K. But Chick, well, 1v4. Wait a minute, could this be it? Oh, Chick still managed to get that one elimination point before he gets eliminated, so it's still good for Chick. But R2K, no way you're gonna take away that chicken dinner for them. And now they've just broken the chicken dinner record for a single round. This is 21 elimination points. Is it the highest so far?
It might just be, at least for this week itself. Al-Ikhlas R2K, within one storming round, they may just actually make it into the top 5 by just having the craziest game of their lives.
Well, it's insane, I mean, R2K not really playing for position points, they're playing here as their name says, ready to kill. And they are ready to get those points in based on their playstyle right here. And it's not the first time that we see them ranking in a lot of elimination points. We did see that earlier this week, 17 with the chicken dinner. Now it's 21 with the chicken dinner. I mean, they are just topping themselves right here. Look at the amount of damage, 2,877. And this is a lot here from R2K. So kudos to R2K. We'll check out the highlights from the previous round.
This has got to be the most brutal round of PUBG Mobile that we've seen for a long time. So congratulations to Al-Ikhlas R2K for bagging in the final chicken dinner for day number 1, but there's still more to come. And don't leave just about yet, because we got a lot to talk about here. Let's talk about the journey of Al-Ikhlas R2K. We saw that they were coming from the western side, and they first took on Team Secret, and then we went to the patrol station. They stormed out 4 rivals, which is pretty much hard to do, and then only they got to shore. They're not the first ones there, to be honest, because they have to take on what? Other teams from the back, all the way up front. There was Team Wills, there was GeekFam, and the list goes on. They took out more than a quarter of the population that was inside of that match.
Yeah, that was like what, 21? That's almost a quarter. I know, right? That's almost a quarter. That's like, oh my goodness, what? And I believe arguably that's the highest elimination points in a single round for a team so far. And we did get like what, 2 of their players getting 7. If we remember, before the 7 was almost the benchmark for a single player getting that elimination point in a single round. But now they're just like, they're having double of that. And yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it's a team effort, right? It doesn't matter whether this player gets how many and that player gets how many. At the end of the day, it's a team effort. Getting 21 elimination points, they could just shoot up to the first spot, if not top 3.
That's right, and I really want to see the leaderboards already, if I may. So I guess we give our producers a little time to calculate, because those are crazy numbers that may just be baffling to even believe to start off with. But it cannot go any other way on how this match has ended on a high note. So it also sets us up for tomorrow, R2K. You know, they got a lot of chicken dinners back towards weekdays. Now, they finally found themselves one. And look at them go. You just add those numbers and it's telling you 36 points in total for R2K. And coming in second place, we saw Chick, final member remaining on land, not being hunted out, and they managed to secure second spot. Will's there with 8 total elimination points on third place, and GeekFam, having 1 player left inside the water, secures a 4th place finish, but they didn't really get that much frags. The other team that has been able to reap the reward is Farang Lejund. They've got themselves 6th place position, 9 points out there in Sem 9 with total 4, and majority of them walked out empty-handed, and it tells you that Al-Ikhlas R2K, they were extremely hungry.
Yeah, extremely hungry. Okay, so I got a refresh on their previous round. So they only got 18 points before this round. So now adding it up, they won't be at the top spot, but they will definitely be shooting up really high after this round. So it's kudos to R2K. I mean, this kind of feels like the weekday, right? Whereby they have a really good round. After that, it's just so-so. So it feels like, is this a trend of R2K? Like they're like a team, like, okay, they have a great game and then they go okay.
That's right. I felt like this is definitely a very extreme chart when you compare your average MVP stat to Echo. And there's also another member that we will eventually compare Echo to, because both of them got 7 frags each, pulling down to 14. And the others, they talk about 3 to 4 kills. Now, if we look at the damage output, I'm surprised that it's less than 3,000. It looked to be more than that.
Yeah, me too. I think that no one has broken the 3,000 barrier yet, as far as I remember. So I'm curious to know how far can that bar go? Can it actually touch the below logos and stuff like that? But then again, yeah, it's not yet 3,000. But this is what matters the most. Of course, first place, it is still 4 rivals. They've done extremely well today, 61 points. R2K from 13th spot to second place, 34 points above Team Secret with the tiebreaker of a chicken dinner.
I don't believe it. They tied with Team Secret. It's unimaginable. In that one particular round, you look at Farang Lejund, who's just stayed put, EVOS VIP, they only were gone for 1 round, walk away nothing. From second place or third, if to be specific, now goes all the way to 7th. And this is why I say that any place from 12 to 1 could have possibly changed position at any given moment. Now, Wills, they managed to survive a lot longer. They move up towards 13th place, 18 points. Better chance for them to, of course, finish up on a better note. Lions, they did a lot of damage this round. They only walk away with 15 points, tied alongside Bosskurr. Both sides will need a lot more than just luck for tomorrow, while TABAH NC 38 points, 36 coming in from Axis Redone, and GeekFam coming with 30. Honestly, not too shabby. RSG, we saw them going into the final few circles, but only if they secure a little bit more points of kills, then perhaps they should be finish up higher in the ranks.
Yeah, so but talking about finish up higher in the ranks, so these are the teams in their respective categories. So the highest total elimination so far is Team SMG, 169 points, 4 rivals, 37,900, highest total damage. Axis survived the most, and this logo hasn't changed since like the start of this stat. So NSP is still with the highest vehicle usage rate of 80%. So they're a team that really loves to drive around. Like to them, it's like, oh, I jump into the game and this is like driving simulator or something.
Irony is this, NSP is not even playing over this weekend. So
I know, right?
Even with them not traveling that much over the weekend, they are still top record out there. I love the small afro that SMG6 have been rocking as of late. not even sure if this is actually an average, so don't mind me. 32 is the number to beat when it comes down to elimination. But coming in closely, Damn Cutie, 27, but he's not playing this weekend. I expect that to change spots alongside Mika. All he needs is about 2 particular elimination, and that should be it. But Mika remains to be the one dishing the most damage between the top 3.
Yeah, well, I mean, which is doable, right? I mean, it's Mika, so we have seen him perform before. 2 eliminations, just give him tomorrow and he'll catch up to Damn Cutie, that's for sure. But 6, it's very likely that he will still pull away looking at his current performance. And these are their favorite weapons. So interestingly, it's no longer the cliche M4. So we have an SLR, we have a DP, we have a Scar L for Micah. So it's quite interesting to see like a different meta and different preferences when it comes to weapons.
That's right. Now going into the top 5 MVP. Al-Ikhlas here has been securing that top spot there of 12 total elimination. They tied the number alongside with Chake Gaming as well as Pamburu, so they are kind of tight when it comes down to the number, but when it comes down to survival time, we see Pamburu having the highest. Today, Al-Ikhlas has been able to secure another chicken dinner. Same goes to 4 rivals, so this is where you see majority of these names are coming in from 4 rivals when it comes down to who brings in the pay.
Yeah, these are definitely highlight players, and of course we've seen like some of these names coming in again and again. Like for example, like Al-Ikhlas is always up there, and 4 rivals. I mean, how can you deny these 3 guys? I'm just surprised that Epi is not up there, because all 4 of them, they can frag and they can do wonders with their skills. So yep, but nevertheless, having 3 representatives up there, what more can you ask for, right? It's still a great achievement, and 4 rivals, they are still on top. That's what matters.
That's right, and I believe that it's time for us to speak to the winners of that past match, and it was an exhilarating one coming out of Al-Ikhlas R2K. So let's hear it for what Sis Jenny has to say.
Assalamualaikum, and wow, congratulations, Moscow cute. Awak dapat ayam, dan bukan saja ayam awak 21 kill. Awak pecahkan rekod. Apa perasaan tu?
Perasaan dia walaupun gembira ujung-ujung dia, tapi itulah 1 sampai 4 kita orang agak terganggu juga poin sebabkan kita orang pergi mancing tadi. Round 1 sampai 4 tu kita memancing. Jadi tapi orang cakap pemancingan itu akhirnya bawa tuah. Alhamdulillah, rezeki Allah.
Betul. Okay, sis ada soalan lah dekat korang masa korang langgar kat liring tu, korang dah dengarkan bunyi-bunyi tembakan dekat situ. So when you all langgar, korang actually living with the name ready to kill / or ready to die. So is that your mindset bila korang langgar kat liring tu?
Ya. Saya dah bagi tahu orang kalau situation macam tu, do or die.
Wow, salute saya. Really like macam warrior tau feeling dia Memang sama lah dengan nama team awak, Ready to Kill nama panjang
Revenge.
dia.
Sekarang dah tukar dah. Revenge.
Power. Okay. Lagi satu. Okay, bila korang tengah go up and down yang hill tu, ada tak antara player Moscow Cute yang masuk dalam air yang tahu actually ada 3 player kat belakang lain team, diorang kat dalam?
Tu sebenarnya benda basic. Kalau macam selagi ada air, so seorang akan caution untuk tengok air, and suddenly ujung-ujung tu seorang tu nampak ada kepala timbul, diorang tak pergi check pun. So dekat situ seorang dah start untuk pergi cari orang yang kat dalam air.
I see. Jadi korang memang biarkan je lah, diorang pun tak boleh buat apa-apa, tak ada vehicle, tak boleh tembak korang. So okay lah. Okay, lagi satu, korang kalau nanti korang tengok playback actually layering tu dia dicuri dari macam nak cakap SMG kat situ at first. Lepas tu Sam 9 curi pada diorang. Dan korang datang time Sam 9 baru nak come back tau. So bila korang dapat tembak dekat Sam 9 tu kan, korang ada rasa perasaan macam alamak, apa pasal Sam 9 pula kat sini? Ke macam tak kisahlah pasal aku nak dapat kill. Macam tu.
Oh, macam diorang macam ni je. Diorang kata diorang nak banyak point last game ni. Maximum point. So diorang try to maximum 2 point lah. So dapatkan point paling tinggi. So diorang dah cuba yang terbaik and diorang dapat yang terbaik, alhamdulillah lah. Tu je. So diorang macam time SM9 tu do or die lah. Tu je.
Okay, kita semua tahu Bosskurr ni IGL yang mantap. So bila awak tak ada, actually role awak tu siapa? Because kita orang pun tertanya-tanya kenapa tim ni boleh pergi jauh dalam segi, actually not only just this game tau. Sis perasan macam R2K selalu ada dalam antara top 5, top 6 gitu tau. So memang betul, siapakah orang yang Bosskurr dah lepaskan dekat every round tu? IGL.
So IGL ni benda yang paling tanggungjawab paling tinggi. So dalam tim saya akan pilih yang macam kalau tengok gambar saya pun saya ada macam ni kan. So maknanya benda ni otak lebih penting daripada firepower, tu je. Firepower tinggi mana pun kalau otak tak ada kan susah. So saya akan cari orang yang lebih ni saya akan cari orang yang lebih berotak lah.
Jadi tadi siapa tu yang lebih berotak? Game tadi.
Game tadi sebenarnya semua berotak. Orang yang tak pandai bawa kereta tiba-tiba pandai tadi.
Wah, memang bagus, mantap. Okey, kata-kata terakhir buat fans kesayangan R2K.
Fans kesayangan, terima kasih sokong kita orang walaupun too soon 4 game. Macam yang saya cakap, kita orang tadi pergi mana? Kita orang ni, kita orang pergi mancing ikan. Jadi bila dah habis mancing tu, round kelima tu baru dapat hasilnya. Jadi tengoklah esok mana tahu nak pancing lebih banyak ikan kan. Ikan dia tak banyak pun, tapi insyaAllah careful.
Oh, seram je kata-katanya. Alright, terima kasih sangat Bosskurr. Again, tahniah pada R2K. Kita jumpa bila-bila lagi insyaAllah. Yang terbaik.
InsyaAllah.
Bye-bye.
Terima kasih. Bye-bye. Assalamualaikum.
Jom kita pergi balik ke analyst table. Let's go analyst.
Aduh
gitu. Aku rasa diorang dah nak simpan tu dah lama. Macam okey aku nak makan dan sekarang aku nak taunting terus. Alright, so Top dan Khairul. Okay, so tadi punya circle memanglah tak sama dengan Irangel 1 atau yang kedua tu. Jadi memang circle dia lain sikit. But yang paling scam buat sis bila dia dah start tutup dekat bahagian bridge atau jembatan. Jadi memang dia sangat kacau dekat banyak-banyak team yang rotation. Kita perasan tau ada team yang actually dah pergi sana, pergi sini, pergi sana, pergi sini. And ada tim pun berpecah dua. So, boleh terangkan tak apa yang what has happened tadi?
Actually, circle yang tak ada orang dapat nak jangka dia akan pergi ke mana. Kalau scam, maka tim Axis Redone pernah dapat circle scam ke arah SMB balik dan diorang beruntung dengan benda tersebut. Jadi disebabkan itu kita dapat tengok ada perpecahan yang diorang cuba buat sebentar tadi. Tapi akhirnya circle tak scam, circle naik atas ke tempat militer juga farm yang mana majority of the teams memang ada dekat situ. Actually kita tengok R2K pun masih lagi berteka-teki tau waktu circle tu nak pergi mana. Tapi akhirnya diorang commit juga untuk satu circle, iaitu circle ke atas. Jadi diorang pergi nak ambil bahagian atas. Sebaliknya dengan Axis, dia letak dua orang kat atas, 2 orang dekat bawah. Jadi mungkin disebabkan itulah berlakunya perpecahan. Macam kita tengok kat GeekFam sekarang, Miracle dengan Demro dekat atas, Snipe dengan QB dekat bawah untuk menjaga probability yang circle tu boleh scam pergi ke mana-mana yang dia nak. Sebab kita pernah tengok sebenarnya Sis Jenny, ada circle tutup betul-betul dekat jambatan dan benda ni berlaku dekat PMPL Thailand kalau tak silap. Yang diorang buat human punya bangunan, building untuk tembak orang melalui kawasan jambatan tu saja sebenarnya.
Okay. So memang itulah the only way lah senang kata untuk tim-tim ni semua. Okay, soalan buat Khairul. Okay, di soalan, okay, tengok YSX tau. Diorang memang dah pegang circle dari tadi. Tapi kan memang diorang tak gerak. Jadi dalam tim-tim yang selalu dapat circle diorang tak gerak ni, and bila diorang kena push diorang dapat damage, diorang kena push diorang dapat damage. So adakah pergerakan YSX tu macam they could have done better? Adakah benda yang boleh diubah suai knowing that YSX ni dah dapat circle at first?
Bagi saya sebenarnya apa yang YSX lakukan, diorang buka dengan cantik. Kalau kita nampak Poren dekat bahagian belah kiri, Dollar dekat bahagian belah atas. Tapi bila circle tu mengecil, diorang pandai. Diorang ambil waktu yang tepat tu reposition pada waktu RSG melanggar kawasan compound Dollar. Waktu tu Dollar dah tak ada dekat situ. So sebenarnya apa yang dilakukan oleh YSX sebentar tadi tepat. Saya rasa tak ada cara lain untuk mencantikkan lagi, sebab itu like the best option yang saya rasa diorang pun telah lakukan untuk elak serangan daripada pasukan Farang, yang di mana mereka dapat mengeluarkan Farang terlebih dahulu, kemudian RSG nak datang, kemudian diorang dah pun tarik Dollar ke kawasan Cik Gaming dan juga Wairi, dan benda ni dilakukan pada waktu yang tepat. So YSX did a great job.
Awesome. Okay. Ni nak cerita Topcast. Tadi Lering tu sebenarnya yang dapat SMG. So dia ada macam tolak-menolak dengan tim. Dia ambil macam cakap, dia take dia slot lepas satu tim lain satu tim. So cuba cerita kat Lering tu.
Bercakap berkenaan Lering ajaib ni, saya nak sentuh juga dengan rotation Sam 9 yang saya rasa memang out of this world lah. Itu antara benda yang kita kena bagi perhatian lebih kot. Sebab tadi Sam 9 dia fikir circle turun bawah, jadi dia turun bawah. Tapi circle naik atas, apa yang dia buat adalah dia menggunakan kawasan laut untuk pergi ke Lereng ajaib ni. Tapi dia berjaya untuk take over daripada SMG dengan sangat-sangat clean, kekal 4 orang player, dan 4 orang player daripada SMG diratakan macam tu sahaja oleh Sam 9. Orang laut sebenarnya bukan daripada orang jambatan maupun orang darat. Dia datang daripada seberang. Jadi itu perkara yang sangat-sangat licik macam Pascal. Dia kena buat sangat-sangat diam, naik sama-sama. Kita tak nampak, sayangnya kita tak nampak benda tu. Tapi saya boleh bayangkan dia orang tengah pegang gun, dia orang naik ramai-ramai, tembak serentak. Itu menyebabkan 2 kejatuhan serentak untuk SMG berlaku. Dan akhirnya SMG berjaya diratakan. Tapi malang sebab R2K pula sampai dan meratakan Sam 9 sebab R2K ada ground yang sangat baik.
Betul. Suka tak kan cakap macam Pascal. Memang saya pun terimagine macam Pascal ni. Dia naik dari belakang. Okey, Khairul, tadi kita ada nampak ikan-ikan di dalam air. So, terangkan player yang actually diorang macam mana tu? Macam mana diorang nak main game ni? Sedangkan kita nampak 3 player dalam laut lain team.
Kadang-kadang kita depends on situation, di mana ground yang baik ialah tempat yang tak ada ground pun sebenarnya. Yang itulah dibuat oleh pasukan-pasukan ni. Kita nampak GeekFam, NSEA, Axis, beberapa pasukan yang lain. Waktu diorang buat benda ni, diorang tinggal dengan 1 orang pemain. Waktu kita nampak GeekFam dah lama dah dalam air, NSEA waktu tu tinggal rush, so memang dia terus masuk dalam air. Axis pun pada waktu tersebut dalam keadaan kritikal. So the best ground untuk diorang mainkan ialah dalam air. Walaupun tiada keupayaan untuk menembak, diorang still dapat untuk mengekalkan survivability. Diorang dapat mengekalkan placement point yang tinggi berbanding pasukan-pasukan lain yang merebut kawasan daratan. Sebab itu mungkin orang kata macam salah satu cara untuk anda dapatkan points tanpa berperang, duduk dalam air. Tapi endingnya kebiasaannya selalu tak dapatkan chicken dinner lah. Tapi itulah explanation saya mengenai perkara tersebut.
Ya, terima kasih Khairul. Yes, and sis masih ingat lagi R2K season 3 tepi air diorang dapat top 2. And sekarang tepi air diorang dapat ayam. So diorang memang betul nak pancing lah. Okeylah. Itu saja daripada kita dekat meja panelis, and kita akan hantar balik kepada meja caster iaitu Sultan, Ini Muhammad dan Kontra Gangster Club. So assalamualaikum.
Well, thanks to all our analysts out there, they have been able to break down every single moment that happened, and they also emphasize how the teams take over that spot until R2K has arrived to the scene and they went fishing. So, Sir Cloud, I guess that's all the action that we are getting for the entirety of the evening. Thank you for sticking with us for so long. From start to finish, you guys are the ultimate MVP. And hey, even if you guys just tune in, you guys aren't missing out too much. And if you guys may have actually missed some action, don't worry, we'll get you all covered because we still got a few things to talk about right here to set the tempo right for tomorrow. Now, R2K, second place after a whopping performance. How do you feel about that?
I mean, they are a burst team. That's what I mentioned earlier. So even they showed that during the weekday, right? They have that one game which is explosive, and then that's what keeps them at one of the top spots. So they need to find a level of consistency. Yes, they can get that one chicken dinner, but after that it goes like, oh, okay, that was at least what happened historically. But I hope they manage to find a formula at least for tomorrow so that they can bring the momentum, so that they can challenge teams on top. Now, let's not forget as well, the chart shown to us is only this top 16. We have not considered the overall points yet, so we don't really know exactly where they are. But the last I remember them, they're not really on top. So if they really want to challenge for the PMGC slot, they need to do more than this.
That's right, so I really want to see if they can eventually go ahead to even do exactly what you just mentioned, because that PMGC slot is that golden ticket, that highway pass directly to the globals. So the teams all are still fighting that spot for C Championship as well. Let's see what will happen by the very end of the season. It's far from over. We're just halfway through the checkpoint of the league, where tomorrow, that's pretty much the middle of the league that will be coming into proportion. So with all that being said, we also want to thank every one of you guys here to make all of this possible. So with that being said, we got to first start off by saying thank you to PUBG Mobile, because they are the hosts of the entirety of the PMPL, and all this co-organized by VSPN. And with VSPN, they've been able to power all these esports excitement for your daily needs, to see all of your superstars all come to action here in PUBG Mobile. And on top of all of that, you got to also thank our official media partner, Esports Fight Club, where you guys can all watch and earn exclusively with Esports Fight Club. So as the fight goes on, we still have more drama, more action-packed stuff here happening on WeTV. Our official media partner offers Asia's best content absolutely for free. So why not go ahead and download WeTV now on the Google Play Store as well as the Apple App Store. So this is where we also want to extend our thanks to Xiaomi, as you can challenge your boundaries with the Redmi Note 10 series, available in your nearest stores, or you can check out their website as well. So this is all that we do have for the entirety of the day. Other than that, we also have to thank Yoodo for giving us the best coverage in all the action. So switch to Yoodo and get all the free in-game items out there. So scan that QR code right now, and of course, your life will immediately change. Because at the end of the day, you know what's best for you, and you do it better.
Yep, and there you have it. Thank you so much as well for watching with us, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, we will be back tomorrow, but tomorrow we will have a special segment, which is also the ladies battle, which will be super exciting as well. So make sure you stay tuned to the PUBG Mobile page, whether on YouTube or on Facebook, wherever you're watching us. And myself, Sir Cloud, as well as Contra, we will be closing it for today, but tomorrow we'll see you again. So that's all from us today. Thank you so much for watching. Bye.